in the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby. the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby. taken the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the road to the 2023 World Championship still continues. This is the Garena Qualifiers that the whole world has got its eyes on. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Cali Gaming this time round. It's day 3 overall for the group stage, but day number 2 for Group A. Cali, your expectations, sir?
I mean, yeah, it's day 2 here for Group A, and we got some key games that are awaiting us here for Group A. Matchups that would determine who's going to be the number 1 team and who's going to make it at the top 3, right? Some of these squads will look to carry on the momentum that they had at day 1, and some of these squads are hoping to get a major bounce back after their disappointing field day last time around.
Absolutely. And of course, 2 out of 3 of these teams, Cali as well as the Broke Boys Club, they have got potential. 3 Evil Dragons, on the other hand, they got thumped twice, 3-0. We didn't see much of a fight from them. I'm hoping to see something out of them today. But the problem for 3 Evil Dragons is that they take on Scatty. Scatty has also lost a series already, so they're going to be hungry. 2 hungry squads, both out here to prove themselves within Group A. So that's going to be a very hot fight on series number 2. But we are going to start the day off with a banger, my friend. West Point Mamba Low Kings takes on WDC free slot for the very first one.
At WPM, Low Kings, picking up on their recent Garena Masters 5 championship run, they were able to take 2 solid victories last Tuesday. But it's not a great benchmark, knowing that they went up against 3 Evil Dragons and Broke Boys Club, right? Today, it's going to be the real guns. WDC free slot as well as Wolf are going to be the teams that they were looking to contest here today. And I can't wait for this series to start.
Group stage will span from 19th to the 24th of September all the way until this Sunday. Playoffs will be next week from the 29th of September up till the 1st of October. So the players have got 3 days to get the job done later on in the knockout stages. But in order to get there, they need to be the top 3 within their own grouping. And we are already starting to see exactly who's dominating Group A for the time being. Of course, the Low Kings, WDC Free Slot, as well as Wolf look like the strongest ones to make it through. But you can never tell what happens here because Cali has been growing consistently in the recent past, and they might just have something up their sleeves for us today.
Especially with Chirac and Stirpe back at their lineup, they can also expect Cisco as well to really step it up here today. What they need is 2 solid victories to climb that leaderboard and place at least at the top 3 by the end of this day 2 for Group A. And again, we're halfway through the group stage and we're inching closer to the playoffs, which will start next week. And every map and series, it will count here because we're only sending the top 3 of each group to the playoffs. Then we filter out the strongest squads to send to DreamHack's Atlanta, USA for the COD Mobile World Championship 2023.
Who cannot wait to see these boys grab their visa? Speaking of which, if you are from the Philippines, you start making your visa right now. Of course, we need an invitation letter. But you just go over to the embassy and say, look, I'm a really good team. I'm from a really good team. I'm a great player. There's a high probability I'm going to be one of the top 2, right? Who's got the guts to say that? We'll see later on. Jokes aside, the Garena squads are all made up of multiple regions. You've got Thailand, you've got Indonesia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau being represented alongside SGMY and PH. And of course, SGMY PH dropping in the most number of teams as opposed to the rest. Thailand has got WDC Xenon as well as WDC Free Slot. The Indonesian region has got Kagendra as well as ABC eSports. And Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau is being represented by 3 Evil Dragons.
And that these teams fought for qualification just to be here at this stage 4. And surprising standout for me yesterday specifically was Kagendra able to defeat Powerhouse through a reverse sweep. I mean, they're looking like the best team at Group B after defeating them yesterday. And the only threat to their spot at Group B is going to be ABC Esports, a team that they had met several times and they have defeated at the recent past.
Let's see exactly how they stand in the overall standings here. We'll take a look at Group B first because we're not going to see those players or teams move up or down the board today. ABC Esports as well as Kagendra in those top 2 spots, followed by Powerhouse, who has got a single win on their side. Four Suits Esports, Smart Mega, as well as WDC Xenon really need to put up a stronger fight tomorrow to see if or not they can climb up a tad bit more. But it's looking to be a little difficult. I guess the closest ones that they might be able to get based on what the plays have been so far might be ABC Esports, but still ABC is at the very top. Group A, on the other hand, Cali, has got the Low Kings dominating at the very top thus far with a total of 6 maps won. But like you said, day number 1 for them was not an easy free pass, but it was a little bit of a easier challenge. Today is where they'll be pushed to the very edge of this cliff. WDC Free Slot as well as Wolf, the 2nd and 3rd seeded team from Group A, will take on Low Kings.
And we take a look at our schedule here for the day. We start the day off with a bang with WPM and WDC heading here for another best of 3 series. And then after that, it's going to be 3 Evil Dragons and Sacred Scatty. Then third game is going to be a great matchup once again with WDC and Wolf. Then game 4, it's going to be Sacred and Broke Boys Club. WPM and Wolf will end the day's schedule. And that's going to be the Garena Masters 4 showdown.
Let's see exactly who gets the spotlight in here today. Wolf taking on WDC as well as West Point Mamba Low Kings. West Point Mamba Low Kings taking on WDC as well as Wolf. I mean, both of these teams from SMP, they have got a lot on their plate today. WDC most definitely has got the exact same, right? They're taking on 2 heavy contenders out of SMP. Sacred Scatty, on the other hand, they have got, I think, a pretty decent, easy match against 3 Evil Dragons if we get the same form of Evil Dragons that we spotted out on day number 1. But this is something that you guys are pretty familiar with, the map's feature, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, I just hope the 3 Evil Dragons gets to fix their perks here today. I mean, I cannot let Arthur bring in the tactician and just cause some chaos again, right?
Or he could. Or he could.
Oh no, please no. Well, I'm gonna take it since it's gonna be faster games for us, but I want them to show what they could bring up against Sacred Sky later on today. AJ.
I mean, you gotta love production not disqualifying them instantly, even though production is like, what is this guy even doing? Some cool stuff from Prod. Thank you guys for not taking our joy away. We got to see that whole match throughout, and I do agree. I'm looking forward to seeing 3 Evil Dragons not get themselves out of the equation a little bit too fast. Search and Destroy as usual, 5 maps, Slums, Meltdown, Firing Range, Express, Tunisia. Express is just one that we don't see all that too often, but whenever we do see, banger matches for sure. I'm expecting that map as West Point Mamba Low Kings takes on WDC free slot in match number 1.
I mean, here we go. We're going to get to start this game off with WPM Low Kings taking on WDC Free Slot. And this team requires no introduction as they have taken the reign as the Garena Masters 5 champions, PJ and Yopi, your superstar submachine gunners. And then you got this high-level octane action you can bring on from Kalo and Susano, but the mind from Olea is what sets this team apart from every Garena MSP teams that we brought here at Stage 4.
Yeah, big brain plays from Olea all the time. One of the best coaches out there. The guy is so steady. Even when you meet him in real life, you kind of start to understand why the team of Low Kings is so good, right? This guy is one of the most poised, one of the most well-poised men you will ever see out there. Such crazy discipline out of him. Even I shy away from standing beside him, you know. He kind of outshines you with the halo around his head.
Yeah, he's just such a well-mannered coach, right? And that's why he managed to bring WPM to the top. But here at your screen is going to be WDC Free Slot, Chick, Anuwin, C1, Kato, Sugus, and Yeah. They may not have their former roster last year, but the new addition coming from C1 and Kato Kato and Sugus have made this squad a little bit better compared to what we saw from them at 2022 Garena Regional Qualifiers. Their S&D this year have been so far unexpectedly great.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they have been phenomenal. Of course, 3 Evil Dragons didn't really put up that strong of a fight, but they did manage to take 1 round more than what Scatty did. Scatty got thumped 7-0 by WDC Free Slot, and that was the match where Yeah was not even over-fragging any of his other teammates. The problem here was each and every single player from the side of WDC Free Slot were pretty equal in terms of performance. Nobody was hanging back, and that's something that we have seen is pretty rare in the current competition. You always have got that one guy who stopped fragging for the squad, maybe a couple of players down at the very bottom, not really picking up a lot of eliminations. This is something that really makes WDC Free Slot an annoying team to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the thing right now is that they're going up against WPM Low Kings, which is, we could say, is the best respawn team that Garena has to offer. And they have to make sure that the fight that they bring into the maps and modes has to be peculiar. But here is our head-to-head. It's going to be WPM Susano and WDC C1. And obviously, Susano came in unexpected for WPM back in CDSI, and he still stayed as a main part of the roster, and in fact has got the MVP last time around.
When life gives you lemons, you set up a lemonade stall and become a millionaire eventually. That's exactly what Susano did. I mean, dude, the dude could have been a little upset. Oh, you only bring me in when Demos can't play anymore? But, you know, he didn't sulk, right? He took it like a champ. He grabbed that opportunity and he showed to the owners of Low Kings as well as the coach that you do not need anybody to be on the sidelines to replace me. In fact, not only am I going to perform, but I'm going to outperform every other player from the side of Low Kings. And that is something that I did not expect anyone capable of doing because the Low King players have been insane recently.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that note, AJ. Everybody can pop off. Even if Kalo can play that OBJ, he can outfrag the Slayers in any map that he chose violence, right? But here is our maps and modes for our first game. And this is interesting. We go into Summit, which is the best map of WPM Low Kings. WDC Free Slot are going to start the day off with a big challenge.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, both teams kind of banning out the maps that they don't want. Since we've got 5 maps in rotation for Hardpoint, and both teams get to ban out 2 maps each, the one that does not get banned is left here. So we could also say that WDC Free Slot kind of maintained this summit out there, not banning it because they feel the most comfortable on it. They don't want to play takeoff. They know what the team of Low Kings can do to teams. In fact, they dismantle squads. 23 points was all the 3 Evil Dragons got to take away from Low Kings on that map. And that's something WDC FreeSort wants nothing of. Hacienda, they kind of got smashed there as well. So it's truly understandable. But Low Kings have got their own strategy that they're playing around here. And like you said, this is a map that they are very proficient on. So they're going to take this easy.
Yeah, Yopi and PJ are going to shine here, but never underestimate what Kalu could do, especially when he's got the Gravity Vortex as an OBJ player. More interestingly, we actually got no equalizer user here. Most of the time, Susano always rock that one in and make sure he steers some chaos and break the hill that all by himself, right? But WPM Low Kings looking like they win the maps and modes here. They get to get that hardpoint summit and that control raid, which we know have been their comfort fix since TDSI.
Absolutely. And of course, this is a team that has been doing phenomenally well on each and every single map. I haven't really seen a map where the Low Kings struggle. And usually that's because they banned that map out first. And in the meantime, they're not just sitting on that map. They're not just focusing on the maps that they're good at. In the background, off of the tournament times, they are constantly scrimming, constantly making sure they are getting that mastery over these maps that they're not so comfortable with. So when push comes to shove, they're still going to be able to perform. And that's why they are one of the most lethal squads out of SMP right now.
All right, finally, we get to start this game off. It's been a while, but WPM Low Kings and WDC FreeSort heading on this summit hardpoint. And it's going to be WDC having the favorable spawns as they do have the spawns for next. But you can see that hardpoint being contested by WPM Low Kings. Kalo will be shut down, and now the hardpoint opens up, and it's up for taking.
Yep, a great place thus far. Low Kings, on the other hand, kind of flushed out. They regroup up on top, smash those players, get right back onto the hard point. But split spawns coming through for WDC FreeSort. It's going to make it a little bit easier for them to find a break, but they falter initially. This is going to be the Red Pawn play as well. The KRM in the hands of PJ, just burning Sugus down. 24-5, WDC FreeSort all of a sudden finding it tough to win out these battles.
You know, PJ is playing serious when he's got that KRM brought out at the early game. He knows how to play this at the close range. And so far for WDC, the zoning has been kind of getting them off a bit here, as they couldn't even get a step inside of the hardpoint number 1, which particularly is the most contested hardpoint here at Hardpoint Summit. And now you have to find themselves into a bit of a mix here. Their island gunfights has to be worked up pretty well, but WPM gets a quick break at this P2 to open up this hardpoint once again.
You say the most contested, but it seems like just one team is winning out all of those points there. And that was mainly because Low Kings were just keeping WDC FreeSort and keeping all of the gunfights off of that hard point. They were guarding the perimeter, similar to what Powerhouse was doing over at, I believe, Assault yesterday. So crazy stuff out of Low Kings thus far. But what's even crazier here is the gunfights. WDC FreeSort struggling against Low Kings.
And it's not even PJ and Yopi that's doing most of the damage here. It's Kalo. He's got 12 kills so fard. All of those OBJ kills inside has managed to give them so much time in the hill. And Luffy here gets to back up his teammate up top, and he breaks his hard point all by himself. There's only 12 seconds left at this hard point, and you can still see WDC FreeSort looking to get that contest. WPM has chained that P1 to a pitcher rotation with Yopi already in for P3.
Yeah, Yopi, early anchor. KRM's going to be busting through Anawin initially, because Anawin wanted to anchor that down for WDC FreeSort. So Yopi will be able to give a huge advantage to the Low Kings, who set up P3 as well. 3 rotations, 3 hills now, all pretty much conquered by West Point Mamba Low Kings.
And well, PJ pops off that the Sparrow. He's already got 3 of his operator skill. I mean, the score streak ready up, and he has been able to light it for the squad of WPM Low Kings. 4 of the players of WDC stuck on the island, and they are just getting taken down one by one. 100-point lead. This is just P3, AJ.
I mean, what can I say? It's the Low Kings day. 123 to 15. WDC FreeSort struggling for sure, but they rotate around from the water towers. This is going to be an opportunity. Their players dropping like flies. Yeah. The one final player, Grau in hand. Please win this gunfight out against player number 3. He does win that gunfight out, and the players of WDC FreeSort get the hill, but the hill's about to end. The rest of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings already rotating over for P4. WDC free slot a couple of meters behind them, continuously chasing the Lokings.
Yopi gets that big kill right there. Good thing that Kato has that trophy system to stop that Predator missile, but he still gets laid out by the SMG. This is not looking good at all for the side of WDC free slot. We saw them put up such a great fight up against Cali, but at this point in time, up against the best respawn team in Garena MSP, they have been stuck outside of this hard points, always getting spawn trap in every spawns that they get into. Luffy just putting up so much fight with that war machine, and here comes another Predator missile. They've been able to build this one pretty well consistently today.
I am very familiar with what the Thai players can do. I have shoutcasted many a games, and I've seen the region. The mechanical plays out Thai players usually unbeatable, untouchable, especially on mobile games. But West Point Mamba Lokings playing this against WDC free slot on a whole other level, not allowing them more than a few seconds on each and every single one of these hills. And even when they do get it, it's going to be scraps. Lokings pretty much leaving WDC free slot in the dust. There's no free slot they're going to be grabbing at this point.
Yeah, there's nothing that that could help them get an inch of ground, knowing that WPM has got so much space to work around with. They got the second floor. They also have some guy holding the jail cell earlier, but he gets taken down. But still having this high ground allows you to beam the players down there below, and Luffy has been able to give a solid position for his team and has been able to be the bane at this long-range engage.
My, oh my, 190 to 33. And it looks like Lokings do not just want to shut down a team like 3ED like this. Everybody's gonna get a butt whooping out of the Lokings. 196 to 33. WDC free slot. One standing at the very edge platform. The other one just waiting for the rest of their team members to survive this and come on through. And that was a timely break coming through from WDC free slot. 15 more seconds. Let's see if Lokings still wants to put up a fight. They stop the bleeding. 11 more seconds to go. Luffy needs to win out a big one, but Kato trades him out. Lokings winning out the hill down at the bottom still allows WDC free slot a couple of more tears to cry.
Yeah, but the thing here for WDCs, they will not have the spawns for next. You can see PJ getting that green spawns in control, and another Predator missile coming in for Lokings as they open up the hard point with them inside the hill. Free slots are spawning out. This means more time for the side of the blue squad, and they are just capitalizing on this opportunity to end this game early.
Oh my, I thought Sugus had a fantastic play there. He did, but the Purifier appeared. C1 makes that backup, and he is there to hold the hill for the rest of the team members. But Kalo, with the Gravity Vortex, will punish them instantly. CBR4 sprays as well, but they've got their own operators to hold the hill down. WDC free slot finally putting on a strong fight, but Mama Mia, Lokings get it yet again. P2. Hopefully it doesn't end here, Cali.
This WPM squad are looking like they're firefighters. They are extinguishing every light and spark that WDC wants to put up in this game. 239 to 55, 100-point club potentially that WDC can get free access of, but they're fighting this time. They're trying to take control of the speed too. Number one in Adawin gets to win that, and they flip the spots for next. Can we see an ultimate comeback? We're gonna find that one as this hard point opens up.
Luffy was already there trying to circle around alongside Yopi. Yopi got taken out first, and the anchor spawns goes to the side of WDC free slot, who are desperately trying to fight their way back into this game. All of the operators will be shut down as well from the side of Lokings. Finally, WDC free slot putting on a strong fight. 40 more seconds to go on this hill, which is a lot for Lokings, so WDC cannot lose this even for a single second. You can see overextension coming through from Yopi once again. It's going to be the pincer maneuver, and they all fail. Lokings will not pull this hill away from free slot just yet.
Yeah, nice hold so far inside this hill. And this could be the claw that will prevent any team from getting onto that main entrance. They got the war machine to back them up as well. Anytime that WPM would like to go for the flood, they're slowing it down, waiting for a one big push to happen.
Oh, absolutely. And now, as the final 10 seconds will go on to tick down, West Point Mamba Lokings don't need to do much here at all. But Susano says, hell no, Mustachio. I want to do a lot. Trying to end the game right here, right now. The bleeding gets stopped yet again. And West Point Mamba Lokings just need a single point. Just one hard point player is all it's going to take for Lokings. All of the other players can go out to engage in those gunfights, but nobody hops on into the hill. Luffy steps in, and the game is over. WDC free slot gets shut down on hard point.
Yeah, what a showcase of hardpoint supremacy for WPM Low Kings. This is why they are the cream of the crop of the MSP server, the hardpoint summit. You cannot take them down here at all.
You can't, man. I mean, obviously WDC tried, and the rotation into that P3 was a blessing that they got. Initially, they only sent out one player to anchor it down. I believe that was a Nawin. A Nawin could not win that gunfight out against Yopi, and therefore they called in a little bit of backup. Backed him up. Two players went up against Yopi. Yopi did not expect that. Luffy was there as well, but he wasn't really contesting for the anchor down onto P3. That was the failure of Low Kings. If they had sent in two anchors, I think this could have been a very different kind of match, but it's still pretty dominating in terms of scoreline. Low Kings, I think they had a really good time out there. Free Slot just waking up a tad bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, the WPM Low Kings, as soon as they start off the game, they immediately got like a 40-point lead to start off that P1, and they eventually changed that over to a 130-point lead by the time the P3 was activated. It was just the first set of rotation that WPM Low Kings were just taking all of this time, and WDC letting that happen just kind of let this game spiral out of control on their favor, and they had to work on a late run, but it wasn't really enough. It was too late. And speaking of the top fraggers here for WPM Low Kings, we were expecting Yopi and PJ, but take a look at the top two fraggers. That's Kalo as well as Susano. This role player is stepping up big time in the map summit.
I mean, Kalo has been phenomenal ever since the start of this matchup, right? The number of frags that he was getting left, right, center, it was amazing. But halfway through the match, the rest of the team members were catching up with him. So he kind of turned it up another gear, turned it up a couple of notches, and was just blazing through them. The rest of the players were trying to anchor down spots. Kalo's job was just to run and gun, and he did that phenomenally well with that CBR4. Free Slot had a super tough time going up against him. And yeah, a couple of players kind of struggling as well, mainly a Nawin, right? And he couldn't really find a lot of anchor spots. When he's losing out those gunfights, it also put WDC Free Slot in a lot of problems when they were trying to rotate in for those hills, because you need to depend on your anchor. This time, WDC just couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, and Nawin seriously had the very late start at this hardpoint summit map. He was using the same gun that Yopi was utilizing at the first set of gunfights, which was the KRM. He couldn't get himself locked in early, and it really costed this team a lot, especially when they're trying to go for those rotations, right? And that will compile and end this map number one at Hardpoint Summit. Up ahead is going to be SMD Firing Range, a map that we all know WDC Free Slot ain't afraid to pull out. We know that they have Kato in there, a great sniper. Now, can we see him rival the Terminator in Luffy, though?
Yeah, I mean, WDC is not afraid to pull out, but sometimes you do need to step on away from the objective, because you're facing off against the Low Kings, and a lot of engagements kind of punishing them in that hardpoint matchup, I think will force them to do exactly that. They have been a very aggressive team thus far on SND, but they've never faced someone like Low Kings just yet up till this point. They've been pretty dominating. I think up against Scatty, we saw the prowess of this team, right? We were expecting Scatty to at least pull away a couple of those rounds, but they could do nothing against WDC Free Slot. But that's usually the thing what people say about Low Kings as well whenever they meet them on SND. So, you know, it's going to be a good fight, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, WDC Free Slot up against Scadi last time around. They actually lost a hard point as well, then eventually ended up dominating that SND Tunisia 7-0 victory, and they were able to take away that raid control, playing that overtime. So we cannot really expect WPM to just eliminate WDC that easy, because this SMD Firing Range is going to be a map pick coming in for WDC Free Slot, a long range map that has a lot of wallbang capabilities where Kato can shine as the playmaker, very much like Whoopi from Smart Omega.
We have seen Low Kings play Firing Range already, and it was pretty punishing against the 3 Evil Dragons. But this time, and now when stepping it back up, the numbers advantage now to the side of the Thai players. Committing the plan. The defense just a little bit too slow on the rotation. Do they want to flank around? It's going to be dependent on what PJ does with the Fennec.
Well, this is interesting. They are really looking to flood only one angle here, AJ. And he's waiting for them to bounce.
Opportunity, timing here. Oh my God, Luffy! Nasty shot, gets the wallbang. Wallbang challenge. Kalo backs him up. Goes down. Sugus traded out by Kalo as well. And this is a 1v1 now. C1 versus Kalo. Do we see a ninja defusal or will C1 act in time? Defusal.
Oh.
He's gonna stick it. Timing. Backs away. Plays the heady. Kalo just too good.
Aurora, I mean, Kalo getting that clutch down. He's got 3 kills in that round number 1, AJ. He's got the buff, man.
Did you say Aurora got the clutch?
My bad. My bad.
Let's see if or not the Low Kings will pull off a cleaner round this next one, because they did allow a couple of their players to get fragged out a little bit too early there. And not indicative of the usual pressure that the Low Kings play against these teams. This time it's going to be a very aggressive defense. Kato finding the first, and Susano goes down, and that aggressive defense is not going to cut out against T-Slot.
The flank, it's going to be number 2 in PJ holding that back. He has to make it alive, but he gets taken down. And wow, what a fast round that we just had here. It's going to be WDC retributing back with a great win on the offense.
And C1 just choosing to hold the backlines over at the showers was the advantage for WDC free slot. You have to anticipate these flanks. You have to anticipate all of those backstabs. WDC just playing that down to the T. Good mid smoke opens up the warehouse for them. They hop on into this site, and this gives the advantage for the attackers. Is it going to be a grenade that connects?
Ooh.
Nothing does.
Oh, no. Oh, there it goes. Yopi takes down yeah. And wow, the nade lineups are insane here, AJ.
Most definitely are. And everything slowed down as the bomb should get planted, but nobody has it. 3 players on the attacking side. And even if they do pick up that bomb, planting it would be a terrible idea. The numbers advantage to the defenders just makes that retake so much easier. All Low Kings need to do is just rush into the side and play run and gun with Susano, making it even worse for the attacking team of WDC free slot. It's all going to be up to Sugus and his CBR.
Oh.
The connection doesn't happen just yet. Spotted out by PJ. And Kato trades out PJ as Sugus goes down. But too easy for Kalo, who is still performing so well.
And nothing much you can do there if 2 of your players early go down early. And WPM Low Kings pretty much had so much space to work with there. You can see Luffy was trying to hold down the trailer control. Then they had 1 player holding down the B side. And it's basically them being able to lock down WDC Freestyle on those early engage. And C1 able to get those trades. And they're going to have this A side pretty open. WPM are looking to try to play a retake as soon as this bomb gets planted.
WDC, I don't know if they are going to be more comfortable on the defense, but at the moment, the attack just not on their side. Once again, they lose too many players. And now they have to protect the bomb that's been planted. Yeah. Don't stand up, bro. Hit mark check comes on through from the grenade as well, and Luffy shuts him down. Yeah. Just playing it a little bit too aggressive. And Kalo finds Sugus as well. Kato, the final player against 4. Looking for the defusal. Kato finds 1. Susaso taken out. Defusal not going to be stuck just yet. And Yopi says, no, bros, you can try it now.
Oh, man. If there's something that you can commend WPM Low Kings in playing this firing range, it has to be their retake. It's obviously one of the best retakes that we can offer in Garena MSP server, and of course in the entire stage 4 for the Garena server. Their ability to read and react to what kind of post-plant setup that WDC set it up earlier at round number 4 eventually paved the way for them getting that right read in those eliminations. This time, though, 2 players at the trailer to lock down the players of WDC at the A side.
Yeah. Doesn't get tagged, all thanks to the trophy. Anawin is going to be the key player here. He needs to be able to shut down Yopi the moment he slides on out of the warehouse. Nobody's taken down just yet, Luffy. Oh my goodness, one more Punisher maybe. Grenade connects again. Yeah. Don't stand up, bro. You know exactly what's waiting for you, Mr. Luffy. Shuts him down again and takes another one for himself. And now in this time, the victim. PJ finds one for himself. Sugu's running around. But bro, you've got the name of a little candy that the Filipinos love.
Luffy. They're at the front, then you got Kalo at the back, AJ. WPM Low Kings ain't just budging at all when they play this retakes. Obviously, something that needs to change for free slot is add in a bit more trophy system. They kept on getting taken down by the grenades, and they kept on getting stunned, especially after those post plant. And it's going to be a great struggle for them to stay alive if those tacticals connects.
Sugu's finding Kalo early this time. Susano in spot finds trade. No, not traded out by C1. Susano punishes him as well, expects a rush, and he gets exactly that. Sugu's doing well this round. Will be able to find 2 for himself before Luffy puts him down 6 foot under. Kato all alone in a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2 after Luffy gets taken out. But PJ and Susano still alive. This means it's trouble. 3 snipers out there on the battlefield looking for the win.
Okay, Gato, this is time for you to shine. This is where you try to determine you're going to be the best sniper in this lobby. He's got 4 kills already. You're trying to wrap around the enemy lines. You already made your rotation. And Kato gets PJ a 1v1 now up against Susano.
Rotating around, bomb being held down by Susano. Bomb gets picked up, quick scope. He does it. Susano! You cannot miss that, Susano! Repositions. Kato says, okay, I'm going over to B. Susano can't spot it out just yet. The guy's confused. Maybe it's A, maybe it's B. He chooses to stick it towards... Oh, good
the
guess
woodhouse
from Susano. He's going to flank around. And Kato's not even planting the bomb yet. GG, WP. Kato's going to get caught with his pants down.
Kato is bursting towards the
Kato!
jungle. He got the right read. He knew that the player was not really putting so much attention at that mid map as well as the tires. So before he tried to put that bomb down, gets a second look on that jungles just in case this guy pops up, and he's got that timing. He's got 6 kills here already at this first 6 rounds.
I guess we can crown him the best sniper of that battle. But Kato punished by Luffy early this time round, so no more screams for Kato this time. All right, let's see. 5v4. The defenders this time. WDC free slot. Don't have much of those numbers to work around with. The attackers, this is the kind of pace I really like from an attacking team on firing range. Don't really bring the bomb anywhere just yet. Look for those opening frags. Bring those numbers down. But a lot of too much of time played here. Kalo gets traded out. PJ will find Sugus as Yopi gets shut down by the player. And it's a 3v3.
A big play for WPM, and getting that trailers that immediately grants them an opportunity to look at the guys at the mid-map. But Anowin is just there, lurking around, spots Susano. The bomb will be down, and WPM has to pick that one up. Someone has to go there. And for them to get that plant at this A site, which is pretty much open right now.
WDC free slot, when they had the bomb, they were just running at the bomb site as if there was an open buffet. All you can eat, baby. But they just got eaten up. Like Sugus and squad. 4-2 now. 3 more rounds for the Low Kings to wrap things up. But the bomb on the ground, thanks to a beautiful attack in a 2v2. Bomb out in the open. Players from... Luffy just struggling to jump on over that. He's lucky he didn't get caught out.
He's having trouble jumping, and he's just getting so much easy time getting those eliminations right. But here's the plan. WDC is waiting for a plan to happen. They put down Jaya at the trailer, then they have C1 setting up that flank, so it's gonna be a 2-dimensional attack. Yeah, now can get this flank over. He's got the 6. Watch, this should just be a lineup for him at this point, AJ.
Wow, crazy stuff. And Low Kings get that PJ Luffy combo. It's just so difficult to take out of the equation. 5-2 now. One more puts Low Kings on the match point location. But here's the problem for WDC free slot. They just can't dictate the pace anymore as the defenders, unless they give us yet another rush towards the defenders this time.
Now we need to see more from AAA here today, man. He has to step it up, but he is always the one that's being burst flooded by WPM Low Kings as they have opened up this A site at this early game.
And now we're in aggressing, and this is what I like out of WDC free slot. Overextending, punishing the players of Low Kings. Yopi, not caught out by the grenade. Now he saw that grenade fly past his face. Knows exactly where to expect a Nawin from. A little bit of a miss toss. He was aiming for the corner of that door. Yopi expecting a Nawin. And Nawin knows Yopi is inside here. Timing. And he doesn't spot Yopi exit the warehouse.
Well, that's untimely there for WDC free slot. Their bomb has been spotted by Yopi's. Therefore, the gatekeep, he has spotted it now, and it's going to be the close-range gods going in for these engagements. But Yopi swings out the better angle, and he takes down an Awin, making this a 1v2. They get to plant that bomb over towards the B site, and Kato will be tasked to go for another 1v2 here this time, up against Susano and Yopi.
Kato. Come on, man.
Kato, let's go.
Defender finds nothing on A. Has to play the retake. 42 seconds to go. Grenade. Doesn't get tossed out prematurely just yet.
Here comes
He is going to be
Nate.
challenged by Yopi. Yopi, does he eat it? Kaboom.
Oh.
Clicks him, but there is a trophy to protect Yopi. Great plays from WPM.
Kato, you have to spot
Oh my
Susano
God.
there, but the angle just a lot better for Susano. Kato cannot clutch that up, and that gives WPM Low Kings that match point advantage. Just one more to take over this S&D firing range and go up 2-0 at the overall series. WPM still looking centric at putting that bomb at the A site. They smoke down that mid site, and there's only one player for WDC guarding that lane, and it's going to be a full flood and a full attack being engaged by WPM Low Kings at the A bomb site.
4-man rush towards A, and it's going to be an instant plant coming through from Yopi. Overextension by Anawin perhaps could make something happen here, but he just cheekily drops a couple of shots. Yopi waiting for the timing to fire right back. Susano looking for that mid-rotation, finds one. Aye, quick scope does not hit. Second one, no flicks available for Susano. Takes out a trophy system instead. I guess small wins.
Small wins to win big games, right? But WPM Kilo has put himself into a position to create a play and take down some player. And you can see WDC is ready for the plotty, Ray J.
Yopi's on a roll. I believe he gets that triple and Luffy finishes it off. Match point to match win. West Point Mamba Low Kings dominates this against WDC Free Slot 7-2.
Wow, I am so mind-boggled at what just happened here. I was expecting WDC Free Slot to put up a lot more fight. After all, they managed to defeat Scadi, which is a great S&D team at day one of the Group A. But here they are being countered at their fullest. WPM looking ain't messing around with their fire range S&D.
I mean, this team has just gone from potential to great potential to, oh my God, what kind of a team is this? To now the Kings that everybody's afraid of, man. I mean, everybody on great performance here. This is what I was saying about WDC earlier.
Man, this is you know what? Free Slot, it's just kind of a big miss for them to take this one on. I mean, we saw great instances at this rounds where they came in aggressive. They took 2 players down for WPM Low Kings and eventually convert that to a round win. But WPM Low Kings came out more of the aggressors. From challengers to champions, indeed, AJ. They are definitely putting out such a big fight. They have already won the series. Now they just have to take care of WDC Free Slot at their best map later on at Control Raid.
WDC's strategy could have worked out on a map like perhaps Slums. But on firing range, taking those very aggressive initial rounds against West Point Mamba Low Kings just weren't doing them any bits of favors whatsoever. And, you know, if you're on the attack, if you've got the bomb already, protecting the bomb is going to be your main priority. You just didn't see them be careful enough against Low Kings. And they were punished initially as Low Kings played great defenses.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot really blame WPM Low Kings in banning Meltdown and Tunisia at the maps and modes. But for WDC Free Slot, they got an opportunity to actually pick between slums or firing range. And if we see what happened at day one, we saw WPM Low Kings just straight out 7-0ing 3 Evil Dragons at this S&D firing range. And obviously that has to ring a bell for WDC, but instead they felt like they're more of the better long-range team, and they've kind of fell for that bait as WPM Low Kings is able to serve them a 7-2 loss here at this map number 2.
And by the way the Low Kings are going, I guess they're going to dominate yet another match. And here we were at the start of the day talking about how this was going to be the real challenge for Low Kings. Looks like the challenge hasn't appeared yet for the Kings.
You know what? I kind of like hyped up that this is going to be the real test for WPM Low Kings. But
Insane. I was expecting a fight.
7-2. This is not something that, you know, like, this is a match that we're thinking that it's going to be a close game.
Yeah.
Well, if we saw the map picks, this is all centric on WPM Low King's strength. And I think the map picks is something that WDC Free Slot could have done a lot better, especially taking away Summit Hardpoint. They could have at least played Apocalypse where it could have been a 50-50.
Could have definitely been a 50-50 on Apocalypse, man. But WDC Free Slot just didn't expect such a dominating run out of Low Kings. And, you know, maybe they expected a couple of strategies that they could undo. They were expecting to pull that off. And I think they really bet big on their mechanical skills. They thought that they could match up against the Low Kings. Clearly, they could not. I think it was proven in Hardpoint and then further confirmed at the S&D. So in Control, it just needs to be a very careful play from WDC. But as I say that, look at this, man. 2 segments already being capped on A.
And this is the same WPM strat over and over again. They put out so much pressure at the A site, and they will use that extra minute to push you over in the play to the extent and take over that B control point. PJ will be able to take away the spawn trapper for free slot, so that opens up the B site as well. And they're kind of doing two things at the same time. Something that you don't get to see, but it is what's happening for WPM Lokings right now.
Luffy getting a double, and that's going to be a little painful for WDC to deal with because A is wide open. You've got two players who can rotate over and attack it, but Luffy's going to be put to the test here. He's going to be the only attacker over at A, and he gets the third one in a row, and he should be able to complete this. Hops on into the hill once again. Both the hills being captured at the same time by Lokings.
Now, this is just a raid masterclass that we are just seeing. WPM Lokings, they've played this map since CDSI 2023 and have not yet lost any series at this map, except for the time that they went up against Powerhouse during the Garena Masters 5 Grand Finals. You can see the total map control being showed by WPM Lokings. They will be coming from the laundries, and that's going to be a big blow for WDC Freestyle, who gets taken down because easy spawn trap coming for Yopi later on.
Not too sure exactly why Luffy did not hop onto A to complete it as well. It must be a strategy that Lokings is trying to execute here because he clearly had an opportunity, but he chose to rotate back towards the mid of the map and protect that area instead of clearing this A off. And Lokings, I think they just want to go for the eliminations and not play the objective. This is a statement being made here by the Filipino Kings.
Yeah, WPM Lokings, again, they're going up against their own version in Thailand. WDC Freestyle are undefeated at the Grand Masters 2023 of the Thailand qualifiers. And here they are struggling against the best team in MSP, who is fresh off taking the championship gameplay up against Powerhouse of Garena Masters 5. And Raid is their comfort pick. This is their best map to offer in control, and they just showed us how to play that attack side pretty well.
My goodness, speed run, and you can say that multiple times whenever Lokings is playing a matchup, but now WDC winning out a bunch of their games, gunfights, but until Kalo shows up with the equalizer, spots out 3 players in a row, they all get shut down. Equalizer with the extra boost in terms of speed. Kato gonna be the next one to get slain 4 in a row. Can he find C1 as well? Doesn't go in for the attack. Rotates all the way around. How long is this equalizer going to last for, man? 5th player down as well. Finally, he gets shut down, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, he created like so much kills there for WPM Lokings, and it also delayed the push and being cut off is like a big thing in this control gameplay, right? And you can see WDC feeling the pain. We see actually 2 players, and that's gonna be a now win, and opening up this B site. But WPM has so much map control, they can win this one off easily with their operator skills.
Absolutely. Luffy will get punished though, so great play by Kalo and the Preddy finds Kato, and that's only going to take one player out of the equation. The other one still capping that B. Kalo trying to stop it on his own will be prevented. Only player alongside the pillars, so he needs to wait for a little bit of backup. The rest of the players on the side of Lokings deciding to give B away by the looks of things.
Yeah, and you can see that WPM Lokings are thinking bigger picture here. Fine, you can get that extra minute, but we can take you down and play TDM at this point. We got the total map control, and PJ just popping up with the Annihilator.
PJ, missing twice in a row. That would be unacceptable in a usual case, but it's Lokings, so you can have a couple of mistakes and still dominate at the end of the day. But Kato stepping up against Luffy, takes the second one in a row, maybe the third one as well, but traded out by Susano. You can't mess with him. Double the lives. Lokings has over free slot who are on the attack, making it only 5 now. No more respawns for the Thai squad.
I love what Kalo is doing here. He has been a key player in WPM. He's got 19 kills, and I just want to talk about this player a little bit later on because right now we are going to be seeing WF Susano taking that last 2 kills with the pistol. But what we're seeing from WPM Lokings at the defensive side is that they send out Kalo, put him at the red car beside this driveway, and it eventually funnels down WDC free slots to rotate a spawn into like the lower half, which is by the generator side, which is easily to funnel. And having that play gave so much opportunity for Lupi, PJ, and Susano to get these kills at the open stairs. And they started off here once again as the switch goes by. It's gonna be them at the attack side, and they're looking to strike early by putting some resources at the A side.
Aggressive Annihilator play by Kato. Only gets a single elimination before getting taken out of the equation. I think that was an absolute waste of such a beautiful operator. It could have made the world of difference. And now WDC Free Slot going to struggle a little bit more. 3 operators on standby, though, that they can just whip out. Low Kings already sneaking A away. The second segment should be cleared off. Beautifully done by WDC. And you can see player number 4 in yellow, Susano, waiting patiently for the backup from the rest of his team members. But they were just a little bit too slow. Finally, when they do appear, Yopi and Luffy, beautiful team up. Yeah. A sliver of health left on him. And Yopi's going to be hopping on in to get that second segment for the squad as well.
Hey, that's some key gunfights that Yopi has been able to win, and PJ trying to cut off the rotation here a bit, get some more segment being done at the A site, and that's just one player claiming all this time. C1, even though we invest that spiral, not enough, as PJ is able to cut him down. The clock is going to be stopped here. Just one more segment, and this A site is going to be captured in 1 more minute. That will be added to the arsenal of WPM Low Kings as they look to try to serve a 3-0 victory at this control raid.
Close to 2 minutes. Kalo once again running rampant with the equalizer. Won't be able to find a double before puts him out of the equation. 3 life deficit for Free Slot. They're trying to make the best out of this, but West Point Mamba looking slowly but surely rotating over to B already. Yopi single-handedly pulling away the hill as the rest of the defenders slowly, one by one, they show up. Yopi gets a double for himself whilst playing the objective. Finally has a little bit of a backup in Luffy. Yopi goes down, but Luffy's still alive and kicking. Needs to shut down Anawin. Brings out the War Machine. Hits and almost double. Only clips them, doesn't take them out of the equation. A lifeline for WDC.
That fight not yet over here. They can still clutch this one up, but you can't afford Yopi to just go out here and sling so much kills. Yopi now trying to push up at this sculpture. He finds 1 more player, and that's going to be 3 more players left for WDC.
2 more lives versus 3. This is very doable for WDC. Can they hold their lives? And now in, getting some great engagements initially, but Susano punishing C1. And now in with the claw. Has to get it, but they're just waiting patiently for his claw to run out of the time. Annihilator from afar. PJ misses the first one, but Yopi does not. With 2 lives, Low Kings win the 3rd one as well. A walkover victory over WDC Free Slot, who did show up, but just not strong enough against the Low Kings.
Yeah, this is just a game that we can just highlight. How much dominance can we see for WPM Low Kings? This is a squad that we expected to put in a lot of hard fights for Low Kings, but it wasn't really the case. WPM Low Kings came out a lot stronger, a lot more coordinated, and they played their objectives very well. And having so much role players that can easily step up was the deal breaker here at this series.
And everybody performing really well there. Low Kings overall. And it's not just a matter of the number of eliminations each player took, but it was the strategic approach on each and every single hill. I'm still a little curious as to why Luffy did not capture A when he had that opportunity, when the site was just totally open, where a lot of pressure was still being played on B. They stacked their attacking players there, and obviously they were engaging heavily with the players at WDC Free Slot. So I'm wondering if we're going to see the exact same thing again, and whether that leads to a couple of answers in terms of brilliant strategic plays by West Point Mamba Low Kings. But clearly, we're not going to get that out of this game since it's over already. We'll just have to wait for the next contender, Wolf.
They're going to be playing later on. Last game, don't miss it out if you're a WPM Low Kings fan. Or you're a doubter that thinks WPM Low Kings are just kind of lucky because they are in Group A right now and Kagendra's not here. But for WPM Low Kings at this game, look at the post-game breakdown. Kalo taking the back-to-back MVPs in the respawns. Had so much time at that hardpoint OBJ and got so much kills at that hardpoint. And here this time, still stepping up big time. With 26 kills, that's a 2.2K. That's a 2.2K at least that this guy had to offer. And again, what I talked about earlier, the role players always able to step up is the biggest factor in how WPM Low Kings gets an edge up against these other squads.
I mean, crazy stuff. And Kalo, the consistency from today is mind-blowing. I'm gonna chuck that to a girlfriend buff.
Yeah, man, it's gotta be a girlfriend buff, right? Because I think it could also mean he was trying to prove like the haters that he is not just a one-trick pony, right? I think this is a serve-up call for one of the viewers that think that Kalo is just being carried by WPM Low Kings in this win, man.
Sorry, I just started coughing a little bit. Need to drink a little bit of water. Well, I mean, great stuff overall out of Low Kings. Very dominant on the attacking as well as defensive rounds. And it's just shocking that WDC Free Slot just couldn't pull anything away from them. I was expecting, lots of crazy mechanical fights in this game that would keep it equal all the way down to the very end. But we got nothing of that sort. And if WDC Free Slot didn't really stand much of a chance against Low Kings, they're not going to stand a good chance against teams like Powerhouse later on as well. So that's something that they really need to think about. Even if they do qualify on through, how are they going to find some of these adjustments? And I think in that S&D especially, some things could have been very different as long as they had slowed that pace down. But they just refused to. They just kept it very quick pace. And you can't play a fast-paced match against a crazy squad like Low Kings.
Yeah, and you can see at the second half of that firing range S&D where they were the ones at the attack that they kept on trying to put that bomb down. And that always leads to WPM Low Kings able to set up what they do best, and that's to play for those 3 ticks. And that right there is just the catalyst of what WPM Low Kings can really try to poison you when you're in that matchup. But I believe, though, that this one had to go down into like the maps and modes. But before we even talk about that, let's talk about the MVP of the match. WPM Kalo, 1.86 KD rating. This guy was annihilating everyone with that equalizer, especially at that control game, AJ.
Absolutely, man. 22.33 on the average kills, 12 average deaths, as well as the average score of 2,965. The second MVP count for him. And I believe both of those MVPs were taken within this game alone in Hardpoint as well as Control. Crazy stuff, as usual, out of West Point Mama Low Kings. But Kalo really stepped it up today. And I think this is not going to be the last time we see him run away with an MVP.
Yeah, if WPM Low Kings want to see more gameplays and you want to stay alive, especially if they're going to play at the playoffs, so they need to expect Kalo to provide that third primary, offensive blow, because this guy has been pretty solid when it comes to playing these objectives. And well, he was the guy trying to disrupt all the players' rotation and controlling the spawns early at this control rate. But that will wrap up our game number 1 today. WPM Low Kings takes the challenge, accepts it, and won that dominant matchup against WDC. And up ahead, it's going to be 3 Evil Dragons and Sacred.
We were talking about that S&D matchup, and something just occurred to me. It was very similar to how Wolf would play some of these S&Ds, just really banking on those retakes. But what makes Wolf very different from West Point Mamba Low Kings is Wolf just, it's a hands-off approach. They do not attempt to go anywhere near the bomb site. They wait for the bomb to be planted first, especially whenever they play standoff. And then you see those stellar retakes coming on through. Low Kings kind of, working on the same, but they are a tad bit aggressive as well. Yes, they are looking for the retake, but they're also trying to look at, downing those lives from their opposite side as much as possible before that bomb even gets planted. And we saw that happen round after round. And Free Slot just weren't learning a lesson. They just didn't slow things down at all. They didn't play their utilities well enough to even stop Low Kings getting those frags.
Yeah, they kept getting those eliminations, and WDC has to find an adjustments as they go up against Wolf later on. But we're going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, it's going to be 3 Evil Dragons up against Sacred Scotty. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Garena Regional Qualifier Stage 4. Group Stage Day number 2, it's Cali down here with the Mustachio AJ. We just saw one of the deadliest beatdown. His WPM Low King was able to eliminate WDC Free Slot on a fast 3-0 victory. Up ahead is going to be 3 Evil Dragons and Sacred Scatty.
Yeah, thankfully, they're not going to get kicked out of the competition just yet. We're still within the group stage, and 3 matches need to be won in order for them to make it through, because the top 3 teams for each group will be making it through to the playoffs. WDC still has a good, strong chance, as long as, of course, they win out all of their other battles. Later on, they have another opportunity that's going to be up against Wolf, another team out of SMP, another team from the Philippines, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a tough fight. But if it's a little bit closer, I don't mind that at all, right? But as far as 3 Evil Dragons are concerned, I'm hoping to see much better plays in here. They haven't been able to do well against either WPM or Free Slot thus far. Scatty is not going to make it any easier, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, Scotty are hoping to get to that playoffs. They're one of those hopeful teams that would love to make it to the top 3 and dominate maybe the playoffs later on. But again, this is going to be looking like an easier road for Scotty here today, knowing that 3 Evil Dragons have managed to go up against 2 teams last Tuesday, and they couldn't really put up a fight. And what worries me here was the team was not actually paying attention to the rules, which is going to cost you a lot of the maps.
Yeah, they should have been disqualified from both the games, but thankfully from both of their matches, but thankfully they did manage to kind of run away from that, because they were already getting their butts whooped, and production was like, just let them play. Just let them play, Mustachio. So we allowed them to go on. But no such thing is going to happen today. If they do not follow the rules, perhaps the match will be ended a little bit earlier. Chirac, Snurby, Mark, Mid, Cisco, Tokyo, they step up to take on 3 Evil Dragons. And this form of Scatty is not as solid, it's not as threatening as what we saw in Garena Masters Season 5. They needed a couple of last-minute changes on the roster. But what do you think of the current setup, Cali?
I mean, they brought back former teammates, so obviously team chemistry is not going to be a thing here for Chirac and Snurpy, because this is the former team of Scotty back in Garena Masters 4. But I have to agree definitely that these 2 players have been out of the competition for quite some time, so definitely there's going to be some momentum that's going to be lagging behind on these 2 players. And I think this match up against 3 Evil Dragons should help them get a bit more of opportunity to set up and get their momentum going, AJ.
Let's see if or not Sacred Scatty will make this a quick one, because 3 Evil Dragons are definitely going to be trying to slow the pace down, played at a pace that they are much more comfortable with. Hardpoint thus far has been torturous for 3 Evil Dragons, but if you look at the stats for the other matches, you would say the exact same thing as well. Arthur, this time he's going to follow the rules. Pew Pew, Chen, Julie, Nix, as well as Star, they represent 3 Evil Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, Chen, former Yang Ming, Biu Biu, again, are players that have played at the CDSI as well as the CDFI last year, and now that they're back here in Taiwan, they're looking to try to create a difference at this region and maybe take Taiwan to its greatest peak, because actually for like the past 2 years they haven't been able to get some progress in. But after what we saw from last Tuesday matchup, it almost feels like this squad still needs a lot of stuff to work on, more particularly getting their gunfights together.
I mean, everything needs to be fixed for the team. And this is the problem when you don't scrim enough with some of the overseas squads. Some of the squads that will really be able to show you that perhaps your methods, perhaps your strategies are just not clicking right, so that those changes can happen. Hopefully, that experience of taking on both West Point Mamba Low Kings thus far, as well as WDC Free Slot, has been enough to wake the 3 Evil Dragons up. And I'm not talking just about the fact that they have to follow the rules in terms of what perks are allowed and what's not allowed, but in terms of just being able to control the strategy of the game and played at a pace where they're definitely more comfortable with. We saw them just running at West Point Mamba Low Kings, even when they were losing out those gunfights, even when they were not taking much away in that SND. You didn't see anything change. You just saw a very scrappy squad, but very confident. I love the confidence, but sometimes too confident.
Yeah, too confident can be too costly, and we see them go up against Low Kings and Free Slot last Tuesday and ended up getting so much loss, right? I mean, barely reaching 100 points in those two hardpoint games and only getting one round win on their S&D and getting none of the control rounds is kind of alarming if you try to take a look at Three Evil Dragons so far. Take a look at the head-to-head. Nyx will have a negative KD compared to Tokyo. It's got a 1.05, and we're looking at two squads, definitely at a different region. But one thing we know for sure, Scotty has got the advantage moving into this series.
Oh, 0.83 going up against a 1.05. Doesn't look very painful at this point of time. Only because Tokyo hasn't really had a easy run thus far. They did lose the matchup against WDC Free Slot. They were getting dominated in SND. Control as well was super scrappy. And even though they did manage to get the victory on hardpoint, it was a hard-fought one. Tokyo only managed to pull away a 1.3 KD in that matchup, which only got hurt a little bit more as the SND and Control kind of continued. So understandable on that side. But a 0.83 on the side of Nyx, you know, it was a day of just not showing up all that too much. Oh, mama. And they bring us into Summit 3ED. They may like the map, but this is a terrible idea.
Yeah, this is a map where they lost up against WDC Free Slot. And at this point, we know for sure that Scotty will be... He's a better team than WDC Free Slot. And this might just turn out to be a game where they're setting Scotty into a success. They're doing so much favor by picking a map where Scotty can just thrive into. In a close range map like Summit, you obviously know that Chroma, Chirac can be the submachine gun players that can really emphasize in getting those eliminations. And here's the thing though, they're actually bringing us to slums as well here, AJ. So that's actually a game where they lost up against Free Slot as well. So kind of a do-over. Maybe they have done their assignment and looking to try to make a major bounce back on these two maps.
It's like they're saying, no. We misplayed that. Replay, but against a different team. I am looking forward to seeing exactly how much they've improved, because I think a little bit of the similar thing was seen at that matchup against WDC Free Slot as well, where they allowed themselves to be displaced by Free Slot in many of those rounds, right? Free Slot wasn't even overextending some of those attacking rounds. The defenders weren't really doing much. Defenders were doing the attacking. Three Evil Dragons were a tad bit confused in that matchup in terms of how they were going to execute some of their plays. But it can sometimes work. I mean, you can surprise your opponents. But when you're not winning out those gunfights, it just seems like you're running to your death. So that's something that they need to change. I'm hoping to see scrappy plays. I'm hoping to see very cheeky plays. I mean, play those headies, play it from afar, whoop out that sniper, take that sniper gameplay against the team of Scatty. Try your best to punish players like Cisco. And maybe you can walk away with a couple of extra rounds. But if they do want to have some great gameplays, it has to be a fundamental change in terms of strategy for the squad, because their gunfights are not going to change overnight, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them play it, and they couldn't just really keep up in terms of the pacing here as well. Several times where they played at hardpoint and they always came in late on rotation, and they couldn't even break the anchor position. And they tried to force their way inside of this entrances to get those hard points, but it just couldn't be done and dealt with because the amount of pacing and adjustments that the opponents that they have been facing has just been pretty much more super overpowered in terms of getting this elimination strength. And now we get to start this hardpoint summit for Sadie and Three Evil Dragons, and we started off with Sacred just getting all of this time. Kind of alarming now. We need to see some early contests be made, but Three Evil Dragons just did not give Sacred Scotty that momentum early.
Better plays out of 3ED this time round, attacking from the P2 side. That entrance gives them a little bit of leeway to the hill, but only for a couple of seconds because Sacred Scatty just playing this on another level in terms of pacing. Back into the hill they hop on into. It's going to be Tokyo with the 3 eliminations thus far, and Snurpy's trying to anchor things down as well.
Wow.
Finds his first elimination of the game, and then just continues to put the torture onto 3ED. Final 10 seconds to go. 3ED has got one more chance, but they've already got P2 on the favorable spawn set up. But as I say that, Snurpy spawns out of that, and Sacred Scatty takes it.
I mean, Arthur, he's got a gung-ho perk, if I'm not mistaken. Man,
No.
Three Evil... I think I saw it correctly, Three Evil Dragons, man. They are really looking
Evil.
themselves... They're really evil, man.
That damn evil, bro. They're making me want to say things that I should not say on broadcast. 40 to 80, they're evil that way. 46 more seconds to go on the hill. P2. And it's going to be a solid one for the side of Sacred Scatty because they've got all of the entrances all covered. Cisco in a cheeky angle will be able to catch Chen off guard. Nyx gets shut down as well. I mean, Cisco on the 8 combo already. Somebody stop the guy.
Yeah, he has been able to light it up, right? He had like so much position at the up close. He's holding the jail cell early at P1, and that's where he was able to get majority of them kills. And when he gets into that flow state, that makes him so much, powerful and very efficient as well. You can see that the last 10 seconds will still be claimed by Sacred Scatty. It's going to be 75-9. And early rotation being made at this P3 amplifies Scatty's opportunity to extend this lead at 200 points.
75 to 12. And it looks like it's going to be the same old story, just a different map against a different team. Sacred Scatty, on the other hand, will welcome this victory for sure. 4 players stacking the hill. One just rotating out for a tad bit. Sparrow's going to be pulled out as well. Do you really need to go for the overkill, though, Tokyo?
No, he's just preventing this place from 3 Evil Dragons to just chain up. And you can see he gets a lot more kills with the Hunter Killer drone here. And he's been able to hold off the point for 80 seconds already. So definitely doing a lot of time as the objective. And he picks one more with that Predator missile. He's eventually starting to catch up to Cisco, who's got 18. He's still going to take that top frag away from him.
Okay, at this point, Cisco's hoping Tokyo gets disconnected so that he can be the MVP of this match. Tokyo's getting too much for himself. Just when I thought Cisco was doing amazingly well. Arthur, on the other hand, going to get a couple of... Yeah, man. This is the GGWP, isn't it? Snurpy on the double. And Sacred Scatty's dominating every single gunfight. Early rotation for 3ED. Way too early for my liking. But let's see if or not they can... No, dude, they early rotation, but they're not anchoring down the spawns. I want to cry. I want to become the coach of 3ED. We are all going to continuously lose either way. But at least they'll be able to anchor down the spawns.
Oh, man. At this point, we are just going to have to see if Cisco can get a top frag, right? Currently, he's got 19 in his bag. His teammates are starting to pick up a bit. Mids has 15 as well. And they have managed to break the hill. 3 Evil Dragons, they got so much players inside of that hard point, they forgot to hold the tractor down at the very back of this P4, and it led to a floodgate to be open. And Scatty just took in that opportunity to get into the point and break it immediately. A gift that was given to them by 3 Evil Dragons as they set up that pinch play quickly. And now, as you can see, that lead just go up largely.
I think I know what Scatty's going for here. I think they're trying to outdo the performance of West Point Mamba Lokings against 3 Evil Dragons. So that's your benchmark, Scatty. Can you do it? Can you stop them from exceeding the 23 points? I mean, they dropped the ball for a tad bit there, but I'm pretty sure with the Purifier in the hands of Bubu, this is just going to get a little bit more tougher for them. I mean, Bubu could have just hopped on into the hill, picked up a couple of more scrap points for himself, but he just pulled out the operator in the most unfortunate of timing because it didn't really give them much.
Yeah. And 3 Evil Dragons, they're just really lacking, especially when they're trying to position themselves in these power positions. They can see them actually spawn over towards the greens. That's being locked down by Chirac, who's got this main entrance with the Annihilator. He spots one, takes down Chen. He gets that second as well, just cutting off this rotation and eventually getting more points being soaked up inside of this hill.
Oh, you're kidding me, right? Chirac with a double. Arthur finally trades him out, but Cisco's just up on top to find that elimination once again. Preddy gets dropped, and it takes Chen out of the equation. Just a single player out, and that's not going to hurt 3ED all that too much, but nobody is in position to hop on back into the hill. They're waiting for that backup, but all of the time that's being wasted. Sacred Scatty running away with the match. Tokyo continues to slay. Sparrow on standby. Nyx is gonna win out a huge gunfight there. Bubu up top as well. This is the chance for 3ED, but only 4 more seconds left on the hill.
Oh my god, Bubu, he had an opportunity to take that power position, but he would be double chowed there by Sacred Scatty, and they take immediately the power position at this P1. Looking to chain that over to a P2 as well. You can see Cisco, he's got 33 kills. Eventually, the top fragger for the squad right now, he is able to put in so much kills for the squad, and it has translated into them getting to over 150-point lead up against 3 Evil Dragons.
And at this point, the first challenge, Sacred Scatty has lost that already. They have allowed 3ED to get more than 23 points. And at this point, they're standing at 33. So since they have failed at that mission, do they also want to allow 3ED to pick up a few more? It seems like that's not really the case. 25 more seconds here. 3ED just slowly waking up. But I wonder for how long is this gonna last? They're still losing out a majority of their gunfights. But I really like the effort here. Player number 5, View. Long rotation round alongside Chen as well. Chen's one is a little bit too long, but never mind.
Nix and his crew, man, they've been flooded. Oh, they got flanked so bad. But 3 Evil Dragons got an opportunity to take away the spawns here for Sacred Scadi on this P3. Biu, he's going to be that guy to find this player, holding that control center for Scadi. You can see him trying to wrap it up. Nix is going to be inside of the point, but Mids is fighting for the spawns as well for Sacred Scadi, and he'll be able to, stand his ground for a little bit. And the fight is just on. They flip the spawns and they get inside the hill.
And great plays by Sacred Scadi, just focusing on the power position Fez and managing to take away the spawns off of the hands of 3ED. And finally, they smash the hill as well, and Star walks straight into the War Machine shot of Mids. And this is going to give Sacred Scadi quite a bit of time, but the spawn's taken away by Star. Mids gets a double out of the Hunter-Killer drone. That's just illegal at this point. Tokyo continues to spray them down with the Sparrow, but will be traded out. Beautiful plays coming on through from 3ED. They find the break on the hill.
Yeah, that's just great opening for them. Great adjustments as well. Now you got 14 seconds to hold. This is a needed time for you to try to kick that momentum over to your favor. Ooh. Arthur wins a big kill with that Fennec, finds 4 players down, and eventually this anchor position will be held pretty strong. And now you're going to be starting on the back foot though, moving on to P4. You got a great setup ahead for Sacred Scadi. Now you have to try to find a break and play for a trades, but you all go down at this early set.
Oh, I love the sudden change of pacing coming through from 3ED here. The moment they start focusing on anchoring down those spawns, you can see the advantage going their side. Just play the map for heaven's sake, and that's all 3ED needs to do. Yes, they're struggling in the gunfights, but at least the score is not going to be so depressing. Now, with the hill in their hands, 40 more seconds to go. They're winning out some solid gunfights as well, playing those headies really well. Star's going to be backing away, but Chirac with a backstab will be able to open up the hill for the side of Sacred Scadi before Arthur shows up yet again. 3ED. A different kind of dragon this time.
Yeah, nice play here. This is what we want for 3 Evil Dragons. Put in so much contested blades. Scrappy, 20 seconds. You have to contest for, but Scotty gets inside Mids. Will find the break, and this is over.
And it all comes down to a 250-82 scoreline. You gotta love it. But 3 Evil Dragons just waking up a little bit too late in that matchup. But I love it, bro. It all started off at the P3. They anchored down that spawn, and they broke it. Yes, of course, Scatty did win it off of their hands. But you saw the effort this time around for 3 Evil Dragons. Instead of just focusing their play for the hill, they went to take that spawn away from Scatty, and they realized, oh my God, this works.
It was definitely tight there, and the performance that we saw the late game was just night and day. And we could have seen that getting over towards the earlier set so that they get to put up a lot more points. But they were really focusing up on those individual gunfights earlier and expecting that the players will go head-to-head up against them and not really taking care of these spawns on those early set, which costed them a lot of time and a lot of gunfights to lose. And here is our post-game breakdown. Obviously, all the players on the side of 3 Evil Dragons will get all these negative KDs. Then you take a look at the other side. Cisco, who managed to get 44 kills, will not get that #1 spot. Tokyo takes it at the end.
Yeah, he was just wishing for Tokyo to get disconnected at that point there. So this guy's doing too much. Hills was played perfectly by Tokyo. 40 eliminations, 24 deaths. But you got to really give props to Cisco. Only 14 times he went down. Crazy stuff out of him. He was doing a lot in this matchup, just making the lives of the 3ED players such a difficult one within the summit.
I mean, just like Halo for WPM Low Kings, Cisco's got that GF up as well. Shout out to Ellen, right? This Secret Scotty squad, again, just like what we saw for WPM Low Kings at that match #1, they had a great solid start by taking at least 40 points on that P1 and immediately chaining that into a P1 to P4 rotation, which gave them, again, look at this screen, 194 to 16-point lead.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it just seemed like 3D was just not going to play this match anymore. But do they put up a fight, right? So, little by little, slowly but for surely, they were making their way back in there. It started off a little bit on P2. We saw it move on to P3. We kind of conveniently skipped. never mind. P3 was where we saw the best plays out of 3ED. And then here as well, they were anchoring down their spawns on P4. So a great plays, but only towards the bitter end of that summit hard point. I'm wishing to see more out of 3ED. And of course, we're going to get that opportunity here at Slums. What I want to see is a little bit of a slower, methodical play instead of mad rushes towards the bomb site, because they are going to be starting off on the attacking side.
And this is a map where you have to rely on your sniper to get those early set of kills. And Arthur is going to be a big factor here for the side of Three Evil Dragons if they want to start it all off, getting that first blood and chaining that into a round when the team that they're going up against with have taken a loss up against WDC Freestyle at day one when they lost to S&D Tunisia. But this is totally a different map, right? And obviously, you need to try to set up different plays every time. Find a counter to a counter that's being provided with you at the exact point of time.
And at the same time, Scatty loves Slums.
Yeah.
Cisco loves Slums. I mean, his snipes on Slums, yeah, they hit a different level. So this is going to be a pretty easy one for Scatty, unless Three Evil Dragons, just like that P3 play as well as P4, show us something different, show us that they are in here for a strong fight. And I'm not looking through for mechanical supremacy, but through the strategy, just don't rush and give away your lives, right? Try to survive for as long as possible. Catch a couple of Scatty players off guard at the start and build that momentum up for yourself. If they can't do that, it's going to be a little tough, Scally.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Started all off. Three Evil Dragons somehow going to be starting on the D at the attack side here this time. And they get prevented to enter that mid-map right away with number 1 in blue in Tokyo getting those first 2 kills up against Three Evil Dragons. You can see them actually holding that back down a bit. Arthur takes Tokyo down, making this a 3v3.
They did the exact opposite of what I wanted them to do. They take a very fast rush in, losing 2 players, but a slower place. You can see Arthur getting that frag, getting the HD, sorry, not the HDR. I believe he was using the Locust earlier. Star's going to be shut down easy by Chirac, and leaving Arthur all alone for a potential clutch now.
1v3. He's caught the sniper. Chirac has got a sniper to play with as well. Once you try to pick at this building, it's over. Oh, he has been spotted. Chirac's got the info. Pick, and you're going to be dead. Arthur takes it, a 1v2 now.
Beautiful play by Arthur. Slowly checking his corners. Mid's going to be waiting patiently for him. R90. Arthur, do not come out of that door, bro. It's not going to be the kind of shotgun shot. You're going to be able to survive. And you look at the wraparound coming through from Cisco as well. Mid's easy shot onto Arthur, who shows up.
Yeah.
R90 was always going to win out at that range.
Yeah, we all know how R90 hits. It hits like a freight train up close. That 2-shot burst eventually gets that easy kill coming along the way now. Sacred Scotty takes that first round. Again, the key there was to take 2 players right away in the first 15 seconds of engagements. Stuns, grenades, and my guy, Himids, takes a guy on the shadows.
Ah! He gets it yet again. That's a double for him so far. Cisco sorts out Bew. And all they need to do is just look for Chen. On the Locust this time round, spots out 1 player, hit mark for him. Chirac shuts down Arthur, and Tokyo finds Chen for a quick second round for Sacred Scotty.
27 seconds. That's how long Sacred Scotty took to get that round number 2 in their favor. And, well, it was just a bit of a mix of players that really stood out among that round number 2. And obviously, it started off with Mids finding those first 2 kills with the R90.
See if or not they can recover from this. Only 3 players left here. Bomb still in their hands. They just need to depend on Arthur to get a couple of snipes, perhaps even Chen. But Snurpy, super cheeky. Fennec will not hit, and Chen punishes. And at the very same time, Star did find Mids. So this is a 3v2. This is what I want out of 3ED. Now with the advantage, the bomb can rotate all alone.
Where's the bomb? It's being held by Chen here at the long A. Man, well, that's kind of interesting. But they get the job done. This is what we want to see. Three Evil Dragons stepping up big time and finally using all the perks that are not banned and fighting up and close and pretty much squared up as well.
But can they please stop rushing in towards the bomb site? No, pew. Okay, they are all bomb rushing this, and they are straight up at the site, get punished once again. I don't know how many times it'll take them for them to learn their lesson. Bomb is going to be backing away ever so slowly. Nyx gets shut down by Chirac. One final player in the name of Chen. Super low on that HP, has got a sniper in hand, gives away his position. No trigger discipline. And the aim's a little bit too soft and snurpy. Ends the round. Can they please slow it down?
Yeah, I mean, like the three times that they have tried to push aggressively, it was always Scotty that was able to cut them off at the fountains. And when they had an opportunity to slow it down, that's where they took that round win. But they couldn't just figure out what kind of pace that they're going to be playing in right now. And it seems like they're going to try to play it slow. You can see Arthur being the playmaker. He takes down Cisco with the Arctic 50.
Arctic 50, though. This is something that I like. A better pace for 3ED.
There we go.
Arthur both stepping up. That's how you gonna get that domination over Sacred Scary, but he misses that player right behind him. Bro, Snurpy. Oh, it gets caught out by View. My goodness. If he had stood up and gotten the clutch, I would have died. Chirac all alone in a 1v5, and they burn him down to the ground. That's the pace that the 3ED should be playing at.
And now we're talking here. 3 Evil Dragons finally letting Arthur the Dragon let loose here. And when he's got that scope, he is pretty much deadly. You can see him always consistently hitting shots with it. And now you're going to have to try to play and replicate the same exact play that you did in the last round. And getting Sacred Scotty off guard in this position. But Mids takes the first blood here at this round number 6.
This is that slow pace we were looking for, but unfortunately Chen is overexposing himself, and that opportunity, of course, is going to be ripped away. Arthur gets that Punisher, and this equalizes the number. What a shot by Arthur! That's what we're looking for yet again. And 3ED, Pew stepping it up. Snurpy down and out of the equation. In a 4v2 now, they have the advantage.
Yeah, 1v4 to get the bomb down as well. It's all down to Chirac to clutch this one up. He's picking every corner that he can do, but he's going to be able to stay alive and take down Star. It's a 1v3 with 39 seconds left. Can we see him clutch it up? Here we go.
3-2, Chirac versus 3 players. Oi, almost got the shot onto Nyx, and Arthur punishes him with a triple in this round. Arthur has woken up.
Man, King Arthur with that Arctic 50 able to take down 3 players at the last round. And those are key kills that he got to tie up the game. Before we switch the sides, now they're going to be on the defensive side, which is the favorable side at this map. Let's see how they do well. They take down those 2 trades as well. 3 Evil Dragons somehow loses the gunfight, and they're down to their last 2 players.
No. Slow is the game. Slow is the way of the game of 3ED. Even on the defense, it should be slow. They rushed on in to their deaths, and Scatty's going to take that anytime. And, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Scatty's much better on the gunfight, so 3ED just needs to play a little cheeky. Now, a disadvantage here. Down in numbers, Arthur almost got that. Didn't even get the hit mark off of the opponent. As Chen wraps around, Mids doesn't expect this. Ooh. Quick scope, shuts Mids down with a beautiful headshot. Second player is going to be the beautiful sprays out of the Fennec, and Cisco shuts Chen down instead. Arthur with the secondary finds it. But Chirac with the LCAR-9 will be able to protect Scatty's point.
A nice try there for 3ED to try to take that round away for Sacred Scotty. But again, the start is where you have to worry a bit. You got to slow it down. Maybe try to play for that retake, because up close, you're not going to be able to survive when you got Mids and Tokyo trying to deal that damage for Scotty up front. And you're going to have to rely on your sniper to do well for you. Chen and Biu finds these 3 players early.
Nice play this time from 3ED. This is how you punish Sacred Scatty. Chirac all alone again. Chen! Oh, beautiful snipe. And he will go in for the follow-up that delivers the 4th round from 3ED. All equalized. And dude, I mean, I was waiting for 3ED to wake up, but Sacred Scatty, now questions are going to be asked.
Yeah. Well, we can't really count them up, right? I mean, 3 Evil Dragons, we know that the S&D is going to be one of their main thing. And obviously, Arthur has been a key player, but Chen has managed to step it up as well, finding 2 kills that last round. With the help of Biu, they've been able to put in so much pressure at this defending side. Sacred, though, going to try to change it up a bit by putting that bomb down at the B side. The bomb going to be planted 45 seconds for this retake.
Quick snipe out of Cisco, but Biu and Arthur stepping it up, and Cisco blind shot just connects with Biu. Didn't even take a single second to react to that situation. Just goes in for the scope, shuts down that player. Spots out yet another though. Anticipation as Star finds Chirac. Chen gets traded out by Cisco. Arthur, early access. Dobra lights up his opponent and should be able to pull the defusal now. Cisco's the only player left here. Star spots him out. Cisco turns on him. It's a double, and Cisco saves Sacred Scatty.
1v2 gameplay there for Scotty Cisco. This guy ate so many rice today. Maybe a kilogram of rice before that matchup, right? Because he's totally ready for that gameplay. And we saw him putting up 44 kills at that Hardpoint Summit earlier. Just putting so much engagements for the side of Scotty at this point, this time playing with that Fennec.
It's a rush once again coming through from 3ED. Not gonna favor them at all. Arthur for the finisher, but Chirac is the one that drops it. Match point now. Sacred Scatty.
19 seconds for Scatty to take that round. 3 Evil Dragons again has to stop on trying to take Scatty head on. Play with the range. That's where you're definitely great at the moment.
And play with the pace, man. You just can't handle these fast-paced gunfights. That's why SND is your best game mode. Cisco will punish Arthur early. So no clutch king for 3ED at this point of time. 1 minute 44 seconds to go. The bomb is going to get planted, downing the clock down to just 40 seconds now. Next finding Cisco. This just makes it a little bit easier for the defenders. Biu. Great attack. Tokyo now spotting the right angle. Great slide challenge. But Tokyo still managed to spray transfer towards the left. Snurpy finding one as well. Chen all alone in a 1v3. 25 seconds to go. Spotted out by Chirac. What a shot out of Chen.
Oh, but he gets picked out by Snurpy, and that's game. Said and done. Scatty takes away SND Slums. They had to fight it arduously on the first 8 rounds, but when they got an opportunity to put those bombs down at the B site, it's where we saw that the hidden tricks at their bag took on and managed to get this victory. Scatty now up 2-0 at this series, but 3 Evil Dragons, that's the type of plays that we need to see them replicate. Those rounds that they win were pretty solid that we saw, AJ.
Okay, honest question. Is Mids Indian?
He's actually Arabic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The nose gave it away.
Yeah.
The nose gave it away. It's either Indian or Arab. Good-looking guy, Sacred Scatty, a holy-looking squad, and they put a couple of holes extra in 3ED there. But Arthur stepped it up. This was a great game for him. And overall, this has been one of the best maps played thus far by 3 Evil Dragons. You just gotta love it. And I just wish they figure this out, because obviously they're not going to be tuning into this broadcast and they're not going to hear what we say. But I hope and pray someone sends that information to them, because when they slow that pace down, it's such a different team. When they focus on, the spawns instead of the hill on hardpoint, it seems to be winning it out for them. It's just a couple of strategic changes that can make a world of difference from them being eaten alive to putting up a good fight.
Yeah, macro game, they obviously have what it takes. And we saw that on the 4 rounds that they won here up against Scatty at this S&D Slums. All of those rounds that they won were setups where they tried to play it slow and let their snipers do the thing. Arthur, Chen getting those sniper kills, picking off important players that support Sacred Scatty on this long-range engage. That's going to be Cisco and Chirac. And when these 2 players are out, all they just had to do was team up, take down at least Mids or Snurpy or Tokyo that pretty much were wreaking havoc up close on those engagements.
11 eliminations courtesy of Tokyo. And once again, Cisco losing the MVP to Tokyo. Captain Cisco is going to be making some roster changes soon. Kicking Tokyo out for taking too many MVPs. Just when he's so close.
Wait, I don't think I have the data for how much Cisco's MVP is, but I do believe he hasn't won any MVPs yet, AJ. Like ever since Garena Masters 4, I haven't seen him take that MVP spot yet.
I took a slice and you rubbed some salt into the wound.
I was looking at my data. Let me see. How much MVP does Cisco have? Oh, surprisingly none. And Tokyo, man, try to give it to Cisco. Maybe at this raid gameplay that we're gonna have today should set him up pretty nicely.
we better not have too much of fun, Cali. You know, some people get very salty when we have fun, you know. 250 to 82. Scotty, a dominating performance at Summit, 7-4. A wake-up call for 3ED because this was just such a winnable game for them if the rest of the players had just played the pace as slow as Arthur did. Because if Arthur was not the only one top fragging and finding all of those key eliminations, it could have been so different. They could have actually punished Scotty here.
Yeah, and if they could have chained that win that they had at that round number 9 where it was a 1v2, if only not for Cisco clutching it up, they could have shifted the momentum over to their side and just came up with these victories. I mean, Ken, Biu as well as Arthur were doing hell of a job carrying the load of offense for the side of 3 Evil Dragons at the second half of this SND slums, but unfortunately couldn't just get it to go because Cisco was able to ice them up with a 1v2 clutch.
And even yet, he could not grab the MVP. So we love you, Cisco. We really do. Make sure you give me more mangoes when I come down to the Philippines again, okay? The guy is the sweetest, and I really love the progression for Cisco from Garena Masters Season 4 up to Season 5. Now they've made it into Stage 4 as well. Let's see if or not they can, you know, just move on a little bit further. Perhaps not this year, maybe next one we might even see them at Stage 5, Cali.
They definitely have the potential, and for WPM Low Kings, the progress wasn't just like an instant thing for them. I mean, remember, yes, last year, they couldn't get themselves to win any map at all playing the Stage 4 since they don't have their players still having that much experience, right? For Sacred Scotty, this is a great learning lesson for them, getting the reps into the Stage 4, which is like one stage away from playing at the Stage 5, right? So again, this team, if they can play it consistent and if they put in so much repetition, we can expect them put in so much noise, just like what we saw from WPM Low Kings this year.
I mean, they have clearly proven it to us as well as themselves. When they really put in the effort, they can go further. And if they can come this far, I'm pretty sure they can even push it to the next spot. And that is exactly Stage 5. But can they be the next West Point Mamba Low Kings? That's going to be the biggest questions as we step it up here in control. 3ED. Okay, I don't know how they're going to run away from this one because it has to be a fast-paced match.
Yeah, it's going to be fast-paced. You can see Tokyo already getting that yellow building. And that's going to be a spawn trap officially dealt with here by Sacred. Stirpy's going to have that top floor at Grandma's. And there's still some players looking to be a little bit ahead and will be having to force to play that reset. But there's going to be 7 lives that Sacred Scaddies could be able to erase a bit here. That's going to be some important gunfights. But surprisingly, 3 Evil Dragons are holding their own here, keeping in touch with the lives.
Absolutely. And you can see Biu really going out there, putting up a little bit of effort. But Tokyo on a run now. 3 eliminations back-to-back, making it 4 as well as he finds Nyx running out in the open. Bubi is going to get tagged up. It's through Grandmas. Arthur is going to be found. Turns around the corner. Nyx, no punisher this time around. Nyx picking up a double for himself. But 14 lives left here for 3ED.
HVK 30 gameplay for mids here once again, locking that down, the back alley. There's going to be 2 more players going there for Sacred Scotty while Cisco is holding off the mid square as well as the tractor to just funnel down these players and initiate that punch up once again. Cisco's got 7 kills here, which is currently the highest right now as he gets this 8 kill on the day. 19 life counts to 6 with 8 seconds with 8 seconds in this round number 1. This should be a round being taken by Scotty dominantly.
Yep, Scotty just kept 3ED within their own spawn, and it was a beautiful run from them. 3ED did put up a couple of great fights, but it just wasn't enough to make it out to even play a couple of seconds on either one of those control sites. Right now, let's see exactly what Scotty is able to do on the attack and whether 3ED is able to defend or not, or are we going to see yet another spawn trap?
I mean, we have to see 3 Evil Dragons try to step it up and try to stop Scotty from getting that mid-map control, which they eventually gave up here as they dropped the gunfights. You can see some players just being taken down and will have to be forced to spawn on towards the bakeries. Very different approach that we're seeing from Scotty this time. Not really taking the usual way out by taking away that A control point. They're looking to get the hardest point to control here first, which is going to be the B side. They have taken 2 segments in there already, while also taking 8 lives from 3 Evil Dragons.
Beautiful, and Tokyo is going to be holding this all on his own. He's going to be trying to complete this B run here. He's got the Sparrow in hand. One more shot required. Arthur in a very cheeky corner, but he's lost B. I don't know what was the plan. I guess he just planned to get the elimination and not really play defense on B. Arthur, the objective of the game is something else, my friend. Snurpy mid, stepping it up once again. 14 lives now. 10 less than what Sacred Scatty has.
Oh my god, I just saw Arthur with another Gong Ho perk.
No.
Oh no. I mean,
It's
well,
okay,
it's okay. Sacred Scatty are doing the deed right. Look at them just going in for the capture at the A side, and that's going to be a win to capture on the attack side. Very important stuff to see here. 3 Evil Dragons going down early and so fast at this control standoff.
We're going to give 3ED the free pass. They can use whatever banned items they want, okay? All other teams must follow the rules. 3ED, they can run rampant in this competition. We don't care anymore. Annihilator play. Oi! Cisco misses the first one. And Chirac shuts him down. Cisco! No, Cisco! God, Cisco!
Oh, there we
and
go.
He finally gets a quick scope instead. Gets the hardest shot. Doesn't get the Annihilator shut down. Cisco, and now he's pissed.
Well, he's got the sniper, and he has been locking it down. 3 Ps for Cisco, 4 in a row, and he's got the Hunter Killer drone to help him take away Arthur.
Come on, Cisco, show us a couple more, man. Mids with the War Machine, just torturing 3ED at the same time. 5 lives left here as... Sorry, 5 lives lesser for 3ED as the defense has been absolutely perfect for Sacred Scatty. A smoke popped out as well. A very safe play coming through from 3ED just to stop Cisco from sniping them from afar.
Yeah, but this is great attention to detail, but you're going to have to worry about the guys who are on Grandmas, and that's going to be mids. Hunting some players, hiding in plain sight, and just getting these kills done and dealt with. 12 lives remaining for 3 Evil Dragons. They are able to escape this pawn trap for now, but they gotta make a mark and get some captures or the time will run out.
I mean, it is just 19 lives left here for Sacred Scatty versus the 7 on 3ED. They are trying to cap this A. One more player to shut it down. It's going to be Chirac. Does he win out the gunfight? Bew still alive and kicking. Chirac finally getting the job done, but the damage was, I guess, inflicted. One segment pulled away. You gotta take into account these small wins.
Man, alive left here, Bew. You are the last guy alive, and you have to take care of 16, and this squad is trying to hunt you down. Oh, attack of the undead is on. Oh, he has been slicing and dicing, but Chirac finally ends him. Now, this is what I'm looking forward to here,
goodness.
AJ. This is what I'm looking forward to. Will Cisco finally get that MVP up against Tokyo? Because the scoreline has been pretty close.
There's another round. There's another round. Cisco's gonna cry. Look at his face. Look at him. He's so upset, man. Sacred Scatty taking the dub. Unfortunately, 3 Evil Dragons couldn't do much against them. It was a fun match for sure. Chirac just spoiling the party at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, you still had plenty of lives. After all, you still got 14, if I was not mistaken. You did find like 3 players taken down there, but Chirac is just like shut up from Powerhouse. If things do not go their way initially, you know, he tries to spoil the party and get it done. But now the post-game breakdown.
Oh no! Oh no!
Still said once again, I kind of feel bad for Cisco at this point.
Even Chirac gets more points than him. Sorry,
oh my
Cisco.
God.
Cisco, we love you, man. 17 eliminations. If only you had gotten those annihilated kills, though, Cisco. Think about it.
Man, those 2 bullets that you could have connected, man, could have gave you 19 kills already.
Oh, I'm crying, bro. Cisco, so unfortunate. 3 games in a row, almost the MVP. You know, that hurts more than not just being anywhere near the MVP at all, okay? And Tokyo picks up the triple. He's going to say, thank you for coming, Cisco. The game is mine. 19 eliminations. Crazy stuff out of him as usual. And it was a great attempt from 3ED. But unfortunately, it was just not a kind of game mode that they could slow the pace down. Not the kind of game mode that they could get any sort of advantage on. When they were on the attack, they got spawn trapped. When they were on defense, we saw them get spawn trapped as well. And there was just one attempt to go out there to overextend on the attacking rounds for 3ED, but they just could not sustain their lives as anticipated because Sacred Scatty was just a little too good.
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We saw Cisco holding down the tractors. Then you got Snurpy hiding in plain sight around the Grand Moss. Then you got Chirac trying to take down the players at the back alley. Pretty much a great solid control that we had for Sacred Scotty all throughout the maps. And finding those spawn traps eventually lowers the life count of 3 Evil Dragons. And getting them kills is important. And Cisco, again, obviously doing a better
showing
job.
this highlight.
That's not highlights, bro. That's 3 misses. I thought it was only 2 misses, AJ.
I'm dying. Even Prod threw that into the highlight, right? Oh my goodness, Cisco. Oh, we all love you, bro. I mean, Cisco stepped it up for sure.
Yeah.
Because Tokyo didn't allow him to run away with anything. And this is the part where I just got so disappointed with Chirac. Let the man play.
What's not gonna happen when Chirac's there? He's such a sweat.
I mean, overall, great game, great attempt from 3ED, but Sacred Scatty was just going to wrap it up all the way through. Summit, it was a no-show from 3ED, except for a couple of points towards the very end. SND, Arthur woke up. The rest of the players just could not hang with Arthur, and I think the strategic approaches towards the bomb site as on attack was just not well planned at all from 3ED. They just kept rushing in to their deaths. And, you know, when you get slapped in the face once, you perhaps might not want to go and visit the same person again, but they just kept doing it again and again and again. And finally, when they found out that they should be changing the strategy, the bomb switched sides. So a little unfortunate in that SND as well. But Control, unfortunately, just not the pace that 3ED was comfortable with.
Yeah, there's so much room for growth for the side of 3 Evil Dragons.
Yeah.
But everything was just like kind of inconsistent because Tokyo was able to shut them down every time they did try to create a play, right? 1.67 KD rating, and he's got 4 MVP counts, counting the matchup that they won up against WDC Freestyle at Hardpoint Hacienda at last Tuesday, right? And again, he's gonna be a guy that will be required by Sacred Scotty to perform greatly, especially when they're going up against the big guns.
I mean, this is just consistency out of Tokyo, and this is what you want from every single player on your squad. And Tokyo, the only thing that he has to really bank on right now is to not get nervous, just continue doing whatever he's doing, you know, not get pressured by expecting to deliver more of these MVP counts, right? Because when you really start to focus on small things like this, you drop the bigger objective in the game, and you just have to play your role well. I mean, whether or not you pick up the MVP, of course, we were joking about it in terms of Cisco not being able to pick it up, but it just makes no difference whatsoever. Of course, Tokyo was doing his part out there on the battlefield, but everybody on the side of Scatty played their part in terms of defeating 3ED. We want to see that same form of Scatty later on against the Broke Boys Club.
Yeah, this is going to be a kind of a rematch that happened at Garena Masters 5. Sacred Scotty and Broke Boys Club right now here at Stage 4 are aiming to try to fight for a spot at the top 3 of the Group A, more specifically to try to have a chance to play at the playoffs. And if we do see Broke Boys Club loses that game, lose that series, it's just going to be over for them.
That is most definitely correct. I hope who else can 3ED beat in this group? Unfortunately, it's going to be a little difficult to answer that question because 3ED has been struggling in their gunfights. But hopefully we see a better side of them maybe next year at Stage 4. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Cali Gaming. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, another crazy series for all of y'all. Welcome back to the hottest COD M action that you are going to be spotting out there on the internet right here, right now. This is the Garena Regional Qualifiers, the road to the 2023 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Cali Gaming, your casters for the day. And we are now at a point, game number 3, Series 3 has got 2 titans. WDC Free Slot out of Thailand taking on Wolf from MYSGPH. Your thoughts on the upcoming series, Cali?
A lot of implications that could impact the standings with this matchup right here. WDC Free Slot has to take this win up against Wolf because the next time that they match up against another team, it's going to be Broke Boys Club. And obviously for WDC, they have to secure a top 3, and a win with Wolves right now takes them an opportunity to stay at the top.
Absolutely, man. Beating Wolf is going to be quite the challenge, though, because they have been looking like they are on form. They have managed to take a pretty decent win over the Broke Boys Club, although that Hacienda hardpoint was a little bit too close, right? I think it was about 5 or 6 points between them, and Wolf kind of just scratched a little bit on the surface and then got away with that matchup. And you thought that was going to be all it. Maybe, you know, Broke Boys are great at hardpoint. And then S&D went into overtime. Control went all the way into a round number 5. Overall, Wolf still got the 3-0 victory, but those were hard-fought battles. Up against WDC Free Slot, this could be a 50-50.
Yeah, it potentially could go down to any team that wins the maps in modes. And I think WDC Free Slot, after facing WPM Lookings at their most favorable picks, at this point, they got to have to learn that step 1 at winning games has to be playing to your strength, not with your enemy. And you got to ban out the best maps of Wolves here today so that you get an opportunity to decrease that win rate and increase yours to finally take this series maybe to a 2-1 split.
For teams like 3ED, I guess it won't really matter because they overall struggle when it comes to the mechanical skills. But for WDC Free Slot, they can definitely hang with the best. AG, Jabin, Rage, Yato, Yobabs, Batman, representing Wolf. And I'm so curious as to what Batman can do within the squad. I want to see him play.
Yeah, he could potentially be a great playmaker, especially when he tries to use that slaying role. He can provide you with consistent attacks, especially when you try to play him at his hard points. And the only player that I can think of that he could substitute is going to be Yobabs. But Yobabs plays a key role in being one of the key support for Wolves when they try to play this, right? But with this addition, it just provides and emphasizes how much Batman as a player is rising to the top. Again, he just played Call of Duty Mobile last year, and here he is, part of what seems to be, you know, the Eastern Champs.
I mean, this is something that the Wolf has been looking for a long time. They don't want to be known as the Eastern Champs anymore. They want to be known as the champs of the world of Call of Duty Mobile. Going on to stage 5, grabbing the trophy for themselves. They have been waiting for this opportunity ever since the inception of Call of Duty Mobile, but they'll have to wait a little bit longer. Cheek, Anawen, C1, Kato, Sugus, as well as they take the stage once again for the second time today. Early on against West Point Mamba Lokings, it was a pretty, I would say, underwhelming performance from the side of WDC Free Slot, but I've got great hope for them as they take on Wolf this time.
We need to see Anowin step up big time as a Slayer. We saw him only ending up with 14 kills at the second half of the hard point at Summit up against WPM Lokings. And if this team wants to go to places, he has to lock in at the early game, and they got to act and play with their pacing a little bit better this time.
Absolutely, man. I do agree with you 100% on everything you said. The pacing is going to be key here coming through from the squad. And, you know, more so when you take on a team like Wolf, who is very strategic before they get into those gunfights. And when they do get spotted out those gunfights, they are pretty lethal. Not as lethal as they were a couple of seasons ago, I'll have to say, because there's this sudden downward performance of Wolf that I just haven't been able to figure out in the recent times, Cali.
I mean, there's a guy that I want to point out here. More specifically, that's going to be Rage. He has been known as the Iceman, and he knows how to top frag consistently. But up until the recent past, we saw him go negative, especially when he plays those respawns, and having him underperform just does not give the chance for a Wolf to step it up and win this round. And I think he has to step us as well here today to not give Wolf a loss up against Free Slot.
And that is going to be a letdown for Wolf overall, because Rage has been known as a great respawn player, at least in the past. So if he's having a little bit of a tough time there, it's really going to force players like Jabin as well as AG to step up to the plate, get those high frags for the squad, which they have been doing thus far. Speaking of AG, here he comes in a head-to-head versus a Nawin himself.
1.21 to 1.13. The difference here, though, is the only difference between these two players are the roles. I mean, AG plays an objective. He is that main OBJ. Then Anawin also playing a little bit of a different approach, as he's doing most of the perimeter work as a slayer for WDC free slot. And you can see, though, the difference in kills. AG, despite being an objective player, has 29.33 average kill, and you take at Anawin only averaging 22. As a slayer, you really have to step it up.
Lesser engagements as well as deaths from the side of Anawin for sure. But overall, lesser KD just means that AG is going to be a little bit more aggressive. And that's the kind of objective player you hate, man. Because breaking those hills on hardpoint is going to be a chore for sure. Overall, Anawin with a 2 MVP count. Well, we have to see if or not that stays that way by the time we get to the end of this matchup. AG will definitely be looking to pick up a couple more for himself.
Yeah, I mean, they are aiming to get that top 3 spot. Both of these squads are top-heavy teams, but if one goes down here, I think the implication is going to be affecting WDC more, because the next time that they're going to play, they're going to have to go up against Broke Boys Club, who might potentially give them a run for their money.
Let's see if or not they are given a run for their money, or they run straight towards the money, straight towards the top of the leaderboard, as well as the playoffs later on. It's going to be a hot fight between the two for sure as we set this game up. WDC free slot currently has got 1 game loss, where each and every single map went out of their hand, 2 series wins. And in the matchup against Cali, they did show a lot of weakness in their hardpoint game. And this is going to be exactly where they are tortured by Wolf. And we get dragged into Arsenal. This was not the pick of Wolves, but they could have banned it out. Them leaving it open, I'm excited as well, because I want to see what they can do here.
Yeah, some change of pace and finally seeing some adjustments in terms of the map picks here. And obviously for WDC free slot, you're going to have to rely on your slayers to do the route for you here at this hardpoint arsenal. But I like the pick of Control Crossroads coming in for free slot as well. That's one of their more comfortable map pick in terms of playing control, and Anawin can really stand out, especially when he's got that SMG locked in his hand. But we started all off with this map number 1 first, and Wolf, they are not afraid to take the challenge head on as we go into Arsenal here.
When you go into Arsenal, you really need to focus on your perimeter gameplay as well, because finding that hill broken and you being forced to spawn off the opposite side of the map is really going to hurt your rotations. Looking at how big the map is, especially when you're going up against a team that's really good with the mechanical skills. But looking at the operators here, nothing much in terms of a difference. We don't see the gravity vortex. We don't see the equalizer. Annihilator is going to be dragged in, and it's going to be a mirror opposite on the side of the opponents as well.
Yeah, the claw as well as the war machines are going to be important in this Arsenal map. You would need those when you're trying to take down players at the longer ranges, and war machines have shown to be a pretty valuable operator in their right hands. And I think it's going to be important that this team put it in at this Arsenal map, because you need those longer ranges to finally put in a lot of pressure to try to break that hill or try to take away the spawn.
I'm waiting to see exactly who has got the better rotations, because you did manage to highlight a key point that they have to focus on Arsenal. They also have to focus on the early rotations for these spawns as well. Not as a full squad, but the anchor needs to get the favorable spots available for the team before they get slain out on the previous hill, because we have seen that exact play executed by Powerhouse, and it's super effective, right? Just towards the final few moments, especially on the rotation from P3 moving on into P4, you do want to have that advantage, because it's quite a long way that you have to route around the map.
Yeah, the spawn out is super long, and it was going to take you some time. And if you try to lose your gunfights, it's just going to run into a big monohill on the side of your opponents, and that's something that this team has to watch out on. If you don't have the spawns for P3 and P4, you gotta fight for it first before you try to take the challenge head on inside of the point, so that you get to flip that spawn and actually put in a bit more fight.
at the moment, the best team that has played Arsenal for me has been Powerhouse. Perhaps that can be replaced by either Wolf or WDC free slot. That's exactly what I'm expecting here in a couple of seconds. I want to be excited for this matchup, but it's all going to be determined by that first hill. It's going to be super scrappy. The right-hand side has proven to be a little bit more advantageous than the left-hand side, but we've also seen some brilliant plays of overextension where you do see the players flanking around from the side of the showroom, hitting in that entrance as well. So I want to see those kinds of phenomenal plays out of both teams here. Let's see exactly who delivers.
A bit more a head-on fight being showed here by Wolf. They're going to be able to lose the spawn immediately here as WDC is going to have the yellow spawn right away. But you can see the initial control inside corners being covered up by Wolf so far. But the hard point is still uncontested on the first 20 seconds. Finally, we get to see something happen for free slot as yeah, finding those 3 kills, make it 4 to finally get themselves the numbers game.
Interesting attempt by both teams coming through here, trying to win out their gunfights initially, and it is Wolf that wraps around, playing those angles really well, and the overextension is going to find them the break on the hill, but the initial 20 seconds that have been wasted, I guess, isn't going to be very punishing since both teams played the exact same strategy and didn't hop onto the hill. So the match just started. We are all equal as Wolf equalizes and pulls up in front.
Yeah, WDC, though, has got the upper hand, moving on towards the next hard point. That's going to be number 5 in Kato, holding down Yellow and Robots. And that's going to give this team that spawns for next. And this is going to be important key gunfight that they have to win at the guns and artilleries. If they can try to take these players head on, that will spawn them out. But you can see the approach coming in from Wolf. They're moving around the back through Robots to go for the flank and try to flip the spawns as well.
I love what Wolf is doing here. They attack from the left, and this is going to be a key angle because if you're not going to be protecting that spot, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. But if you do end up there and win out all of your gunfights, the potential there was to force Wolf to spawn out from the side of P5, which just did not happen. Wolf winning out initial of those gunfights. The spawn on the left still in their hands. A split spawn, as a matter of fact, but they just can't seem to find any ingress into the hill. Now, as I say that, one more defender roaming around. Wolf wins out the gunfight. 22 seconds. So one more opportunity for WDC to nick off a couple of points.
Yeah, still a lot of time here. Kato could go and play for that pinch. He's got nothing to worry about since his teammates are setting up for next. So if he does get that gunfight, that should stop the points from getting captured here by Wolf. But he does lost that gunfight. So now you're going to have to rely on your early rotation. That's going to be yeah, holding it off here as the anchor spawn. But Wolf is trying to navigate around and fight for position as well. And if this is going to be won by Wolf, it could spiral out of control as P3, as we know it, is going to be a money hill.
Player number 4 in blue trying to anchor down a spot, but that's not the right spawn to anchor down for your squad. He does try to attack from... No, he's not doing much from the back at all. I'm pretty confused as to what is the attempt here from yeah. It's not really standing on a spot where it is going to be taking away the anchor spawns off of Wolf. So this is a little bit of a cheeky play. Finally has an opportunity to hit... I'm confused. Cali, please explain.
I mean, we can say that this is kind of like a peachy raid spawn for the side of this Arsenal, right? If it's just very chaotic, and P3, you're gonna really have to rely on spreading your numbers out, and that's why Wolf, you can see them still able to push WDC Freeza to spawn over towards the right side of the map. But finally, we get to see some attacks happen for WDC, but it's just this cap time that they're gonna be able to get, and now we're going towards the guns and artillery. Again, Wolf having that early rotation. WDC Free Slot are starting on the back foot. They gotta find these early gunfights and bully them out right away, or it could spiral out of control.
I'm just totally oblivious to what yeah tried to do there, but his War Machine did manage to win a couple of points there for P3. On to P4 we go now at batteries. It's going to be Wolf trying to fight this out from the right hand side, and holding down the perimeter is going to be a key attack here, but WDC Free Slot, they flood the back, and the back spots, Gods of RNG give it away to Wolf, and this allows them to hold that pincer, hop on right back into the hill. My goodness, WDC didn't see that coming, and now the Gods of RNG give it back to them again.
Yeah, spread out around the map, which is all-out chaos right now with this P4, but WDC inching their way inside of the batteries. C1 is going to be able to get that attack going through in multi-angles. It's going to be able to secure the spots, but everything has to be checked here. Every corner has to be picked so that you stop the flanks from happening. Final 10 seconds could be in the hands of Free Slot, but there's still going to be a 30-point gap by the time we move it to P5.
Beautiful play coming through. Scraps picked up here by WDC Free Slot, not allowing Wolf to run away too far. Early rotation anchoring down this P5 as well. This should be started off by the Thai squad. Split maneuver coming through from Wolf, and this pincer should be able to give them a lot of heavy firepower. Yeah, holding down the ground, steps off of the hill just to play a little bit of a safer game, waiting for the rest of his team members to back him up as well. But they are all getting slain around the perimeter. Yeah, doesn't have the kill, but so does the player of Wolves. Nobody hops on, and they still have the advantage on the Thai side.
Yeah, Wolf still though having a better map control inside. They're gonna be able to stack that cafeteria with a lot of numbers, and they also got that war machine to back them up just in case things go haywire at this long range engage. And they're doing a great job holding down the corners as well. They dropped down WDC Freestyle on their first attempt at trying to plant the point, and they're gonna be able to spawn them out. And you can see money being cashed here by Wolf as they have managed to put in a great lead to open up this P1 once again.
Next match, WDC Free Slot needs to ban this map for sure. The rotations are unfortunately underwhelming. It started off hot, and I actually thought it was going to be a great big fight from them. But a couple of extra mistakes made out there is just going to give the free win to Wolf. The rotations are unfortunate for the side of WDC Free Slot. It looks like they're not so sure as to what they are supposed to do out there, except for this P1. P1 is played perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, for P3, P4, the spawns are kind of just wild, right? And we're not really expecting some kind of players to actually go behind their back and just take them down, just like what we see at the basketball court at the raid map. But you can see them here at this P1 again, trying to cash in the first 30 seconds, and they're pretty much successful, doing so much better compared to the P3, P4.
I think they just started training this map and they've perfected P1. It's just the other rotations are a little bit within the works. But this does manage them to hop right back into the matchup. And it's not too late yet. It is a scoreline of 250 that they're looking for. They're finding this equalizer is going to put them right back into the matchup. Early rotation into P2 is going to be strong for WDC Free Slot as well. They're going to be meeting Yobabs halfway through. Yobabs gets shut down. It's contributing to that fight. But the left side spawn, this is going to be the undoing of WDC Free Slot. Player number 3 in blue, C1 gets shut down. And look at Wolf now coming from the attack.
Yeah, AG is just trying to put some pressure in off the back and maybe help his teammate just get an opportunity to contest that point. AG wins the robot attack, and now they flip the spawns. WDC has to stand their ground inside. Their players are spawning on the left side of the map, and they gotta get someone inside of this hill just to try to decrease that lead that Wolf has managed to build up on the first set of rotation. They're doing well thus far. Now gonna be the front man here off the back. He finds one onto Jamin, but the flood is now ready for Wolf to go and barge their way inside this P2.
Yeah, C1's position was really important, but unfortunately, the rest of the players on his side just couldn't hang with the gunfights out of Wolf. 20 more seconds to go. Disadvantages to the side of WDC Free Slot. One more rotation in should be able to give them the hill if they can win out 3 of these crucial gunfights. 2 more players anchoring down these points, and you can see the overextension by Yobabs just taking the subway, moving down the lower bottom left of this map, and he is going to be spotting out Kato in a couple of seconds. And Kato once again trying to hold on to this spot, and over at this shaded corridor, it's not really the greatest of plays to anchor down this next spawn. And if Yobabs does get this fight against him, which he does, he's going to be rotating around. I want to see the position played by Yobabs, and this is being done right now. Yobabs is going to be able to anchor this down, but he loses out his gunfight. Backstab once again, and the players of Wolf are playing P3 so much better than WDC.
Yeah, this is kind of alarming for WDC Free Slot. I mean, they did try to put up the same attempt that they did in the first set, but again, did not pan out the way they wanted it to be, and they gotta pay the price for it spawning out. And Wolf claiming so much time, 200 points, will now be upon the reach here in 30 seconds. A lot of time, so you gotta go in for the contest. WDC, look at them. They got number 4 and now gonna be splitting. He's got an opportunity to go for the pinch, but if he does not win this gunfight, it's just over.
The spawns on this map is just insane, bro. I just wish it could be a little bit more put together, but Wolf is going to manage the situation really well. I mean, it's being anchored down by Wolf, and you still have a player on the side of WDC spawning right behind them. So it's a little bit insane because unexpected. We saw the same thing happen at P4 earlier, and I think it's going to continue to happen until the map is patched. But 2 players anchoring down for WDC over at P4. The third one hops on in as well. He's going to be C1. They don't find Wolf yet because Yato's just really sneaky with the position that he holds on to. Plays the timing well, but WDC overextend, win out. How is Wolf just spawning on top of them even though they have it anchored down? I do not understand. 228 to 154.
A good thing Yaya was able to take down AG there to prevent that collapse from happening. You can see Free Slot doing a lot better this time, and they're putting so much numbers inside to play for those trades, and they're battering down the batteries. They gotta read up the damages, and well, able to get those first 20 seconds. It's gonna be able to cut back that lead. Take a look at the spawns.
No, it's not.
just
Somebody needs to
man.
fix the spawns, bro. Someone really needs to fix the spawns, because this could just be game-changing when you've got two mighty teams taking each other on, and if you've got one Super Slayer spawning out from the back there, you know, it's gonna break a couple of crazy plays, and you can't leave it up to luck like that. 182 to 228. Wolf almost running away with the matchup, finds the final break. Scrap points picked up as well. The rotation to P5 is gonna be one-sided, as Wolf has got two players anchoring down this spot already. But Sugu's big gunfight wins out the first one, gets traded out by Yobabs, but the ones to open it up is still gonna be Wolves, as Sugus just didn't have the backup he needed.
And we need a big play for WDC here. They find 3 players inside that. Now they're gonna have to stand their ground and avoid Wolf from getting any more time here at all to get that lead, to just be on their favor. They bring out the Annihilator as well as these operators going in their way, but AG finding those 2 kills gets that break, and now 10 more points for Wolf to win this game.
And now, with the hill in their hands, 4 players stacking it as well, it's going to be very difficult for WDC to find a break. Sugu's just trying to play this left-hand side. 3 players flowing in from the side of bench, but that is all done and dusted. 250 to 200. Valiant effort from WDC. Free Slot. JJ was stretching because, you know, he was just a little constipated in that matchup. He was trying his very best. He was getting annoyed with the spawns. It was unfortunate, but that's exactly what the map has to offer.
Yeah, Free Slot. I mean, they clearly did a lot of wonders, claiming so many time at that P1 on those first 2 sets of rotation. But what really caught them off guard are the players spawning on their back at P3 and P4. And it's okay. I'm fine with it if it's Yobabs or Yatu, but the guy that you're actually able to spawn behind was Rage and AG, who are, we know are pretty much the main fraggers for the side of Wolf. And well, this squad really took the opportunity for those spawns to happen in their favor. The gods of RNGs are on their favor at this map number 1, and they take it 250 to 200.
And the awakening of Rage in this one first map is going to be indicative as to the adjustments being brought in by Wolf. You did ask for him to step it up in the respawns, and he's done exactly that. Crazy number of eliminations and very good management of his life on the battlefield as well. Doesn't go down as many times as some of these players on the side of WDC. Free Slot and a massive amount of time on the hill. A truly well-deserved MVP title for this matchup.
The only problem that I had with Free Slot this time, HA, Sugus having 16 kills and 40 deaths. And when you need your OBJ to sustain your life out there, he's not really been able to cut it down for him. A 0.40 KD to end off this map number 1. Such a disappointing performance for him. He has to step it up if they don't want to play do or die up against Broke Boys Club for the top 3 spot by the time they enter day 3 of Group A. And this is just the start of this best of 3, though. They still have 2 maps to go. And if they can really turn the tides around, now's the time to do it.
Absolutely, man. And, you know, a couple of plays there that I just didn't really catch on to is WDC Free Slot trying to anchor down the spawn set that P3, but they were not in a spot to anchor the spawns down at all. I think what they were trying to attempt for is to find a couple of easy eliminations on players that were spawning out from the back.
Yeah.
But they're just so unlucky because nobody spawned there. And that was a waste of a play, because what was truly needed by WDC Free Slot at that point of time was the numbers to flood into P3.
Yeah.
And Jet Deck is just the kind of place where you've got a lot of cover, so you have to wrap around the area as well. And you need numbers to do exactly that, especially when you're going up against a good fragging team like Wolf. WDC had the opportunity. They were so close, but a couple of mistakes just kept them away from the victory. This was self-inflicted, and Wolf was just tanking them all the way through. Those mistakes just ended up giving them more points. And you see the 50 points between them could have just very easily been recovered by WDC.
Yeah, those 50 points that came in big time for Wolf was at that P3 and P4. Those uncontested time that WDC pretty much came in pretty huge at the end. But now we're going to be able to see them move in towards this map number 2. Let's see if they have the fight in them, because we're going to see a redux of this firing range. They played one up against WPM Lokings earlier. Now let's see if they did some homework done and adjustments to be made, because as we start this round number 1, Cali finds AG down, making this an early 4v5.
Firing range, as usual, is gonna be hot because every single team Usually starts their practice here. A super basic map. You can anticipate a lot of battles here. Beautiful shot taken by Kato, the patience, but Jabin will be able to spot him out and shut him down. A instant trade off of that headshot. Jabin now on site. Bomb not planted just yet. Still waiting for the right timing as they are down in numbers.
Wolf loves trying to put that bomb down when they're on the attacking side. And they're going to try to force you to play this retake. Right now, they have a solid hold. They get the strong base off the back, and now they're holding it down at the front.
Jabin finds one beautiful play. Anawin on the other side. Quickscope does not connect. Anawin takes the advantage. Jabin goes down. And Yobab's all alone to clutch this out. Will be spotted out. C1 from afar. Beams him with the CBR4. And a beautiful round taken by WDC.
I love it. They tried to play with that bait and switch. Eventually, Jabin, who overextended, could not get that kill onto Sugus and C1. And Anawin is there to go in guns blazing to take away the players trying to defend that post plant from Wolf, and they take away that first round. And another opening pick is what you need to have here, especially for Kato. He took 2 players down early off that game. And if we can replicate that once again, should be able to give them a lot of pressure here off the start.
2-1-2 defensive stack is not going to do them much favors at all. A straight rush towards this A bomb site, and the plant is going to be executed as well. Anawin not in position to drop a grenade. Rage finds the plant, stays quiet as long as possible. Yato setting up the shots for anyone that appears from outside this warehouse. Yeah. Wraps around as well as Kato finds Jabin. This is the setup that WDC wants to start off with.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Still a lot of time here. WDC are pushing in. Yeah. Now we'll have that smoke covered up just to help this players gain an inch closer towards the position. And they clean off Wolves. And they get the bomb defused as well. The retakes looking like what WPM Lokings did to them on the defensive side last time around.
I absolutely agree with you. And the key point of that retake was the wraparound, overextending towards mid, finding the back of the warehouse, heading back in towards that shooting range. And the backstab just did the players in. Even though the tacticals were played really well by Wolf, WDC free slot, 2 rounds now, have outplayed Wolf as well as the strategies. This time stacking up the defense on A, but 2 players go down early. A disadvantage for WDC.
Yeah, 3 players go down in AG, creating those big plays. And they get that bomb plant. Initially here in this first 30 seconds, WDC are down to their last 2 players in C1, and yeah, they got no range to back them up. Gotta play with what you have. Take to those flanks, and that's why they send out C1 to go towards the jungles.
A 2v5 clutch. C1 finding Jabin first. 28 seconds on the clock. You really need to watch the timer in situations like this. Yobab's holding on to showers. Good smoke to disable Yobab's for a little bit. Yeah. Entrance is not going to give him much as AG finds him. Yato shuts down C1. GG for that round. 2-1 as WDC give it away to Wolf. But it was a round that they just tried to switch things up a little bit, right? WDC just playing a little bit more of an aggressive defense at A, but that's just not going to work against Wolf, whose strategy was to rush straight up to the bomb site.
Yeah, they want to get that bomb down. That has been the play style of Wolf every time they try to play this SND. They're trying to change it up here a bit by putting a smoke on these jungles. Jabin has been able to take down Anawin, but you can see number 2 in Sugus wrapping his way around the long A. He spots the guy, and that's going to be traded. That's coming true, but Wolf edges him up with the 2-player live advantage.
C1 and yeah, left to get the job done. And it's going to be up against AG. So the question is, can they spot him up, or does AG wrap things up in a 1v2? Cheeky angle. Yeah. Thinks he is there. Grenade. AG! Oh, played the trophy really well.
And there we go.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Somehow, even though the hop-up, he got caught at the animation and still ended up with the kill. AG had to do better with his reaction time there.
I don't know, man. I think he lagged there because there's just no way in hell you miss that unless he just sneezed or coughed at that point of time. But Jabin finds the clutch on the opposite side. It was always going to be on the other side anyway. WDC free slot. They give away these 2 rounds, but well earned from Wolf as well, I have to say.
Yeah, and they had to go through a process of diverting some attention. We saw the smoke go down at the jungles, and then Jabin was able to get the pick onto Anawin, and that was the catalyst for them to get that bomb planted at the A site. And this is a team that really loves planting their bombs, and WDC just have to play for a retake and play this one passive.
And Wolf will be absolutely disappointed with themselves if they've got the bomb and don't really play the objective at all. And it's a team that's very well known for the objective plays and rage. Spotting out a now in will be able to punish him, and the numbers advantage to Wolf as they rotate around with the bomb. One player inside of the warehouse, Sugus, CBR4, but nobody's going to be rotating around from the side of mid. Bomb is going to be changing its mind, and the attackers are going to be rotating a long way around towards B. But the problem here is AG hasn't really cleared out the site yet.
Yeah, but he has heard C1 actually put in some shots. And now they're very aware of their surroundings, checking every corner, picking everything to not get taken down. C1 is out in the open, not enough to go for the kill, and he gets picked off by Yato. The opening has been made at the B side. It's a 3v5 situation, numbers in favor for Wolves.
The strategy to stick together and just move in one formation down one lane has caught WDC free slot off guard here. Sugus finding Jabin. Yeah, almost taking one out. HVK, great big shots, but just not enough to shut the player down yet.
Waiting for a perfect moment to get some kills here is Kato on the tunnels. Now you're going to have to rely on Sugus to actually go and rotate towards the jungle, but he doesn't have that info yet on Aegis trying to settle that plank. And he has been able to take care of area on the mid-map, and he has gotten that information at that wood as well. AG doing the dirty work. He gets 2 kills, and the information spotted as well. He's raking the rotation on the 10, and he finds the guy on the jeepneys. AG gets those final 3 kills at the round number 5, and the communication working there for Wolf.
I mean, AG single-handedly wrapping around, shutting down 3 players. And I have to say, a little bit of a disappointing performance from Sugus because he should have been the one protecting the rest of them. He was holding down mid, just not picking the right angle, allowing AG to get free stuff off of his team members. And now Wolf with the lead, even though WDC started off strong.
WDC is trying to slow this one down the pace a bit. 2-1-2 split for them. They're trying to take away that mid-map control that Wolf has been abusing for like the past 3 rounds. And eventually they're cutting off that mid-map as well. Kato now, he has spotted some heads, but Yobabs on the window takes him out. That's a key player eliminated for free slot at this point. And you're going to be having a 4v5 here. Now you're going to be trying to deterring that, put that bomb down at the B site, and Rage is going to be there as your bomb holder.
AG is not leading the bomb. This time it's going to be Rage, and this is a little bit of risky because he's leading all alone in here towards the bomb site. AG finds the trade onto C1 down by AG as well. This guy's popping off now. B bomb site wide open. Smoke's not played. Tactical's not laid out. Grenade does not find the connection. And now Win finds the slide. AG punishes again. Teases the plant. Sugus wraps around. Final player. Cheeky angle, and Jabin puts the final bullet through Sugus. 4-2 now, Wolf. 4 rounds in a row they've gotten for themselves.
Yeah, it's between Jabin at the long range and AG up close. Those 2 combines for 18 kills in the lobby. And I don't think the amount of kills that Freestyle has in this first 6 rounds can be more than what we have here for Wolf. Jabin on a collateral finds 2. WDC down to 2 players on the first 20 seconds.
My goodness, Jabin finding Kato through the explosion as well. C1 gets a double. That's a great trade, but it's a 1v2 that he has to deal with. The bomb on the ground. Advantage to C1 if he can play this really well. He just needs to make sure he's well hidden because clearly the 2 players from the side of Wolf, they're going to double stack this and try to double challenge him at the same time.
They have to pick up the bomb. It's a minute 25, still a lot of minutes and seconds that you can play around and maybe spot a couple of players or like one of the players from Wolves Alive that will like to go for that overextension, maybe get some more information and finally take control of this back trailer. So far for C1, he's going to try to keep up in the corners. 30 seconds he has wasted trying to maybe time some players' rotation here properly, but hasn't found that much of success. He's trying to put that bomb down at the A site where 2 players currently is at for Wolf, and this is going to be quite a tricky thing to deal with.
Rage spots him, C1. As though cheeky tags onto him. Rage, oh, no finisher yet from C1. Twice now, Rage pops out, pops back in. Overextension, they did not see him rotating around, or did they? On towards B, I guess. And this plant is going to be dragging those players out. It's all about what C1 does right after getting this plant. It's a really good angle to play this. Nobody's going to be able to catch him from mid. And he moves straight in towards Branch Road. And this is an overextension by C1 that might just win him this game out. And it's going to be wrapping around the players. Great advance. Nope, he stops halfway.
Oh, he doesn't have a good view of the area right now here. C1 rotating at the tunnels. This is the best way for him to go.
This is brilliant plays. Plays from the side of Wolf.
Oh.
All timing perfect for the guy this time. He's still double stacking this. Yato gets caught off. Run C1.
14
Rage.
seconds.
See if he plays this timing well. Rage is going to stick it. And C1. What a clutch.
An important round of freestyle 1. And again, the placement of the bomb is where it kind of fell up there for Wolf. They were probably thinking that the guys could be holding somewhere else at the jungles. Then somehow he has made the rotation over towards the 10 and then wrap around the tunnels and play a game called cat and mouse, and that's gonna be a momentum shifter. Let's see how will WDC try to take this as they go up against Wolf once again at the attack side. They put the bomb down early this time.
Sugus doesn't take advantage, although they had their warehouse rushed here. Now in finding Yato. Things starting off great here for WDC. Free slot on the attack. They're all stacking the bomb. One on the rotation, C1 as well. With the CBR4 trying to find a Punisher. It's going to be dropping by towards mid. This is going to be advantage for C1 to find another one, and he does. Javen taken down. Rage couldn't find the trade onto him.
He's going to stay alive here. WDC is still pretty much have 5 players alive as well. Yobab's going to try to miss this shot, but he has missed everything, and he gets punished for it. And Free Slot working on the deficit here after that clutch from C1 has managed to chain that over to another win. Back-to-back crowns that they will be able to take up against Wolf. Now, the time for you to be unpredictable. Maybe switch over that bomb at the B site this time, which is currently where they're going to be hopping right now.
At this point of time, I think the Philippines should pull a Kagendra. Maybe find a super combo between the players of Wolf and Smart Omega. I mean, both teams have got such inconsistent runs in here, but they both have got great clutch players. Put together, I think they don't even need to work on that chemistry. They should be able to beam down everybody. Kato all alone this time round, though. WDC couldn't do much as Jabin finds the final slay. 5-4, Wolf pull ahead.
I mean, Whoopi, Jabin, AG, and you try to add in like a great key player like Cavs?
What do you want to do?
Candy? I think that's more than enough for you to try to finish it out.
I think Rage as a backup would be great as well. If he's on performance, the guy beams, bro.
Well, that's got to be a deadly squad, right? And I want to see that happen if things do not go in their way this time around.
Let's see if it does. And this time it's going to be a plant coming through for... Yeah. Grenade tags him up. Kato finding Rage as he peeks on out. 4-5. WDC looking for a round to find that equalizer in a 4v3 situation. The defenders down by 1 man. Is Yobab's going to make it down by 2 men. Kato in position. 1 slides away. Doesn't find the connection, but Yobab's punishes this time.
25 seconds. Smokes can be deployed there just to try to stop the players at the back of the firing range from inching their way in and get those easy kills. No one at the tunnels right now for WDC Freestyle, but they got eyes on the bomb site. C1 as well on the hideout. It's going to be a 3v2 situation. Make the 3v1. Yato trying to stay alive, but Sugus finds that double. Keep this one tied up in equal 5-0. It's 5-all. And Wolf clearly having a rough time playing the defensive side.
Oh, and Sugus is punishing you. You really need to think about some of the positions that you've been playing. A little bit too rushed for the defenders, but they also didn't have any of those tacticals to play with as well. A little bit of a disadvantageous position. So they have to stack B with at least a little bit more when it comes to the defensive prowess. Yato all alone and now in. Bad slide, but won't get away with it. Yeah. Beams down 2 players instead. Sugus finding 1. My goodness, I guess it's match point for WDC, but Yobab's trying to keep things fresh and alive. Here comes the attack in a 3-man stack. And now in very aggressive finds 1, but they leave Yobab's all alone out in the open.
Man, talk about serious business. Free Slot. What a way to wrap around the B site. They did take care of the guy holding down the tunnels. Then AG, who tried to swing around at the cubby, got double challenged, and Yaya finding this early double kill. Eventually kick-started Free Slot at taking that round number 11. Now at the opportunity to take match point here. And I'll go in with the win. Wolf AG though finds 1 here, AJ, but WDC go in for the trade.
Yeah, free one for WDC as AG gets traded out and C1 continues the roll, shutting down 2 players back to back. Plant gonna come on through. A victory here for WDC at SND is gonna be crucial, but Yobab's punishes are now in. Now 2 players left in a 2v2. C1 making it just a solo player. Yobab's, he couldn't find the shots earlier on. Can he get the clutch though?
1v2, 31 seconds. He has to pick that guy over that jungles first. He's got the timing for it, and he's not going to be able to hit the first shot. Information in the hands of WDC, and they convert and take away S&D, clearly making up for the deficit that they had up against WPM Low Kings.
Yeah, we definitely need to see some players wake up. Yobabs has been pretty soft, unfortunately, in the recent times. We haven't seen the guy rage on as much as he used to. Those snipes have not been hitting each and every single scope, and this is going to be a problem for the squad overall. If your main sniper, who could clutch out so many of these situations, is struggling, especially on these SNDs, I mean, the fact that WDC just walked away with this victory is a testament to that.
I mean, like a guy like Yato and Yobabs, obviously they are one of the players that we expected to be the prodigies, much like Clove, Yopi, and PJ. These are guys that have managed to reach their age requirement to participate at stage 4, but hasn't really found a lot of their potential to lock in, right? And it's such a big loss coming for Wolf as well, knowing that Jibin and AG were doing most of the work here at this SND, and AG only able to get at least one more kill red after the round 9 ends. Such a big blow for them. WDC free slot came in prepared. After that clutch from C1, after that 1v2, they chained that over that momentum and finally take a win.
So you called it, Cali. You said both of these teams were a little bit top heavy, and in this SND, they're seeming to be that exact way. But the difference here is WDC free slot with some of the players who were slightly underperforming. At the very least, they were putting on more frags than what Yato as well Rage was bringing out. And in a game of SND, that's going to definitely play against you. Down in numbers, it just makes these situations so much more bitter to deal with. But Wolf did find some stellar rounds in there on the attack early on.
Yeah. And again, it has to be with AG and Jabin always kick-starting that play. But when they were the ones actually limited it early, and when Kato is able to spot them earlier on, it's where kind of the problem goes in, and where the team has to like point fingers on who's going to be the playmaker. And it kind of sucks that we had to see Yato and Yobabs actually taking off on a back foot here this time around at this stage 4, because again, they are one hell of a player. They can mess around and take you down even if they want to before. But at this point, hasn't been able to get their touch together. And that needs to change if they want to be one of the teams that we will send out at stage 5.
Overall, fantastic performance coming through from WDC free slot. What could have been an almost victory early on at hardpoint through stellar pre-1 plays. Unfortunately, they dropped the ball on those other rotations. But in S&D, they just didn't give any room for breathing as far as Wolf was concerned. They, of course, did manage to pull away those 5 rounds. But the finisher on the side of WDC was just stellar. Even Sugus woke up in that fight. And this was really, instrumental for the squad, because there were a couple of rounds where Sugus pretty much got those final slays. If he did not get them, you still had Jabin and AG to clutch it out for the squad. But now it all boils down to control. And this is going to be played out at Crossroads with Wolf starting off on the defense.
Yeah, this is a great pick coming for WDC free slot. They obviously played the maps and modes their favor, although they may have lost at Arsenal Hardpoint. They got a strong opportunity to try to take down Wolf at Crossroads. So obviously, we got to see Anawin put up such a great number just for this to work. And obviously, his teammate C1 has to make sure he plays consistent, because he has been playing like a god on that S&D, AJ.
It's a mirror pick on both sides as far as the operators are concerned. Annihilator, Sparrow, Purifier, Claw, as well as War Machine. All of the operators are going to be instrumental, especially on a crazy big map to play control on. It's going to be Crossroads Strike. So much of that open area, the Annihilator is going to be my MVP for sure. But fingers crossed nobody messes up with that one.
Yeah. Let's not try to pull a Cisco today here, guys. I'm just kidding. Man, if you're taking a look at the Annihilator, again, it's just a one-hit delete, right? But I want to see more of the War Machine taking away the picture here, right? But now we're going to be starting this map number 3. Winner of this map gets the series win and gets to have 2 wins in total on the series map. And you can see that Wolf is going to be starting on the defensive side, while WDC are starting off to a great start with Anawin doing hell of a good work trying to cut off the rotation as they take one segment at the A side.
Overextension by Jabin, but he's missing out shot after shot. Finally gets one, but traded out by a Nawin. And we all know this map is slightly skewed towards the attacker, especially that A side. But you can see the pressure coming through from WDC here over at B as well. Play number 3 overextending, and it is going to be a potential cap onto that first segment, but cleared out in the nick of time. It is going to be Yato stepping up for the squad. But as the distraction is pulled off at B, A pretty much has been sorted out, at least the first segment. Second one is going to be cleared out for the time being, but a double stack will earn that right back for WDC.
Yeah, I love it. It's going to be Kato now alive at this point with that scope, and he's definitely not going to be able to stay and sustain his life out there, especially when there's a lot of close-range engagement, submachine gunners that are ready to take you down. But this one is actually kind of a 50-50. Life count still favoring Wolf, but the amount of objective that Freestyle has done so far is inching their way towards a victory. With that A segment about to be captured, it's going to be another minute added to the life count. I mean, the time for Freestyle to try to get that B side.
Freestyle needs to turn this into a team deathmatch first. They can't rush in for the site. They've been a little scrappy, just purely focusing on the objective, but not really taking care of their lives. And that's not going to cut it for control. 2 more left. Great attack, but they falter at protecting their own lives against Wolf.
Yeah, the key thing here for Wolf at this round number 1 was Jabin trying to hold off that B side. He's got the scope to play with, and he has been able to use it like a shotgun on those long-range engagements. And you really love to see your captain do the load for you and take this first round.
I mean, he is most definitely going to step up for the squad anytime, but AG is keeping up with him. Both of these players have been absolutely stellar, but Yobabs still struggling to find those engagements. Only 2 of those eliminations from him in that first round. That's going to be a tad bit unacceptable. This time, Wolf is going to be on the attack. Let's see exactly how Yobabs focuses on this, because he's still playing around with the Locust.
Man, he has... Currently, it's 2 kills at the moment, and has been missing his shots. And you can see WDC now able to edge up a bit on the trailers. They're going to try to push up and initiate a spawn trap. 7, make that 9 lives, 10 lives down for Wolves. And they're trying to escape the spawns, but C1 and Suga's locking it down, especially with Kato holding down the sniper and the annihilator.
I mean, Kato's just on a roll right now. The flicks are just absolutely perfect. The guy is just not allowing Wolf to do much at all. Yobabs, and through the smoke, Kato still shuts him down. And now 12 more lives left here for Wolf. Yes, they've sorted out Kato finally, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, 9 lives deficit here for Wolf. They're trying to get that B-side capture, but WDC, you can see that they're forced to go for a reset. Right now, they're trying to slow it down, not go for a push 1 by 1. They're trying to play through Kato's long range. WDC Adowin is going to try to make his way towards the B side, but he gets caught in the yak. Wolf trying to inch their way back.
Yep, 16 lives left here for WDC, and this has been a brilliant defense for them. But one more player just trying to get a little cheeky over at B. Don't tell me WDC wants to give this away. No defenders falling back to protect B at all. Yato, on the other hand, is going to be wrapping around. C1 punishes, but AG trades him out. The lives not looking great at all for Wolf. No more respawns now.
Kato has just been able to lock it down. He's been the bane at this round number 2. You can see that his teammates are trying to edge it up, and now we're dancing with the KRM. Put him on the salsa as he finds those 2 kills. 1v11. What can AJ do? None. Wolf will lose that round, and WDC Freestyle able to tie it up here, AJ.
I want to see Yobabs on an SMG, bro. I really want to see Yobabs. I mean, yes, I get it. This map does require a little bit of capability for you to engage long range. But if you're not hitting your shots, you have to drop that ego. You have to pick up a different gun and try your very best. At the very least, something to allow you a little bit of eliminations out there. Rage is going to be finding the Purifier, but he gets shut down instantly. The lives all equal, but the attack a little bit more stellar from WDC as the first segment almost getting capped. Yeah, hopping off of the hill. That's a waste for Team WDC.
Yeah, but you can see him actually standing so far behind enemy spawns, and he's got that HBK, which we know is one part of the meta right now in this current update. They got 3 live counts here and their favor in this spawn trap. Yeah, has been pretty much a big bane here on the rocks. He's been able to find like at least 3 players at that spot for now.
I mean, he's still alive, bro. Yeah, is just doing so much. But what is Wolf doing against Yeah? They're just running away from him and they're just giving him easy kills. Jabin finally trades him out. But once again, damage has been done. WDC free slot, overextending, playing for lives, not even focusing on the objective. And that just makes them a bigger threat to deal with for Wolf's Trial. A 10 life differential as WDC is on the attack.
A Predator missile was invested there for WDC. It may not have found any kills, but that's information for them and spotting out where potentially could this last 5 players are alive for Wolf at the moment. They're going to be at the top 5 for now. But Yeah and his crew gets that objective A. Another minute going to be added to their favor with a 10 life count difference.
Yes, 1-1 thus far. The one to win the next one doesn't really bring the match to an end just yet, but the way WDC is dominating this, it looks like they're going to win out the series. Wolf, low in lives, no more respawns, and this is just not winnable at this point of time. Each player needs to take 5 eliminations within a minute 33 seconds, and Yeah just makes it even more difficult.
He's still there at the tarpaulin. My God, no one has been able to deal with him. I mean, Jabin tried, but he hasn't found any success at doing so. And you can see him giving up so much time and objective work here at this B side. 2 segments done in. 2 players are here for WDC, but Yeah, holding that tarpaulin until the very end. Able to get this round number 3 to favor WDC free slot. And now they're going to be on the defensive side this time. An opportunity to end this at round number 4.
Wolf, they desperately need to execute a perfect attack. Let's see what is going to be the plan this time round. They're obviously focusing on A, the favorable side, but Yeah makes quick work of them. Just building up on all of those streaks earlier on. Manages to bring the operator this time round, but just a single elimination, and that's going to put an end to his attack. He's going to be cleared off just quite a little bit, and the overextension once again coming through. And now in, KRM in hand. Attack is on A, finally shows himself, gets the first one. Can he get the second? Does not. Slides. And gets the second as well. The defense too good from WDC.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing from them right now as they're able to take down some players here, but that life count is going to be erased by Yato as he steps up with the SMG. Still, though, at the deficit here. And WDC, they have Kato holding that trucks down while their players are busy taking down this fire. They got the Purifier to burn these players down as well, AJ.
Where are my Garena Masters Season 5 observers? I want them back right now for this game. I don't want to be seeing a Sparrow running around doing nothing. Great plays on the objective earlier. We missed that. 19-12, 7 life deficit. And it looks like, dude, I've never seen Wolf play control like this before.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the better map of WDC Freestyle, AJ. This is their comfort pick, the map that they have played more frequently in the Grandmasters 2023, the talent qualifiers that they have been able to dominate, right? And of course, the repetition, the amount of plays that they've done is going to be insurmountable. And Wolf clearly getting punished right now.
Oh, they're definitely getting punished. I mean, Yobabs did end up waking up. His ego play on the sniper has definitely shown through, but it hasn't been to a point where he should be sticking to it for a long time. 3 more lives left now here for Wolf. They're trying to cap A single-handedly. Wolf getting a double onto the players of WDC. Freddy's going to be brought in as well. He brings it to the opposite side, manages to get that 1 elimination and trade it out at the same time. And now in punching him in the face, a single life left. And that gets ripped away as the timer runs out. 1-3, Wolf lose it to WDC, who win the series overall.
Yeah, this is a big win for them that should guarantee them at least a top 2 or a top 3 by the time that they finish the group stage. So basically a big win for Wolf here. And now they have finally finished their schedule for the day. They may have taken a loss up against WPM Low Kings, but you take what you can get that you defeat Wolf here at this group stage.
And that will allow Free Slot to move even higher up on the leaderboard. Once again, this is going to be a 3rd victory for them. Out of the two victories out of 3, they've dropped that hardpoint match, which has been the weakest point of the squad thus far. Fingers crossed we see them really improve on that mode, because it is going to matter later on at the playoffs. By the way they're going, they look like they're going to be making it there.
Yeah, I like how really composed this team are. We saw them several times losing that hard point up against Sacred Scotty, as well as Wolf here today. But they make up for it by making sure that their S&D are going to be tighter on their rotations. And we actually saw them pull up their best map and control it, which is Crossroads. And having Kato get all those long-range engage at the end, paved the way for this team to take this victory.
I mean, great attempt by Wolf for sure. And I'm not talking about the control. I think that one was unfortunately horrible. But Hardpoint was fantastic. SND, they put up a great big fight. They just had a couple of players who just weren't performing on the same rate as the others. Rage mainly. And as we headed on in, sorry, Rage as well. Sorry, not Rage. It was Yobabs mainly. And as we headed on into Crossroads, that underperforming Yobab still continued to pull up short. And he ends up at the very bottom. This does not seem like the Yobabs of all that we all used to hype up.
Yeah, a .60 KD for Yobabs. And he's got that sniper. At some point after the round number 1, obviously, we did not see him get at least 2 kills, right? At that point, that's where the decision comes in. I should just try to use an SMG at this point, knowing that I get to have 2 gun rolls every game mode. But we did not see that. He kept on using that sniper. He did pop up a little bit, but it was not enough to put Wolf at the winning base.
It most definitely wasn't, man. And now in picking up the MVP for the squad, 29 eliminations in total, but it was a team effort for sure. Everybody was, playing their part to their very best capability. And I will have to say the biggest impact maker was overextending, finding the spawn trap onto the players from the side of Wolf. And the guy went by unpunished for so long, Cali, and that is just unacceptable.
It's a one whole round agent that he was staying by the tarpaulin. And the players were kind of spawning at the rocks where, he's got an HVK, which is a long range weapon, and assault rifle that can deal so much damage on those engagements. And he has managed to stay and survive until the very end, which is more surprising that we did not see any of the players of Wolves try to close him up and take him down, because obviously, they were eliminated several times by one player, but the communication wasn't there. It wasn't relayed. We did not see him get eliminated on that position, and that was the bane for them, and that helped WDC Free Slot get that third round, going up 2-1 before they eventually close it out at round number 4.
Absolutely, man. And of course, it was a crazy play for sure out of WDC Free Slot. Overextension, playing the defense really wisely. Operator investments were sound. And a 3-1 victory overall at Control for a series victory of 2-1 over Wolf. And if they did not make those fundamental mistakes earlier on, and unfortunately it was that performed really well now, that made those mistakes back in P1, it could have just easily been a 3-0 for WDC.
Yeah. And again, for the side of WDC, their P1 were very solid. It's just that P3 and P4 that needs to get some work with, because they had a lot of trouble finding where the potential players would be spawning. And sometimes it's behind, sometimes it's eventually in front of them. And again, those tiny lapses in those decision-making could lead to severe blows. And that's what they kind of experience up against Wolf, with AG and Jabin putting so much pressure on those close range engagements. And my oh my, WDC ending up with a better map pick here this time, and eventually closing it out by taking away SND and Control with the help of Anawin, who I asked to be the guy that has to step up the most here today.
Yeah, he definitely stepped up. Of course, his KD rating is not going to look too flashy, as the players on the side of Wolf did put up a strong fight when it came to the engagements. I'm not talking about Control. 21.33 average kills, 22.33 average deaths, for an average score of 2,545.67. The matches that WDC Free Slot has had thus far, up against Cali, West Point Mamba Low Kings, as well as Wolf, has really staggered their performance and didn't really allow them to run away with a lot of eliminations. But as long as they're going to be picking off wins and walking away into the playoffs, they're not going to be complaining too much.
Yeah, again, just a couple of facts here. The average of pro players in every esports is going to be a 1.0 KD in every shooting game. And Anawin still over that the 1.0 KD rating, which means actually he's doing well. And unless you're Lukasen, who will get 2.5 KD every time, you're going to be a monster, right? But that will end these matches on their first 3 matches, right? WDC is going to end up with a surprising win up against Wolf. And now we get to see them actually end their journey here today. But for Wolf, they still have a fight later on, and it's gonna be a hard task for them as they're going up against WPM Low Kings at the final game.
Yeah, that's going to be a crazy one for sure. But in the meantime, thank you so much for sticking by the broadcast, guys. We've got a redemption code for you guys to screenshot as well. It's going to appear on the screen any moment now. Do not forget to redeem it before the broadcast is over.
Yeah, there we go. Make sure you guys give us a follow on all our social media pages as well. Give us a like right now. Get the engagements going. Go and comment, and so that you get more opportunities to see more events like this.
Absolutely. Now, for today, you guys do not get to see Powerhouse in perfect action. They're in Group B. But if you do want to see a little bit of Powerhouse, I've got a video uploaded on my page on Facebook. So make sure you check that out as well. Okay, that's a selfless plug, a selfish plug as well, which is going to work because my algorithm's suffering on Facebook, Cali.
Man, I saw that video that deserved more than 100K videos. Man, I was laughing my butt off watching that matchup, man. The guy with the jackal. I love his name.
Gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, it's gonna be the Broke Boys Club taking on Scatty.
Taking the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby.
WDC Free Slot able to take down Wolf at the last match, and we see the improvements coming from the Thailand region. Now we go into a Garena MSP showdown between Sacred Scotty and Broke Boys Club, both of which are going to be the rising stars and the next generation of players coming at the region. It's going to be Cali Gaming here, down with the Mustachio, AJ, and the handsome child.
Beautiful child. Her name is Eva, named after Wally.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, was that a pun? The rising stars.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad I caught that. Eva, hop on off. Daddy's got to work. Now, here's the thing, right? Broke Boys Club, Scotty, we've seen this engagement already at Garena Master version, right? I think I really loved what they did against, I believe, Wolf, because I have not seen them play that aggressive in a long time. Yes, they did get 3-0. They've lost the 2 series that they have taken on thus far, but it was a super close one against Wolf, which showed 2 things. Broke Boys are playing it on a whole better level, and Wolf showing way too many weak signs out here in the competition, and that was proven once again as they got taken down by WDC.
And Broke Boys Club definitely put in a lot of edge up against Wolf at that last matchup, Brett. But Free Slot winning that S&D in control earlier on just proves how much work we need to see from Wolf, because their plays have been kind of underperforming, knowing that Yato and Neobabs are just kind of falling apart one by one. But Broke Boys Club here, they got Static, Josh, Jello, Young J, and Z-Man, as well as Epox from DVK Oblivion. I do not see his hands at the moment, but man, this squad can actually put in the work for you. They played every matchup against Wolves crappy.
Oh, absolutely, man. And Static was the star player that has been able to hold the squad together in both Hardpoint as well as S&D. Even Control against Wolf, the guy did manage to rage on. Unfortunate that all of those matches, they did go ahead to take an L against Wolf as well as West Point Marble Kings. Not a single map pulled away by the Broke Boys, but this is an opportunity now. I think Scatty is a little bit more of an equal fight for the Broke Boys Club, and there might just be a potential upset here. Scatty better be ready.
Yeah, one thing I need to point out for Broke Boys Club is we need to see consistent output from Young J. One time he's going to give you and light you up with the 30 points, with a 30 kill, right? And then he's going to underperform the following map. Now, what thing for Broke Boys Club is him to actually step it up here today, because this squad is not just facing any team. They are facing the rising star in Secret, Scotty, Chirac, Slurpee, Mark, Mid, Cisco, and Tokyo, who is fresh off of a victory up against 3 Evil Dragons.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Chirac looks absolutely dangerous in his profile photo. I would not want to mess with that guy if I saw him outside. But Snurpy, Mark, Mid, Cisco, Tokyo, they make up a solid squad. Thus far, Scatty has been able to win out 1 series. And the one that they took against WDC, Free Slot, it was a phenomenal hardpoint matchup, but they just could not cut it at that SND. They lost each and every single round, getting 7-0 over at Tunisia. That was actually quite surprising of a stat for me, because I was assuming Scatty would at least be able to hang with them in that SND matchup.
Yeah, maybe at least one round that they could have taken, knowing that their sniper talent is obviously one hell of a player as well. Cisco, Chirac, they can play that scope very well. But that we did not see because Kato was able to shut them down all the time. And not to mention, he has done all of those dirty work at the start, and then they got Anawin to send at those close range, which eventually threw up Scotty's rotation and momentum going forward.
Let's see if or not the boys will be able to pull away all 3 maps. Scatty definitely looking for that. They are also looking for the qualifier through to the playoffs. And, you know, we did mention this as well. If the Broke Boys Club, in fact, if any team loses 3 series, that also ruins their chances from moving off into the playoffs, which means the Broke Boys Club do not have a option. They must win this next bout no matter what happens.
It's a do-or-die game. First, today here, they're going to have to try to take down Scatty, and their next matchup are going to be up against 3 Evil Dragons and WDC Free Slot. So kind of playing around their life here a little bit. And you need this victory. But the team that you're going up against with are also trying to get a spot at the top 3 as well. And this Rising Stars are not going to be joking around. Sacred Tokyo is going to be the player head-to-head here for Scatty. It's going to be static on the side for Broke Boys Club. Tokyo has got 4 MVP counts thus far and has edges up static a little bit in terms of that KD rating with a 1.29 compared to a 1.23.
The stats are actually wrong, because Static actually has 3 MVPs to his name at this point of time. It's just that, unfortunately, he did not win those matches where he got the MVP stats on. Tokyo, of course, is going to be the better player if you look at how he has been able to position himself out there on the battlefield. And he has been on a constant performance today. In fact, the matchup against 3 Evil Dragons earlier on, he was the triple MVP, no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, now we take a look at our maps and modes here. And interestingly enough, Sacred Scout is going to try to bring us to Hacienda Hardpoint, a map that Broke Boys Club know very well. This is where they extended Wolf into like a do or die moment where it went down to a 250 to a 244 gameplay, right? And then we move into SND slums and control rate. I for sure think that we're going to end up with very close games at this match number 4.
I've got my fingers crossed for a close matchup here, but you never know, man, because these teams, unfortunately, have not been able to show us a consistent run all the way throughout. Broke Boys Club, they disappointed me. I expected them to, at the very least, take away that S&D matchup from Wolf. They faulted there. They could have taken Hardpoint, unfortunately faulted once again. So I'm not going to bet on them all that too much, but I do know they have the capabilities of getting the job done. Cisco's going to be dragging in the Gravity Vortex gun this time round. And the operator that's going to be on the flip side that's a little bit different is going to be the Purifier. Let's see which one makes the difference this time round, Cali.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, those two are going to be important, especially when you're trying to hold P4. The statue's going to be on the beach side, right? And again, Gravity Vortex, great attack over enemies, can suck up any team, any player that's going to try to close out the site. Same thing could be said with the Purifier. If you try to get close, you're going to be able to get those kills initially. And what's going to be mattering a lot here for these two squads is their rotations. They got to get that set up to P2 until that P4. Having that is going to be a good advantage to try to stop the push coming on from the teams on the back foot.
I'm not very convinced with the Gravity Vortex play, though, because where I see that operator really bringing into effect is that P2 inside of Garage. You are going to have a potential solid play there, but very slowly the Gravity Vortex is starting to become my least favorite operator. It used to be a lot of impact. You drag it into Summit, it's always going to be able to make great plays. And Hacienda, such a big map, especially when you look at P4, when you look at P1, so many of those entrances, you just can't control the pace of attack of your opponents off of that operator. But thankfully, we're not just running the whole game with that one operator. So it is all going to be about the timely usage. If Cisco can whip it out and fantastically cap the players of Broke Boys, I'm going to give him an extra few shout-outs.
He's just gonna have to hope that the enemy will not have any trophy system to begin with when he tries to activate that, right? Because it's so easy to counter at this point. And then, like what you said, Purifiers can be doing a lot better in a map like Hacienda Hardpoint. And now we got to start this Hacienda Hardpoint between Broke Boys Club and Sacred Scotty. It's gonna be Sacred that's gonna have the favorable response as they got that set up early for P2. But what's gonna be important right now is this P1, and the fountains are gonna be held here by Z-Man, who finds an early 2 kills.
Great smoke plays coming through from Scatty as well to find the ingress towards the hill, but they all get slain out. Losing out on the gunfights don't do Scatty much of a favor at this point, as the players on the side of Broke Boys rotating over to the top floor of Mana as well. They find that dominance and they take control of pretty much a lot of the area around the map, but Scatty just hopping onto the hill just for a single second. But the slays off of the Broke Boys, a little too spicy to start things off with.
Yeah, this is why you never tried to give this Hacienda Hardpoint map when they're trying to play up against Broke Boys Club. They know this down to a T. And it is not just static that can light you up. It can also be Z-Man up close. And with the recent addition of Epochs, their long-range engagements is going to be quite more peculiar at this point in time. Sacred are going to be starting off the back foot onto this P2. But you can see the break coming in multi-angles, and they open up the hardpoint here in time.
Yep, 29-23, Sacred Scatty making their way back in here, and B2 is going to be a little bit more of a decent play for the boys. But Broke Boys still do have the advantage, though. They're trying to take over the driveway spawns, and at the very same time, the right-hand side of the observation deck soaked up by Sacred Scatty, attacking all from just a 1 point, and Jello won't be able to beam them down. Vince gets the double, opening up the hill for just a tad bit, but Z-Man is there to back up the rest of the squad. Tokyo's going to be biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity as Chirac finds the pincer from the opposite side. Driveway taken over. 25 seconds means Broke Boys have one more opportunity, but before they even make that play, the boys are right back on the hill already. 17 seconds, early rotation anchored down by 2 players on P3.
Yeah, scrap time could be held here by Scotty. These are important points. Do not want to give up the Broke Boys Club, so I love that they are able to contest that. They have number 5 in Cisco, holding down one of the archways, moving to P4. He does find Z-Man with that kill, but will be dealt with by Static, so there's actually no player for Scotty on the next rotation. They're still going to be locked, though, with 3 seconds left. And they still have time to try to navigate around the map. They got the patio, which is going to be the high ground control. If they spot these players out, it's going to be quick eliminations for them.
Oh, this is very smart play by Static because he just plays the distraction within the mana and then just slows Scatty down a little bit. But look at this, the hill's still grabbed by Snurpy. Great big gunfights and he wins that out. Solo, he'll be holding it down alongside Cisco, who jumps on in for the backup as well. As Static and Epoch show up, they slay them out. Mid's playing the War Machine from a great angle, and this should be able to give the side of Sacred Scatty a little bit of an advantage here, but the rest of the players on the side of Scatty not here to break the hill yet.
Yeah, 3 operators being burned here by Broke Boys Club just to try to get the hold inside. And it's going to be working for now, but Sacred are going to get back quickly. They're going to be able to put 3 players there to stack and play for those trades. And not so sure with the advancements of Broke Boys Club when they tried to bring in the Annihilator, Gravity Vortex, the Purifier, as well as the War Machine, as they did not really have a great hold. It was Sacred all throughout that P3. Now you have the early rotation moving to P4 though. Let's see if this is going to work the wonders for you. Young Jay picking off the wrong angle and he gets taken down.
64-75, Broke Boys trying to fight their way back in here, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty decent job from them because they are anchoring down the deck pretty well. And the players of Scatty attacking from both angles, now being forced to spawn from just that one side out of Garage. It is a single-pointed attack, one roaming around inside of Mana as well. But in the meantime, all the points being soaked up here by Broke Boys, and a solid lead is going to be established if they keep this up.
Yeah, the adjustments being made here and winning those early set of gunfights just works. But now this power comes in from Tokyo. They're trying to break in at the right-hand side of the map. Static holding his ground with the CBR4, but not enough as the double shell from Mids and Cisco breaks the point.
A timely double shell executed by Mids as well as Cisco. 92-82, 10-point differential. Sacred Scatty making their way back in here. 10 more seconds, and they don't need to early rotate for this P1, but you can see Young Jay's already there, waiting to see if or not anybody shows up from the second floor of Mana. In the meantime, Sacred Scatty going to be using the man advantage to pull away all of the remaining points. Still haven't found that equalizer just yet, but they have to play P1 a little bit better. And the secret here for the Broke Boys was holding down towards that bottom side of Mana.
I mean, they flipped the spawns in here as well. And Sacred, this is something that you cannot repeat twice. You can't give Broke Boys Club any time at all at this P1 and not give them a money hill and get this one uncontested. So now they're trying to change this up a bit. The send down Snurpy there is playing the OBJ for the squad right now with 63 seconds accumulated at the moment. They take the lead up against Broke Boys Club with a much better approach moving into P2 set of rotation.
Yeah, bleeding stopped here though, Jello. Claw capable of bringing it out. Let's see if or not he does manage to force the issue here. Shirak's going to be beamed down by Jello. Great plays on the ground. Up on top is going to be Cisco as well, who hops on it without checking, but Tokyo will win out the gunfight for him. So no disadvantage. Cisco and Tokyo traded out though, as Static and Z-Man hop back in for the defense. And from the top floor, they take out all of the objective players off of Scatty.
Yeah, Scatty making the adjustment here by going in for an early rotation at this P2. This is the Money Hill Broke Boys Club. They're trying to get that breakthrough trophies, but 2 players go down there. It's going to try to break that hill in multi-angles, and we are seeing a great stand being made by Sacred Scatty. It's Shirak finds that triple to hold down the Lambo.
Yeah, Epoch's just rotating in from the lobby side, but he will get slain out, and big plays coming through from Static. A triple operator investment courtesy of Broke Boys because they want this money hill. Z-Man does manage to find Mids through the Sparrow, but Mids won't be able to trade him out using the War Machine. Back and forth we go. Jello hops on in. Broke Boys claw play this time round. Z-Man gets traded out, but in the meantime, hill wide open. Jello finally steps on in. A little bit of backup is there from 2 players. Young Jay, he needs to stay alive here, but he's not stopping the bleeding just yet. Static will hop on in and get slain out, and all of a sudden Sacred Scatty waking up with the Broke Boys on those crappy gunfights, winning out a majority of those gunfights.
Yeah, well, man, Scatty has always loved to play this crap time, and they really challenge this P2 to not give Broke Boys Club any time at all to really extend that lead and make that gap wider, right? So now they're going to be just a bit of just 5 points away up against Broke Boys Club, and the deficit is just clearly upon their reach here. So far, they're going to be spawning so far out. And with Static taking down Tokyo, that will spawn a team on the well side. And Broke Boys Club looking to chain that P2 Mountain Hill here to a P3 fences rotation, but they get broken down with Snurpy Chirac teaming up once again.
Yes, Snurpy, beautiful play. Static and Z-Man, though, on the side of Broke Boys, will be able to find the wins off of the top floor of Mana. Snurpy, just from within the warehouse in itself, will be able to win out a gunfight. Young Jay, pausing the bleeding. Great big grenade. I hope your trophies are on point. Snurpy trades him out. Beautiful claw response. Static shuts down Cisco. Snurpy holding an angle. The claw's not going to be popping off just yet. Steps out just in time. But Sacred Scatty managed to remove the final player off of the hill, and Broke Boys don't really have any ingress here. Attacking now from the back, and all 5 players together, they need to win some big gunfights.
I mean, Sparrow play big there for Tokyo as he's able to break this team, this hill for his squad, get this crap time as well, and keep this game scrappy. Young Jay is going to lose a gunfight onto mids, and Sacred Scatty will take the lead here for the time being as we move over to P4. 8 seconds are locked in. That's going to be more time for Scatty to make their rotation over towards the rocks. Broke Boys having a great setup here right at the moment. Static on the flank is going to get this 2 big kills to stop the push in multi-angles, and Broke Boys Club are just inching their way back here.
I mean, what a close match between the two, man. 159 to 159. Broke Boys match up and then take the lead. Hunter Killer Drone does not find its spot. Static misses the elimination opportunity, but Tokyo is there to trade him outright after. Epochs on Tokyo. Back and forth we go. But the number of players that Broke Boys have on this hill will be able to pull away those final few points. And the pincer maneuver, the driveway attack off of Garage. Here comes Sacred Scatty, a little bit slow, but they want to have a perfect execution. But Epoch's still alive, and they will be able to beam them down and out of this hill yet again.
And he's only got 17 kills, but the amount of OBJ he provides for his squad is insurmountable. 92 seconds already in, and he's able to stop the push from Scatty coming in from the Lambo side. And that's going to be a 40-point lead that's going to be built up by Broke Boys Club by the time he opened the 3rd setup rotation. He's going to be making his way over towards the left side of the map here once again and get that high ground control. And he has been the bane for COD here so far.
Mids, the backup player on the objective. Is a minute on the clock thus far. Shirak, a little bit too far away from the objective, but he does have an opportunity to hop on up to the top floor, but will choose to play the bottom a little bit more aggressive. Will get traded out as Static and the rest of Team Broke Boys have got the better strategy. Take control from the top and then hop on in for the objective. Tokyo trying to do exactly that. Just can't seem to find those angles. Beams down Static. Will pause the bleeding forward a little bit, and Snurpy helps him take that objective over.
Yeah, just 200-point mark already reached by Broke Boys Club at this point. You cannot allow Broke Boys Club to get so much time, and that's why you need every scrap time. That's going to be 15 seconds that will be claimed by Scatty on this P1, but you're going to start on the back foot, moving towards this P2, which is the Money Hill Broke Boys Club for the last 2 setup rotation. You got to find a way to bring those operators and find good value off of it and prevent them from getting this money and gaining this to a victory.
Money Hill, ready? Aye! Doesn't find anyone. Doesn't stop the driveway push. So 4-man going to be stacking that driveway. Opportunity for Broke Boys to beam all of them down. And a triple operator setup once again. Every single time you see this off of the Broke Boys, it's to earn the money right here at Garage. And it's been working out perfectly. This could just be where the game ends, Cali.
A huge operator investment there. The War Machine plus this power combination to prevent the eventual flood Scatty has set up on that first set of gunfights. And they bring out the Predator missile to get all them kills. And this is going to be a landslide. Static brings out the Purifier to end this one through. 5 more points to take this elimination and this victory up against Sacred Scatty.
I ran out of the Purifier at the worst of timing, but he did have backup. Broke Boys, beautiful victory over Sacred Scatty. And you have to say the Money Hill provided so much for that, but not just there. The P1 plays off of Broke Boys were phenomenal.
Yeah, especially at the first set, right? They scored like at least 30 seconds off of that. And they made sure that they chained it over to a P2 rotation where eventually they held that Lambo position very well. Epochs played so much time inside the hill. Then you got Static roaming around the map, providing all those eliminations for you. He dropped 50 kills with 22 deaths. It's a 2.0 KD for him. Truly the key player and one of the rising stars that Broke Boys Club have.
And pretty instrumental victory here for Broke Boys. And you can see what led them there, right? 4 players having close to 1:30 seconds on the hill. That is just insane. Everybody playing the objective, swapping in and out for each other. 50 to 22. Static was on a roll whilst he was playing the objective, slaying out his opponents. I mean, truly well-deserved MVP. And this is the 4th one that he's picking up for himself. He has been that consistent performer for the Broke Boys, and nothing seems to be changing that.
Yeah, and I love that he's been able to act up as a role here. Despite being a new addition, he is not afraid to play it and be part of the big moments, right? And Broke Boys Club, looking at what they did at the time, reminds me so much of how WPM Low Kings play their hardpoint. They always have at least 4 of their players with a minute on the clock, and I love how they exactly replicated that kind of flooding technique as well when they're trying to hold down the position, especially at this P2. It eventually was the bane for Scotty. They couldn't break that hill even after investing 3 operator skill at the last moment, AJ.
And on top of that, the biggest of difference between the two were the eliminations, were the engagements out there on the battlefield. And I have to say, the positions held on by Broke Boys were just so much more technical as compared to Sacred Scatty. And P1 has to be the example that I drag out once again. Sacred Scatty focusing mainly on that lower ground battles, whereas Broke Boys were just playing it so tactical, right? Winning out the plays on top man affairs, and they just stay there. The moment they win out those battles, they're not hopping on into the objective yet, unless their objective player is already out of the equation. You just see them swapping in and out for each other at that point of time. A great play over at P1, and that was pretty much the same strategy that they were pulling out. And the triple operator stack on that garage money hill was the winning gameplay. And clearly this was well strategized by Broke Boys, because twice in the same game they execute that exact same play.
Yeah, 3 times is not luck. They really did that on purpose. And this was the play right here, right? That we were talking about. 3 operators going to be invested there, and 2 explosive attack over enemy operators and 1 claw. And to top it all off, they had a purifier from static to eventually read out the players coming from the driveway. And this was a map pick made by Sacred Scatty. And now they're gonna have to try to pay the price for it, and have to be eliminated, right? And this time we're gonna be hopping into a map number 2. It's gonna be Slums, and this is gonna be a map picked by Broke Boys Club. But Sacred Scotty, they got a win here up against 3 Evil Dragons earlier. Let's see if they can chain that momentum over here this time.
Yeah, pretty impressive out of Broke Boys, no doubt whatsoever. I think the amount of points that they managed to garner from some key hard points, mainly that P1 as well as P2. P3 was a little bit shaky because we saw Scatty really, bring up a strong fight there. It was not the best hill for Broke Boys, but rotation back to P4, we saw the fight come out through from them once again. But I have to say, Scatty played that really, really well in terms of just stopping the bleeding, but not really going in for the engagement, right? The amount of flooding that was coming in for that hill could have been a little bit better from the side of Scatty. They were just choosing that one-pointed attack. When they were spawning out of the side of Garage, it was just straightforward attack. Out of docks, straightforward. Nobody wrapping around and really finding those angles to play against the Broke Boys, which really gave Broke Boys a lot of opportunity to run away with the points.
And this is where you kind of touch on a bit on the operator value, right? We did not see a lot of Gravity Vortex in that game with Cisco. More often than not, we saw a lot of plays from Static. He got 50 kills with a Purifier, AJ.
That's actually very true. I totally didn't see the Gravity Vortex at all. And once again, it could be that he did bring it out. It's just no efficacy whatsoever within that map. Chirac finding Static, but he's all alone now as the defender going up against 3 attacking players. Bomb's been planted as well. And a great retreat by Broke Boys.
Yeah, they don't have any sniper, though, that can provide overwatch at the garage. But they're aiming for a guy that would love to overextend towards the graveyards. 27 seconds left, still plenty of time for Chirac. But the more you try to second guess this, the more you get some errors done. And there's Z-Man at the corner gets that kill. And Broke Boys Club immediately taking this round number 1.
Spots the wrong corner. Could have taken the advantage there if he had turned right first. Would have required a lot of mechanical skills to pull that 180 off, though. But either way, Broke Boys with the first round. Sacred Scatty this time round going to be stacking up B with 3 defensive players. 2 moving on towards A. You can see Broke Boys beeline straight up for this A site.
They're prepared for this gunfight. Chirac though finds the first blood, but Jello there for the trade. They immediately open up this A site. They're gonna get that bomb plant. They can see Sacred. That's gonna be number 4 in Sturpy going around the patio to get a multi-angle attack here as they try to crack the A site.
Epox doesn't find anything just yet. And look at this. Tokyo. We see the defusal. Smoke laid out. Tokyo punishes Jello as well. They have to go in for the push. Epox slowly wrapping around to prevent that ninja defusal. Z-Man takes Cisco's head off, literally, as Snurpy drops his gunplay against Epox. A quick attack, and then they back away. Z-Man catches Tokyo as he over-aggresses. And Broke Boys 2-0 up.
Yeah, and the thing with the approach was that was kind of different. A attack to a B, to a B attack towards A attack. Sacred Scotty were expecting more of a mid-map push coming from Broke Boys Club, but did not really pan out the way they predicted it to be, and they were kind of lacking in the rotation. This time, a full-fledged attack at the fountains with Jello leading the push.
Oh, crazy attack coming on through, and they, my goodness, stack and absolutely wrecks. Snurpy with a triple, though, brings the numbers all equal. Z-Man puts him down, 6 foot under, all alone. Chirac once again, but this time a little bit more of an equal fight in a 1v2. Chirac should be able to deliver a clutch.
Yeah, bomb down here, 45 seconds for him to actually make his way at the B site. There's not going to be any, there's going to be a sniper, and that's going to be Epoch. It's going to guard this red car. And he's got the great oversight on that bomb, pretty open. He will not miss that unless there's going to be a smoke that will be provided here by Chirac, but I don't think he's got the utility to back it up, right?
Z-Man needs to look to the right. Oi! It's the same guy as previously, so you know Chirac's going to look and access this through that bomb site on the right, straight up towards garage. Chirac doesn't find that opportunity for the snipe, and Epoch spots him out. Beautiful snipe. 3, and oh my goodness, Sacred Scatty haven't really been able to do much thus far.
I mean, they picked their poison. They tried to play a Shen the Hardpoint, which is the best map of Broke Boys Club, thinking that they could poison them. But it didn't really pan out. Now you got the Broke Boys Club that is running with momentum, fresh off that map 1 victory. And they just want to get that bomb plant every time in his first 3 rounds. And something has to be done. Maybe try to play it passive. That's why we're trying to play it passive here right now. Playing for a retake is a good cost, knowing that you try to take this team head on in the first 3 rounds and immediately are dealt with.
I do agree with you, man. A little bit of a change of pace, but Broke Boys countering that by slowing things down as well. Tokyo giving it up. Grenade. Oh, they get pushed. Young Jay finds mid. Tokyo, all he can do is just run away from that situation. Cisco gets a hit mark. No elimination just yet. Has to back away. And together with Chirac, perhaps a 2-man push. But overextending Snurpy finds a couple attacks. Players playing the heady against him. Doesn't find the elimination and a slight chow by Epoch. And with the secondary, downs the guy. Chirac and Cisco for the clutch. Cisco tagged up. Chirac drops Epoch. Cisco all alone in a 1v4. Chirac all alone in a 1v4.
Yeah, another bomb planted by Broke Boys Club. The pressure just continues. Kind of very similar to how Wolf tried to push at the attack side. But Chirac finds one up against Static. 31 seconds left. Still plenty of time to work your way around the map.
See if I can get a super clutch. Looks like the answer is no. Z-Man makes it 4-0. Sacred Scatty have been showing up with pretty much nothing, but you know, it has been the defensive round. Perhaps when they pick up that bomb, they'll have a little bit more of an advantage to dictate the pace. But they have to pull away 2 crucial rounds now to make sure they don't really put this in an unwinnable situation.
You're asking for I think we're asking for too much right now for Sacred Scotty, right? Knowing that Broke Boys Club has been thinking 100 steps ahead in what kind of approach they have been playing here this time. And you can see it's kind of different. For every round that they have played, they're gonna be trying to push up at the bricks, but Mid's able to stop them with the HBK. That's what you want for Sacred Scotty.
Absolutely. Guy gets a triple. Jello steps up, but it's all over as Scotty pulls that 1 round back. Beautiful stuff, and it was mainly through those triple that they picked up initially.
Now that's what we need for Sacred, right? Mid's able to step up big time, finds a counter to the push that was being initiated by Broke Boys Club by finding a head glitch out in the fountains. So definitely an off angle that he gets those eliminations, right? But Broke Boys Club has managed to get the first blood here.
Epoch, good angle. Heady takes the better of Young Jay, puts him down. Z-Man finding the trade. Tokyo finds Z-Man. Back and forth we go, but Static all alone for Broke Boys now. Sacred Scatty will lose Tokyo in that exact same maneuver. The attackers, Broke Boys Club, in a 1v1 against Chirac on defense. How many more rounds are we going to have to depend on Chirac? But Cisco's still alive and kicking as well. A 2-man stack against Static. This might just be a little impossible.
And there we go. Cisco gets that kill on the Static, just like what we needed. We asked for 2 crucial rounds and Scotty able to deliver. Now we get to switch the sides. We're hoping for an attack side that can rival the plays for Broke Boys Club and hopefully get to force an overtime here at this point. Right now, going straight flush is not going to be possible with the way Broke Boys Club has been playing. So you got to try to play this one tactically all throughout. All out push from Broke Boys Club. They're already by the garage.
Oh, overextension. Static finds Cisco. That's going to be a great big punisher. What an aggressive defense out of Broke Boys Club. But the bomb planted already, setting this up for a retake. They do have the numbers to execute that. But can they also find another before they do attempt anything of that sort?
Number 1, Z-Man, he is all the way towards the enemy lines. He's got 4 of his teammates at the fountains as well, ready for the break. They got the areas locked down, but Snurpy able to pick one off.
Jello, beautiful, quick shot, disengages, doesn't get taken down. Good trade. Chirac finding epochs. And Z-Man on the double on top of everything else. Broke Boys, out of nowhere. They find it, but no time left to do much.
Oh, no, he got the defuse.
What?
All that last guy had to do for Scott, he was prevented from getting the fuse, AJ, but he couldn't do it. The triple chow was there for Broke Boys Club, and they had to clutch that one up. And now they're just 2 rounds away from taking this victory and going up 2-0 on this overall series. Right now, Broke Boys Club, they are fighting for survival. One more loss is going to cost them an opportunity to play at the top 3, and this is where you see them really step up big time.
Absolutely, man. Sacred Scatty. I mean, they have to step it up because Broke Boys is 2 rounds away from wrapping this up on the defense. Playing it super aggressive earlier on gave them a huge big advantage, but this time Z-Man playing the worm as he rolls around towards B. Jello overextending, finds the backstab. Chirac, oi, disengages on the slide, finds that perfectly though. Tokyo on the shutdown. And Sacred Scatty makes that way too easy. Z-Man, the MVP, fighting Tokyo in a 1v2. Makes that a 1v1, Z-Man.
One more for the ace. He's got 17 kills there as well. And he's got an opportunity to put his team at match point.
As the defender, Z-Man doesn't need to do much at all. Just needs to play his position really well. Mids. HBK gets the clutch. Mids keeps Sacred Scatty in it.
We will not see the first ace of the event here. And that's going to be Mid stopping the play for Z-Man and keeping Sacred Scatty alive, preventing that match point to be reached by Broke Boys Club. Now you can take a look at the difference in terms of the superstar here. Z-Man has 17 and no one even close to reach like a double-digit score here for the side of Sacred at the moment. You can see them try to play this attack side pretty passive here. Same thing could be said with Broke Boys Club, hanging, chilling like a villain at the ghetto, waiting for bomb plant to happen.
Young Jay in a decent position, but is this a little too cheeky? Obviously, Chirac and squad expecting to find him there. Snipes not connecting. Broke Boys still not taken down just yet. And this is going to favor Young Jay for quite a bit. And if he's holding on to this A site, it's going to be pretty impenetrable for a bit.
And you can see all the gunshots, warning shots, to know that Sacred, you cannot enter my domain. He's got 2 kills at the moment, not that significant, but he's holding a very important position that will help prevent these areas from warming down.
Guy crawls all the way to check out the left door.
Hello, sir.
Spots mid, his leg. Oh, but Chirac baited out Young Jay. Beautiful shot. And now a man advantage. Doesn't make a huge big difference though. Bomb gonna get planted. This is the pressure that Sacred Scatty now exudes.
45 seconds here, bomb planted. Broke Boys Club down by 1 man. This could be 1 less position that they're gonna have to worry about. The tacticals connect, and they're still waiting, looking to play this rotation late.
Mids and Chirac managing to find those slays as well, leaving Z-Man and Static in a 2v5. Perhaps a little unwinnable. Z-Man, he does rage on, goes in for the slide, finds Snurpy, but of course the trade is there. The numbers stack for Scatty. Manages to get them that 1 round, and slowly but surely Sacred Scatty finding their way back into the match.
Yeah, this is where we know that both of these players, both of these CODs loves to play their attack side. They have been pretty successful with it. Broke Boys Club have managed to get themselves with 5 rounds in the first half, but has been able to transcend that and convert into that match point at the moment. They're trying to push and play overextension once again. Kind of risky, but if you can try to play aggressive and be successful with it, you get the match point.
Z-Man, cheeky angle. Overextension by Snurpy. Gets 1 Young Jay down, but Z-Man finds the wraparound and trades Snurpy out. Great plays by Z-Man. almost reaching the 20, which is insane at this point.
Yeah, and I think this is the highest kills we've had so far
Yeah.
by a player when playing SND on a single map. And Z-Man is just breaking records at this point in time. What's gonna be worth it though is they try to convert this to victory as well. Not let this record go to waste, as they are just one run away from claiming that match point right now. He's gonna be in a good position at the door, at the staircase. A head glitch that Scotty will not see coming. It's gonna be a 3v4. If he gets one, that's all you need to have.
Oh my, what a mean position to hold on to, man. Z-Man hits the 20. If that wasn't a record enough already earlier, the guy is on a roll. How much more can he take away from Scatty?
Man, we're talking about 20 kills in just 10 rounds of action. That's 2 kills per round that Z-Man has been able to output here consistently for Broke Boys Club. It's a 3v3 now. With that play from him, he's got an opportunity to set this one up, but Jello gets taken down by mids, and he's got the opening at the ace, but Z-Man is still there trying to hunt down, play hide and seek.
Oh, Z-Man! Can he get it? Almost, but Mid trades him out. Static shuts down Cisco at the same time as the final player. Mid super low on that HP. Chirac going for the plant. Is he going to be undone? Static just finds a couple of extra seconds. Doesn't go in for the stop just yet. Mids with the shots. Static. No trades coming through. HVK should be able to win this gunfight out. Gets a couple of connections through the wall as well.
Wow. That trace is amazing. 30 seconds here. Static, this is looking like trouble for him. If he enters broken walls, he's being sprayed at. Wolfbang will not take him out yet, though.
Has to recover his HP first. Static can't get aggressive. And now he's right back into the thick of the action. But Chirac on the snipe. And it's all equal. Sacred Scatty have finally managed to fight their way back in here.
I love how they're just fighting this one scrappy, not really giving up. And Chirac and Mids have been working wonders for this squad, combining for 21 kills. But if you try to take it the other side, Z-Man has got 20 for his own. And this guy has been pretty exceptional in terms of finding and being the route man for Broke Boys Club here. What they need, though, is a great pick. Get that first blood and play an early 4v5.
Although Z-Man's doing really well, he's picking up the slack for quite a number of players on his side. Young Jay. I was going to highlight him, but he takes Cisco down. I guess that's impact enough. Great slide and engagement. Does not get the hit mark, but good aims from Young Jay as usual. Timing's just not on his side. Jello on the crossfire in case anybody rushes Young Jay. With the reposition now. Still unable to catch anyone because Sacred Scatty are off. They do not want to fight with the sniper on the side of Broke Boys.
Yeah, they're waiting for Chirac to get one pick here. Forces to play a 4v4, but Young Jay, we asked for him to step up and he makes 2 big plays to give an opportunity for Broke Boys. Get that match point, get that win, carry it over, make this a 2-0 victory. Chirac has to make a play here, but Young Jay gets 3 kills at this round.
Can he give us the first ace of the group stage? Needs to look at his left, gets tagged up. Oh, misses that one shot. Snurpy in a lot of trouble now. Jello not aggressing. They're giving it away, but the wraparound by Epox takes the guy out of the equation, saves Young Jay, and match point now for the Broke Boys.
A sudden explosion like that from Young Jay, it just emphasizes how much bag that Broke Boys Club have here at this matchup, but still not yet over. Scotty still on the attack side. They can do whatever they want, but they gotta prevent themselves from getting first blooded. They're not afraid to push the fountains and put that bomb down early, force an early 5v5 retake.
Let's see if or not Broke Boys later on can win against WDC as well, because if they secure the victory against Sacred Scatty, there's a potential they make it through to the playoffs. Jello trying to make that work for the squad as Snurpy finds the trade. Young Jay steps up yet again. Static as well. This is over. Snurpy.
What are you doing?
Can he do anything? Can't.
Oh, no.
Young Jay finds it. Broke Boys drop them. 7-5 series clutched out here by the Broke Boys Club. And now we only have the consolation raid control for Scatty to take away.
Yeah, finally a win for Broke Boys Club after facing Wolf and WPM Low Kings last Tuesday. Now they take what's theirs. And it's still not over. You need every map that you can get so that by the time a tiebreaker happens, you're going to be the ones that are at the match, at the advantage, right? Scotty, though, an opportunity to still make a run for it. fight not yet over. If they can take control, that's going to be one less map to worry about for Rogue Boys Club.
I mean, the Low King is obviously going to guarantee themselves a spot at the playoffs later on. WDC free slot might make it through as well, looking at the fact that they have already taken the victory over Scatty. But between Broke Boys and Scatty, they're really going to have to fight hard, man. Let's see if or not they are going to be able to step it up, because Broke Boys have already taken on two kings. That is Wolf as well as West Point Mamba Low Kings. Those two teams have not met Scatty yet, so a lot of danger awaits Sacred Scatty.
Yeah. And well, honestly, for Broke Boys Club, they are in a point of contention because the next two matches that they are going to have to face is going to be 3 Evil Dragons as well as Wolf. So potential tiebreaker that we're going to see between those two squads later on. But for Sacred Scatty, after this loss, this makes it difficult for them to try to bounce back because top matches are going to be up ahead. You already lost up against WDC Free Slot, and Wolves and WPM Low Kings are going to be your next two matches. Kind of an unfriendly side if you try to ask.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And Scatty needs to pull off a crazy victory over Wolf just to stay in the competition, right? And I might be a lot to ask from usually, but we've seen so much of weak plays from Wolf in the recent times. So there might still be a potential there for them.
Yeah, and they need every round that they could get, every map, every series from here on out. We're already at day 2, and this is where we get to decide who's going to be the top one. It was decided earlier with WPM Low Kings able to take down WDC Free Slot. Now, with that win, that gives them 3-0 in total at the group standings at this point. So now every team is fighting for that number 2 and that number 3 spot, which is still available in the market.
This is just a crazy back and forth between the two teams. Broke Boys initially starting off really strong. Sacred Scatty not showing up on this SND. Did manage to find the recovery the moment they picked up the bomb. But Z-Man was just way too strong to handle. Static started stepping up as well. And just when they needed him the most, Young Jay showed up strong towards the end of the match to clutch out some crucial gunfights. And thus far, it's only been the story of the Broke Boys Club. 250 to 182 at Hacienda Hardpoint. 75 on the Slums S&D, not allowing an overtime nor any bit of chance for the team of Sacred Scatty. The final chance for Scatty to show up now at Control Raid.
Yeah, this control raid is going to be a 50-50 for me. Although Broke Boys Club have lost this up against Wolf and WPM Low Kings, they have at least taken one round up against these big squads. They tried to take a look at that Scatty. They lost this one up against WDC Free Slot already. So it's kind of a 50-50 between these two squads. But one thing more than likely that we're going to have, HA, is Broke Boys Club starting on the defensive side, which is a huge upside to start this one off.
They do have a little bit of an advantage. Let's see if or not the team of Sacred Scatty can undo that instantly as we start this off. Everything needs to go their way. They need to play the most brilliant game of attack as we open up. And we've seen a couple of examples as to how we can pull that off already at Raid. You have to keep it fresh. You have to attack both sides at the same time. But how many players you send for the distraction on the lower priority hill is going to be telling if or not you do get those.
And now, take a look at their operator skills here. This time, still the same operator skill for Cisco, that Gravity Vortex. We're going to find out if that's going to be finding a good value here at this trade, because one thing more than likely, the Purifier has edged up this series so far. Static was able to score 50 kills with that at Hardpoint Ascenda earlier.
I've got my fingers crossed that Cisco pulls this off, man, because earlier on, like we discussed, Cali, the Gravity Vortex didn't really show up all that too much. And on an open map like Raid, where the control points are going to be in open spaces as well, it is going to be quite torturous. Unless, of course, they do take that attack and maybe stop the confines of the kitchen as well as court with the Gravity Vortex. But you have to play that so well timed. Let's see if or not the boy Cisco can show us something beautiful with that. Tokyo starting things off. Z-Man's going to go down as well. And Snurpy and Sirab step it up.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to take down the guy looking to get that spawn shop as well at the garage. So pretty much Sacred Scatty has to do here is claim this A time very efficiently. And they have been able to read off all the players that have been able to contest. Epochs get shot down at the money room. And wow, what an amazing start we just see here for Sacred Scatty. A minute added to the clock, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And they got the live count advantage to top it off as well.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they've got the advantage on both sides here. They've capped that hill. They've got the life advantage. And now they rotate around. They're trying to play a split push towards A. Moving in towards gallery, they've got 2 players. Cisco doesn't want to be the first guy to pray that entry frag. Sends Chirac. A little bit of a bait. He's like, you take point. I'll snipe from the back. Cisco, opportunity. Young Jay shuts down Snurpy, but he still gets capped. Unfortunate for Cisco. 22-24. Broke Boys finding a little recovery, abandoning A to stack up B on defense.
Yeah, Scadi has been forced to play a reset. Static holding these galleries pretty much helped Broke Boys Club narrow that deficit down to 2 life counts here as he finds that skill onto Cisco and Chirac at that mid garden. Now he's still playing this one pretty scrappy, very cheeky as well. He's being able to spot Snurpy the Worm, and well, it's gonna be a 1 life lead now for them this time.
I think the 2 teams, they're so equally matched. It's not a great idea to pull a split push coming through like this. What the Broke Boys will not be able to handle is a full 5-man push coming through from Sacred Caddy from 1 point. No operators to stop that rush. So you're going to be playing for trades, but you're going to have at least 1 power position to your side. Wait for the rest of your players to spawn out and then attack. Of course, you're spawning out from the left-hand side of the map. So the overexertion needs to be through the laundry side. But unfortunately, we just don't see that play coming through from them.
Yeah, and we are not seeing any flood as well. This time they're going to try to test their luck, but so much operator and as well as Korshik has been built up here by the side of Broke Boys Club. They got that information on where these players are spawning at the moment. Tokyo finally gets that break, but Static and Jello there to back them up and get those trades. Sacred Scuddy, despite getting that A capture early, has shown struggles at trying to break the B side.
Yeah, I mean, just weak in terms of strategy, and that is going to play against them. 7 more lives left, double of that on the side of Broke Boys. And even if they play scrappy, Sacred Scatty now, no more on the respawns. Everybody that steps on in here has to win out their gunfight, regardless of anything. Jello stops Tokyo. He's not going to show up again. Z-Man finds mids. Jello finding Cisco. Snurpy goes down. Chirac all alone. Pretty safe to say this is all over.
Wow, what an amazing adjustments we just saw for Broke Boys Club, man. I mean, they knew pretty much that the A side is gone. It's dealt with. What they did is get that position over at the B side. They sent Static at the galleries. They got Jello holding the driveway, and they have Epox holding that statue to counterattack the players coming in at that mid and the Lambo side. And all they just had to do was put in Young Jay at the laundries to stop the push from happening at the kitchens. And that was a total lockdown, AJ.
Absolutely, man. And very poor counter by Sacred Scatty to do much there. Broke Boys just had to hold on to their angles. They could have been caught out because they were widespread on that B control earlier on. But once again, Sacred Scatty just not punishing them in any way whatsoever. This time, the attack on B is going to be favored by the team of Broke Boys. First segment cap. Segment 1 is going to be pulled away. Just a single objective player here getting the job done. So it's going to be a little bit slower, but a refined play from Broke Boys for sure, because the rest of them are guarding the perimeter, making sure they stop the defenders, stopping their attacking players. So great strategy execution here by Broke Boys.
Yeah, this time though, doing the opposite play that we saw for Scatty. They're taking down the B side. That's gonna be the hardest part to remove, and they have opened up the Tiki as well. Number 4, and Jello is waiting for a player to spawn at his position and get that spawn shot pretty up, but Sacred also thinking the same thing, looking to push Broke Boys Club to the extent at their spawns.
And there was no reason whatsoever to pull out the equalizer and rush at a player who's not even attacking your side. You have to double down for the defense on A. An unfortunate decision-making here from the side of Secret Scatty, and this is going to punish them. A flash stop. Snurpy comes back for the rechallenge and wins out the gunfight as well. My goodness, that's going to be at least 1+ point for Sacred Scatty. Now 3 lives in differential. Broke Boys have an opportunity here at A. The way they stack this though, sending 4 players towards the left, just 1 rotating around. I like this because that 1 player has got the operator in hand as well to make the world of difference on his own.
Yeah, if his teammates are able to take those eliminations, it's easy for him to get those eliminations at the basketball court. A side is where we are seeing Broke Boys Club are trying to take that hit. Z-Man able to take down Snurpy with that Sparrow, and his squad is able to defend that land, but eventually will be forced to a reset. Sacred doing a much better time holding off the A site. They got every corner at the lower half of the map covered up pretty nicely, and they also got their spawns guarded up with mids sent out on the back.
Strategic approach once again. Extension, overextension, I have to say, from Jello. Distraction through kitchen could be played here by player 1 and 3 in blue, Z-Man and Static. Jello Manages to move a little bit closer towards Mids, and this is going to be the distraction that is required, but nobody's there to assist him. And he's going to be pulling Mids away from the defense. This opens up the hill for the rest of their players. Mids overextends and finds the slay onto Jello. Static shut down as well. Great big plays from him is going to be giving Scatty a little bit of a one-up here.
Yeah, nice total lockdown that we see here for Sacred Scatty at 2v6. Not much you can do here for Apox and Jello. Doesn't have any operator to play with, and there's only 12 seconds left. But Epoch's trying to stir up some fight. It's a 2v5. They gotta go and contest, but Mids on the flank gets that kill onto Epoch, and it's all down to Jello, who's gonna try to wind that clock down. He will get dealt with, and Sacred Scotty responds back with their own defensive performance lockdown.
Great play, a little bit well strategized, a little bit better strategized, I have to say, from the side of Broke Boys to attack the second hill as opposed to what Scatty was executing earlier on. But the defensive structure out of Scatty, just the winning play there. Broke Boys should have been a little bit more brave on the approach, but Scatty just winning out a total number of gunfights on their side, just aggressive a little bit more towards the side of Broke Boys that just couldn't keep them in play. Tokyo, on the other hand, though, CBR4 rotates around kitchen. Static's going to be caught out in the open. One more player right behind him, but he just overextends.
I mean, then this is the same exact thing that we saw round number 1. Them overwhelming the A site, but this time with a little bit of a twist with Epoch lighting it up with the LK-24 at the swimming pool. It's going to be able to force Sacred Scatty to get to their spawns back again. And Broke Boys Club will get a bit of a piece of the pie and get these eliminations with Chongjae with the Annihilator.
22 lives left here for Broke Boys. And the defense seems to be pretty decent for them. Scatty, a little scared to take a very aggressive push. Annihilated double coming through courtesy of Young Jay. Mids gonna be able to block him out. Beautiful play. And Jello just can't find the trade just yet. Overextension coming on through. Cisco will not get caught out.
Yeah, and there's an opening being made at the A site, and that's where Sacred is trying to take that route. Number 4 in Jello, he's going to be on the flank. He could get these eliminations, but Tokyo has to step up for Scatty to make this A push work, and he finds a double here, AJ. And they're going to be claiming time and stopping that time.
Yeah, I'm going to be adding on an extra minute here if they can pull this off, and they'll definitely do it since Broke Boys just want to stack up B and play their best defense a little bit later on. But we've seen how this has broken down already. Let's see if they make a mistake here. Sacred Scatty. Extra minute. Snappy. Nice. Beautiful play. Brings out the claw. Gets the first one. As he gets attacked, Tokyo's there for the backup as well. Pushes on fourth. Hunter killer drone. Young Jay. Scrappy. Runs away but still gets found.
Yeah, now they're able to actually narrow down the spawns here for Broke Boys Club for a bit. But Z-Man finds the double. He stops the push at the laundry side. Sacred Scotty has 58 seconds to work their way at the B site. It's going to be 2 life gun advantage for Broke Boys Club at this point. Pretty much a square-up fight here at this round number 3.
Absolutely, man. These operators can be invested, though, by Scatty. They've got one more. But it's all about the angles that are played. Look at Jello. Sagging back, making sure to protect the rest of his team members. So no spawn trap capable, unless, of course, they do find Jello and take him out of the equation first. Young Jay. Cheeky shots will find the connection, and Tokyo gets put down. Can't lose out those gunfights. 25 more seconds. Time is running out. If you want to get it done, now is the time, Scatty.
Yeah, you have to make a move. But Jello's holding off the spawns pretty well. He's got the read that there's going to be 3 players going down, and the reset is on. He stops them. 9 lives for Broke Boys, 4 for Sacred Scatty. There is going to be 3 players stacking that B site, but can they stand their ground?
Overextension, 3 players though, versus 8, 6 seconds. Finally been paused already. The smoke's laid out as well. Tokyo gets beamed down, and a 2-1 up. Broke Boys so close to a 3-0.
Yeah, and now they're going to be starting on the attack side here this time. Again, Sacred has shown the capability to be a strong defensive team, especially here at this control raid. Well, they have played the same sort of strategy with Broke Boys Club. Just give up one side off the map and just think about a strong, solid performance by holding down the final flag that the team is looking to try to capture, right? But so far with Broke Boys Club, they have made their way to B site. They secured the perimeter as well. There's going to be 1 player that will be holding that one to stop the time.
Oh, beautiful plays this time around. Broke Boys circling around, and it looks like the pressure onto B has been perfect. But one winning out the fight over at Laundry side. There's going to be player number 4, Snare PCBR4, gets beamed down though. As Static steps it up, Chirac gets taken out by a hunter-killer drone. Second segment sneaked away over at B. But I want to say a little bit of a switch up here from Broke Boys. Stop capping that B. Don't go all the way and focus a little bit on A. But no, they just make it complicated for themselves again.
Yeah. And Broke Boys Club, they have 3 players at that mid-map waiting, push over towards the kitchen. They're waiting for Young Jae and Static to make their way at the laundries and maybe take away the guys holding the rocks and the island located outside of the kitchen. Young Jae putting out that Annihilator, takes down 1, and there we go. Big plays for Broke Boys Club to getting this mid-map control.
They do have the life advantage. Annihilator doesn't get to do much in there at all. Z-Man shuts down Cisco. Jello circling around. Snurpy attacking from the back. Jello will be able to get away with his life. Mids and the War Machine investment is pretty solid at this point of time. Gets a double for himself. Continuously on the hunt. Going to be going in through to the compound of his opponent's Broke Boys as well. And nobody wants to mess with this War Machine at this point of time. They rotate over from mid.
Yeah, I love this. Just take care of your lives. You don't have to try to contest mid. So obviously had the advantage with that War Machine. Now they're wrapping around a position where Scotty will not expect the most. A full-on flood at the mid gardens at the moment, and Young Jae is creating all the big plays for the squad when it comes to opening up and clearing all of these positions in the map.
6 life deficit here for the defending team. Broke Boys. Z-Man now with the Sparrow play. This is going to be a game changer. Spots one
Nice.
from across court. Beautiful shutdown by Z-Man. And now they push on fourth. 10 more lives left here for Sacred Scatty. 7 extra for Broke Boys. And the entry in Snurpy
Nice.
is found as well. And he's going to be capping the side all on his own. What a play by Z-Man. Every single shot out of the Sparrow making it work.
Yeah, and Scotty is down to their last 6 lives. They're gonna pull out every operator just to try to stay alive here. 14 live guns for Broke Boys Club, and they have 30 seconds to try to capture this flag up. 3 players go down now. Scotty, they are in no place to try to clutch this one up as Broke Boys Club is continuing the pressure by capturing the point. There's not much room to work with here. 1 player go down. It's all down to Snurpy. He is back against the wall, literally, and the flag will be captured. And Broke Boys Club takes a victory, 3-1, and going up with the sweep at this series as well.
A 3-0 within the series. And this is exactly what you expect out of the Broke Boys Club. They had the opportunity. They take the opportunity with such flair. They could have done it against Wolf as well. Unfortunately, in that matchup, I have to say, they got so close, but choked it at the very end. Not once, but 3 times back-to-back. So they truly do deserve this victory, and they stay alive in the competition.
It's really a hard-fought battle, right? Although they lost Wolf and WPM Low Kings, what's up next is an opportunity to, erase the narrative away. They have the most chance at upsetting one of the top 3 teams that we have currently at this Group A.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the biggest fight for them is going to be against WDC. Free slot. On the flip side of things, Scatty in a lot of trouble, bro. They've already lost 2 series. They've got 2 more games. 1 against Wolf, 1 against the team of West Point Mamba Low Kings. And we did talk about this. 3 series loss. You're going to get your butt kicked out of the competition. You can't make it through to the playoffs. So Scatty, they better hope and pray that they get the victory over Wolf. And then they just got to give everything that they've got against West Point Mamba Low Kings. Broke Boys, on the other hand, they have a pretty decently easy one against 3ED. So they don't have to break a sweat over that.
Yeah, and that's automatically a win added into their lineup. And what they just have to worry about is the tiebreaker that could potentially happen. And that's going to be WDC and Broke. That is looking like at least a tough 2 battle, a battle for top 2 spot or a battle for the top 3 spot. And we are going to be looking at a potential underdog and a superstar in the making, and we got a lot in store for 2024. If Broke Boys Club maintains this roster, I got them being the next WPM Low Kings, AJ.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I think it's a very capable squad. They are all veteran players. They've been around for the longest of time. And now getting together, trying to go all the way, just seems to be the perfect solution for the squad. And it's high time they get a couple of investors behind them as well, because this is true potential that can most definitely go all the way, because you see constant growth out of the squad. I mean, game after game, series after series, Broke Boys are growing.
Yeah, and I like how every player that they have added on their new roster has always been able to click, right? Epoch's subbing for 7 since it's going to be age restricted at the moment. And he's been able to fit the puzzle real quick. And why? It's because he's a former teammate with Static at the former LF Org squad. Yeah. And again, I love the rotation. I love everything I saw for Broke Boys Club here. Now it's just all about conversion and surviving at day 3 of Group A, where they're going to have an opportunity to fight for the top 3 spot.
And at this point of time, you have to be wondering, how does Batman feel about this, right? He needs to... and imagine that combination. The Broke Boys go up against Wolf, and then the Broke Boys win. I think that'll be soul-crushing.
Man. Now to think of it, it really is, right? And again, knowing that Static, Risky, Epochs, Batman happened to be part of LF Org before, we had so much talent coming in from this underdog squad, so we're able to be picked up by like core teams, right? And man, this is such an interesting year, and I'm looking forward to what's up ahead for Broke Boys Club, since they still have another day to find the way to the top 3, which is going to be the playoffs, and MVP going to be coming here for Static. Although he's got 2 MVP here, he's been pretty much the highlight rule maker. 50 kills at hardpoint and played a solid factor at S&D and Control.
A total of 5 MVPs Static has gotten for himself. Unfortunately, 3 out of the 5 were in losing series, so they just didn't count that for the guy. But he has been the playmaker. He has been the backbone of the Broke Boys, no doubt whatsoever. Static is electric. And that 1.83 KD rating, you said the average is 1.0, so the guy is doing really well for himself at this point of time.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing from him. Even though he left LF Org, he still added Epochs to the lineup, and obviously it clicked right away. Team chemistry is not going to be a big thing when you got so much talent coming for Broke Boys Club. And not to mention, it's not just about him. You know, we saw Z-Man put up one of the greatest S&D individual performance, taking down Sacred with at least 20 kills. Man, this is it. One more game to go. WPM and Wolves at our game number 5.
Oh, I mean, talk about a great way to start the day and a even better way to end the day. We're going to have an absolute banger of a matchup. It's going to be dynamite. You guys don't want to miss it. And now this is where we truly see how good Wolf really is.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of time. WPM Low Kings, they have lost to Wolf in Garena Masters 4, but they were able to take them down easily at Garena Masters 5, and they eventually changed it to a Masters Championship.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Wolf a little disappointed with that because they couldn't even find the second spot for themselves. Powerhouse this time powered through them. And this is what we are going to be expecting from the squad, a little bit more all the way down to the end. But if Wolf wants to find that improvement in the competition, now's going to be the best time. But is it the best opponent to find that comeback against? It's the perfect opponent. If they can pull it off, everybody's going to be raving Wolf again.
Yeah. Wolf, but you had an opportunity to stun the undefeated team so far since Garena Masters Season 5. But in order for you guys to be rewarded for watching our live stream, here is an avatar battery redeem code for you guys. I actually would want one. Let me activate mine real quick.
You gotta take it, man. I mean, West Point Mama Low Kings going up against Wolf. I think this is definitely one of those matches that people would have said is a dream matchup. But for the current state of Wolf, I think this is a very punishing matchup to deal with. If Wolf does not make it through to the playoffs, it's potentially going to be because of these guys. Later on, we still do have Scatty that is waiting to take them on as well. Let's see exactly how they match up. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, that is the dynamite matchup that you guys can expect. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is Garena Stage 4, and we're down to the final matchup of the day. And I have to say, this can go either really, really good or really bad.
Wolf coming on from a disappointing performance up against WDC Freeslot. They won that hardpoint Arsenal, then proceeded to lose the S&D firing range and control Crossroads Strike. Now, that's where kind of the gauge comes in a little bit. If they struggle up against WDC Freeslot and WPM Lokings had a field day up against Freeslot, this could turn out the latter, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, WDC, they were sweating buckets, and West Point Mamba Lokings, it was a scrim. They weren't playing a competitive matchup at all. They made it look so easy, but up against Wolf, you know, you saw WDC go all out, and they even won the series. So perhaps it was West Point that kind of lit the fire within them after defeating them so easily the last time around, right? But let's see if or not this is going to be a better side of Wolf. It's up against Luffy, PJ, Susano, Kalo, Alea, as well as Yopi, the perfect squad, not just from Garena Master Season 5, but even here, down at Stage 4, within the group stage, West Point Mamba Lokings have maintained a perfect clean sheet.
Yeah, what's interesting is up against WDC Freeslot on the match number 1 earlier, it wasn't the superstar duo in PJ and Yopi who created all the plays. It was Kalo getting the MVP and providing so much efficacy and efficiency when he's playing the respawns. And I think that speaks loud on how much depth that this team has when it comes to playing this best of threes.
I mean, WDC got whooped by West Point, and then they went out and whooped Wolf. Now, Wolf is walking in here down on the spirits, and West Point is walking in here high in spirits. It doesn't sound like a good match. AG, Jabin, Rage, Yato, Yobabs, as well as Wolf Badman. They now need to sub Badman in. I want to see some of him.
Yeah, I want to see him slay it out and be that primary playmaker, right? I mean, Yato and Yobabs have not been particularly playing well, so maybe it's an opportunity to try out and get the fresh leg in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I think Yobabs should take the back seat for the time being. The guy knows I absolutely love him and his plays, but today has just been a day of non-performance, and that happens to a lot of pro players. Sometimes you just have a rainy day. You have to take a back seat, perhaps recover a little bit, maybe sip on a cup of coffee whilst you watch your sub happen to be the super sub of the day that saves your team as well as your lives. Perhaps Batman is going to be the key, unless Yobab shows us something very different. Now, if they start the match, same lineup, no backup from Batman, and Yobab still struggles, I'm going to have questions, big questions.
Yeah, and again, for Wolf, AG and Jabin, they have been carrying the load of offense. What they need right now is that third primary score that can guarantee them some help in terms of cutting off that rotation. So far, Rage has been pretty inconsistent. Yato has not been totally playing up to par to what we expected him to play. And again, Yobab's not entirely doing well up against WDC Freeslot earlier. Is kind of alarming for Wolf right now. They lack the depth right now.
And can you imagine the mental state of Wolf getting their butts kicked back to back? I don't think it's going to fare well at all. Even if they do take an L against West Point, they have to at least rip away one map. I know I'm setting the bar really low here, but I think Garena Master Season 5 in itself has proven exactly where West Point stands. Look at the KD rating here, 1.62 versus a 1.03 out of Rage. There's a clear difference between the two squads, and it's not like Lokings have only been punching down thus far. They've also taken on Freeslot as well as the Broke Boys, who we just saw perform phenomenally well. And these are pretty rag strats here from Yopi.
Yeah, man, this guy, we obviously count him as one of the best SMG user that we have in the game. Absolutely one hell of a KRM user as well. And moreover than that, Yopi and Rage kind of plays a similar role on the team. They don't focus so much on that objective, but they kind of play the support role just to get that edge over to their team. And interestingly, we get to see a remake here. Hacienda Hardpoint is where we're going to be looking at our match number 1, and it's going to be a Wolf map pick this time.
Hacienda, this is where they did get that victory over Broke Boys Club. And Hacienda has been a map that the Lokings have been banning for a while. This time, they cheekily leave it open. I wonder why, sir.
Man, AJ, they banned Summit and Takeoff. They're two best maps in Hardpoint. They're definitely not trying. They're definitely not hide. I mean, this is the epitome of hiding strats. This is what a real hiding strats is looking like, AJ.
I absolutely agree. And just when you have forced your opponents to learn the maps that they think is your favorite, that's potentially going to be the one that they're playing against you, you take a ban on that map and you immediately throw them into disarray. They are confused. Now they head on into Hacienda thinking that they've got a good chance here. Well, I'm waiting to see what the West Point Mamba Low Kings have been hiding thus far. Kato brings in the Gravity Vortex War Machine in the hands of Luffy, Yopi with the Claw, Susano with the Purifier, and PJ with the Sparrow. Any of these players running any of those operators would be equally as deadly.
I would have wanted Kalo to use the equalizer here this time around with this hardpoint, because that's been the operator that has helped him garner up so much kills up against WDC earlier at that game number 1. But yeah, interesting route that we are seeing here for Kalo. I mean, any operator works well with him. He knows how to time it perfectly, and he's that main objective player for the squad, averaging 2 minutes at the objective. That's so hard to do in a game where every team is the best.
That is true, man. And I think he also wants to send a statement here, make a statement against Cisco, like, dude, this is how you use the grav on this map. Let's see if or not he will be able to do exactly that. Yato and Yobab starting off really hot for the squad, but it's Low Kings initially with the points.
Yeah, they put down Kilo in there once again. This is the usual strategy that WPM wants to have. Keep that initial pressure on the point, while also putting a lot of engagements at the second floors of this Hacienda hardpoint number 1. 21-0 on the first 30 seconds of the game. Not exactly what you want to have for Wolf.
You definitely don't want that, man. And on top of everything else, West Point only had just that one objective player there for the longest of time within the hill. But Wolf, they just weren't winning out their gunfights. And look at this now. Overextension coming through from Low Kings, just slaying out. Oh my God. This might just be a wrecking that the Wolves are going to be in play here for. And Underkiller Drone takes the double. Show some mercy, Low Kings.
Right when you think they're about to score their first point, the Hunter Killer Drone stops the push from Wolf. And they're going to be cut off at the P2 as well. They got 2 players moving on the checkers, but they all get taken down. WPM having the best start ever at this stage for 60-0 the first 2 hills.
I do not think I've ever seen any other teams do this. To Wolf, especially 70-0. Wolf, what's the point that they grab their very first one? This will be that moment. Please win out your gunfight.
Oh,
yes, they do. And they finally start picking something up.
Let's see if they're gonna carry that over here, or it's just gonna be WPM getting back on track. Luffy beaming them down one by one. Double for him. Gets the break. 18 seconds. Scrap time gonna be in the hands of Low Kings. You can see Wolf now on your left side of the minimap is gonna be looking to go over towards next, hopefully getting that setup. But WPM Low Kings, they are always adept to finding those break, even they're starting off with the back foot.
Early rotation coming through from Wolf. And look at a big gunfight here, won out by PJ. Will get slain out, but the timer hasn't started off. And the moment it does, it's Low Kings opening up. Even if it was Wolf with the early rotation. What's going on, Cali?
Man, and I believe it's the system of WPM. They don't care if they're going to be the ones late on rotation, because there's still 8 seconds that locks that hard point, and that's plenty of time for them to move around the map. And they routed around the fences, getting all them kills with the help of Luffy and Susano. And now they got these operators to back them up. That's going to be PJ with the Sparrow finding 3 kills, and they just beam down every player they see right now.
114 to 12, Wolf managing to find a little bit of ingress towards the hill, but not a lot of advantage at all. Here comes the players of Low Kings once again, attacking from the back, ripping away all of those points. The bleeding gets stopped, but the final player gets slain. And super early rotation to P4. You've got to be kidding me. And West Point Mamba Low Kings don't even need to work for much. They just leave that one objective player to pick up all of those scraps. And the rest of them are moving on in as well. Wolf going to be in trouble. Are we going to see the repeat of P3?
I mean, 8 seconds. That's the time WPM Low Kings have decided to make the move. They're going to be late on this rotation once again, but they're going to try to take their time. Number 5, that's going to be Kalo. Doesn't have that Vortex so far, but his teammate able to get the break once again. double stacking and bullying out the players holding the point for Wolf.
At this point of time, Wolf hasn't even been able to match up to 3 Evil Dragons. And what they did against West Point Mamba Lokings, this is a statement out of the Lokings. Right here, right now, if they can keep Wolf at 18 points, it would be soul crushing. It would be absolutely embarrassing for the team of Wolf. 24 more seconds to go. The challenge comes in through once again, and Kalo just backing up the rest of his team members. And look at the West Point Mamba Lokings players just flood this hill from the left-hand side, not dropping a single beat.
Yeah, greater utility being invested and showcased by WPM. War Machine is going to find a good value off of that. Kalo has been the playmaker so far in the point, getting all of these objective kills. They have 171 points on the board, and Kills has 155 seconds clocked in.
Mommy, someone please help Wolf. They need to get more points, and they are not just winning out their gunfights. Unfortunately, West Point Mamba Lokings are just wrecking them left, right, center. The smokes are going to be laid out. Susano, no hill playing for him just yet. Wolf finally at the 23-point mark. They've equalized just with like what the 3 Evil Dragons did against West Point Mamba Lokings, but that's a very low bar.
That's not the standard. That's not the standard for Wolf, right? Because this team is one of the best team in MSPs back in Garena Masters 4, but it has been a lot of months ever since that event, and they have fell off, and WPM Lokings is in a rise into the occasion. Kalo with 20 points, 21 kills, 21 savage. This guy has been locking every board down.
Oh, dude, Wolf was so excited when Hacienda was not banned, but they should have banned it, bro. I mean, once again, we're going to use the words hiding strats. Yeah, we know a couple of people in Global are going to be losing their minds as usual. They can continue doing so. 193 to 34. The strats hidden away by West Point Mamba Lokings is resulting in such a one-sided match now. Nobody expected Wolf to bring us in here. And the moment they did, that was just total annihilation. Good corners held down by Wolf, though, on this garage.
But the break coming for WPM and Kalo teaming up, double shelling that player at the Lambo, and they get that break. Only took them 15 seconds to get right back to it. Claw coming in for Yopi. Purifier as well for number 4 in Susano. And they have locked down every corner of this Lambo side.
I mean, nothing much that Wolf can do. They're just losing out a majority of those gunfights. Lokings, once again, this time Rage Purifier, big plays coming on through, but PJ shuts him down. It's just the Sparrow play. He is the green arrow for sure, and the logo is green as well. West Point Mamba Lokings, 223 already, and this is just such a one-sided game. Wolf, welcome to the 50-point club if this is what you're gonna bring.
The snakes have poisoned the wolves, and Wolf trying to find a way to get back into it, but only to get turned down by the every operator skill invested by WPM Lokings. They mean business. Hardpoint opens up. It's going to be Wolf entering. They need 10 more points to pass 50 points and not get 50-point club here. But the break goes on, and it's Yopi finding the double.
And AG now with the claw. This is going to be a game-changing play. But Susano from up top shuts him down. Lokings once again with the hill. Yes, you are right, my sir. 50-point club it is going to be unless Wolf just brings out a game-changing play right here, right now. Susano back up 249. Thank you very much for coming, Wolf, says West Point Mamba Lokings. And they hand over the great big ticket. Welcome to the 50-point club.
Free membership access
for life.
WPM Lokings, ever since they played at the community tournaments, they have showed the grit and grind. They have stick to it until this day, from challengers to champions and the harbinger of death.
Okay, Yobabs woke up. So good, but Yato dropped down. Rage under fragging. A lot of things going bad for Wolf, and I think this is mainly due to multiple changes within the squad recently. Organizational, instability for the side of Wolf. I feel bad for them. These boys have got so much of talent. I just hope and pray some responsible organizations pick them up and really help them to dominate the world, because this is just such a wasted bunch of talent on the side of Wolf. And West Point Mamba Lokings, props to them, man. The growth has never stopped. This team just continuously grows and continuously impresses everybody.
And just like Drake, they started from the bottom. Now they are here serving 3-0s, have been undefeated so far. And after this surprising performance, 50-point clubbing Wolf, this SMD in control could potentially end up the way that we saw this hard point ended up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And of course, West Point Mamba Low Kings, they were just so dominant with all of those rotations. The investments, even Kalo and his Gravity Vortex over on that P3 managed to slay a couple of players, give them the hill as well. Everything going the way of Low Kings. And it was mainly the gunfights as well. I don't know what's up with Wolf. I don't know who's the one motivating them, but whoever it is, they're doing a terrible job.
Yeah. And then this team absolutely at a downfall ever since winning the Garena Masters 4. And again, it has to be a mental issue at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, this squad, they can take you down if they want to, but for what we saw from the agenda hard point, maybe that loss up against WDC Free Slot has been stuck at their head right now, and that's the reason why they were underperforming at this map number 1.
I mean, there's just no excuses that I can think of for Wolf. I think it has just been an unfortunate few months leading up to this state. You know, blacklists, ultimate, everything going wrong for them. And I pity the boys. That's all I can say. West Point Mamba Low Kings, on the other hand, they've been so solid all this while. A little birdie did whisper in my ear that this could just be their last run under the organization. But Low Kings, it would be a loss if you do not continue this run with the boys, because the investment is clearly paying off.
Yeah, and you're just one stage away. You know, after this dominant performance, you're obviously one stage away from representing the Philippines and the entire Garena region if you continue to play like this. And WPM Low Kings is an unknown brand. It's not a big organization.
Yeah.
But being part of the grassroots and trusting this team to develop, it's going to pay out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it was a lot to ask from that organization to really back up these boys. 4 seasons back to back. They were showing a lot of improvement, a lot of promise, but just no championship, right? No titles whatsoever. Finally, in the 5th season, they stuck on for just one more. And that one more was that opportunity. And I think it's driving West Point Mamba Low Kings as well, because they know it's do or die. It's either they ride this all the way or they lose the org and perhaps don't have any backup. And you know that even if someone else picks them up, they're probably going to fall into disarray just like Wolf, because organizational changes might not fare your squad all that too well at all. And even though you've got the best of talents, you are going to be affected mentally. But as we set Express up, fingers crossed we see a better side of Wolf.
Yeah, WPM Low Kings, last time they played this Express map is Garena Masters 5, where they defeated Powerhouse to finally secure the championship game. So far, Wolf will be able to take down 2 equal traits coming along the way. WPM has the bomb in hand. We got the elevators locked down, but Rage hiding in the ticketing booth.
Wants to buy a ticket to stage 5, because I don't think he's going to qualify like this. Rage manages to shut down Kalo. It's now a 1v2, all up to Luffy as Jabin shuts down Yopi with a sticky from afar. And the bomb on the ground, so Luffy, clutch situation. Guy can pull this off, but it's going to be pretty much dependent on those quick scopes.
He has to
stacking this with Rage.
Yeah, and he has to find a Fennec to play with here in this close range, just in case he encounters Rage here, AJ.
Quick scope. Oh, Luffy misses that shot, and Rage will be able to punish him. Doesn't even spot the guy in the corner. So great positions held by Wolf. First round to their side. Great way to start this SMD.
And that's the first time they took a lead out of all the games we have heard so far for WPM Low Kings. And I guess this is the route that you're going to have to take, right? Get those first 2 kills, make it a 3v3 right away, not give Yopi and PJ an opportunity to pick up momentum.
Super rush towards A this time round. Rage is going to be anchoring this down all on his own. On the flip side, you're going to have Yato on the slow approach. Rage has got the right angle here, PJ. Grenade is not going to tickle them at all. They slow it down because they are now showing the respect that Wolf most definitely deserves. Overextension by AG towards B as well. And Luffy's trying to meet him halfway. Rage, beautiful Punisher with the position held. Susano taken out of the equation. The next one on the line is going to be PJ.
And I love that Rage is just trying to play like a sticky devil here. Not really revealing his entire position at all. Gets that reroute. moves in towards the train, and WPM Low Kings have to try to play a game called Guessing Game, as they have been countered though. They went it at the flank, and Jabin gets caught in the act. No more sniper for you guys, except for Yobabs, who's going to be dealt with there as well. Kalo fighting the double here.
Almost the triple, but Yobab's too quick on the response, PJ. Beautiful backstab. And in a 2v2, bomb still in hand. He's going to stick the plant. AG doesn't go for the peak, and he's going to miss this one. And now pressure on Wolf.
But AG's got the high ground. He's got the info as well. He can swing that one anytime he wants to. 35 seconds left. WPM. Can they hold it down up against Wolf? Is just going to train this one to a double round win.
Oh, PJ just makes it tough, and a double for the guy out of nowhere. How did he even connect that second shot?
Man, he was using a Fennec like an AR at that long range.
My God. This is Low Kings finding that equalizer. They are the attackers this time. Bomb going to be stacking up towards B. Overextension from Susano towards the right. And looks like the bomb's not even going to wait for a little bit of distraction.
Yeah, oh, PJ is just pushing in real nicely. Gets that trade.
Mistake here by Low Kings. Bomb on the ground once again. Underestimating the Wolves side a bit. Wrap around Luffy. Punisher from Yato. And yet again, Luffy failing to grab this for his squad. Susano and Kalo for clutch situation in a 2v4.
Susano is going to have to step up big time here. Still got 0 kills. His teammate Kalo is going to get caught into a deadly trap as soon as the sniper is able to get him here at the departures. But it's going to route around safely. No one really bothering to check those corners, and Kalo was wrap his way all the way to the elevators. It's going to be a 1v1 here at this point. Kalo carefully peeks, but Yato there to get him eliminated.
Beautiful trace out of Yato. Susano, quick scope, finds Rage. Yato tries to challenge him from the back. Oh, shots are spotted. And Jabin will find a beautiful snipe as he holds on to the angles from the train. And West Point Mamba Low Kings going to be put on pause as Wolf finds yet another round for themselves.
This is what we want to see for Wolf. This is what we're supposed to experience on that Hacienda hardpoint. Give them that opportunity to dictate the pace of the game, something that was taken away from them by WPM Low Kings off the get-go at Hacienda hardpoint. But now First Blood going to WPM Low Kings as Jabin, one of the key playmakers for Wolf at this SND, will be taken out.
Early opener, Susano still trying to spot out these players. Nobody wrapping around just yet. All 4 defensive players from the side of Wolf stacking up that north platform. Anticipating a plan over at A, and it is going to be executed. Trophies played perfectly, though. Yato just around the corner. PJ is going to be the star player here if he can execute this.
Yato's just kind of playing with his life here. It's an island gunfight. It's going to be a double chill if he tries to go for the push here and allow the attack here. It's going to be a 2-man attack. Rage will take that baited switch, but WPM still wins the trade.
And back and forth they went. PJ, grenade. Yobab's going to be tagged up. Kalo and PJ, beautiful. One from the top, one from down under, and West Point Mamba Low Kings pull it equal.
Man, the way WPM Low Kings read that one like Kabuk. Wolf had fell for the bait, and they tried to play for trades, but it was still WPM Low Kings having that high ground, which gave them a lot more advantage in getting that information and getting that one relayed to their teammates. And get this one through. Now they're going to be able to win the 3 sets of gunfights, making this an early 2v5.
Yato in position already, will find one, but Jabin gets shut down by Susano. And Yato just barely gets to make a play. Even if he did, though, in a 1v4, it would be tough. Low Kings pulling up ahead. And into round number 6 we go.
It's been back and forth scrappy here, but you cannot let WPM Low Kings get at least a 2-round lead here if you're Wolf. You have to tie before this switch of sides. Not give this team any momentum to the point where they're going to be able to dictate the pace on the defensive side. Yobab takes down Luffy, and that's a great gunfight for them to win.
Yopi! Will get eaten up. Jabin, great shot, but Kalo was there for the trade. 1 man down. Life disadvantage for West Point Mamba Low Kings here. Wolf, the defenders, don't need to aggress. They don't need to do much, but the attacks from the north platform have not been serving them up well at all. Overextension by Rage will be needed here. And if he can spot out Susano, obviously advantage to Wolf. PJ. Slowly but surely, AG as well on the stack. Two players just struggling to bring the bomb around. Just playing with their numbers now, Wolf. Flanking around. This is what we needed. But West Point Mamba Loki is just baiting them out, and Susano out of nowhere shuts down Yobabs. Great angle played. Yato just needs to find a play for the squad, PJ and Susano. Now, bear with me for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because Cali's just reconnecting to the broadcast. PJ, make this into a 2v2. This should have just been Wolves' round, but a lack of aggression leads to an equalizer. The angle held down by Rage is just not going to give him any bit of advantage whatsoever. Repositions. Bomb's going to be hanging back. Can still trail back towards A. Everybody rotating towards B at the same time. PJ, check your left, and he does once again, delivering the shots. Rage shut down. PJ with the plant. AG finds one, but PJ the man. And Lokings 4 and 2. Beautiful way to pull ahead of Wolf. And this is now what we were expecting of West Point Mamba Lokings as well. And Wolf, they are going to rue the day they did not take more of those defensive rounds away. Now West Point Mamba Lokings stacking the defense, albeit it's going to be Wolves who get to dictate the pace. Straight up towards A, the bomb is going to be rushing on into. But look at the stack of defense out of Yopi and PJ. Holding on to the control room. Stacked up by Susano as well. Misses the first shot. Secondary will manage to find the connection. AG finds the trade out. And the discipline from West Point Mamba Lokings. Not really raging on. Luffy. Found by Yobabs. Yopi angles. And AG still finds the trade in a 2v2 now. Still a winnable situation for West Point Mamba Lokings. The defenders. The attackers have the bomb. Slowly rotating over. Discipline out of PJ. As Kalo finds Yobabs. AG trades him out. In a 1v1 now. PJ with the 9 eliminations up against AG, who has the bomb with the 4 tags. And now his position just given away. Has to rotate all the way over towards B. And it looks like PJ is going to be smelling this play out. Tries to overextend. Doesn't see it. But 45 seconds once this bomb gets planted. And this is going to give a lot of time for PJ to find the rotation around. The guy picks up a sniper as well. It's going to be the Locust in hand. Spots the player. Misses the shot. Grenade as well. But he knows exactly where to toss it. Dangerous position for AG to be holding on to. Repositions. Fennec in hand. Sticks the defusal. PJ spotted out. And AG will find that clutch for Wolf as he pulls them one more round. West Point Mamba Lokings still with the lead though.
Yeah. And well, for WPM Lokings, they may have taken that loss, but again, they still have the upper hand, being the team on the defensive side. Wolf, though, are barely scraping by. They have to rely on those clutches just to get these victories. And so far, everything has been hard-fought, AJ.
Yobab's really low on that HP already. Great movement, and PJ just can't find those neat sprays. Yobabs gets away with his life. And now, stacking the entrance here. And it seems like PJ is not going to be in a great position to take advantage. But even if he was, I think the double chal out of the stairs could be a little overwhelming to deal with as a solo player. Everybody backing away. Still in a 5v5, the bomb. Not taking any chances just yet.
And characteristic for a team like Wolf to delay that bomb a bit, knowing that they're a team that loves to play it aggressive and push that bomb down. That's how much pressure that they are experiencing with WPM right now. They have to play it slow, or else they have to suffer the consequence of losing a round. Jabin finds a big kill on Susano, making this a 5v4 situation. They can slowly cross that bomb down as Sato finds PJ.
Great spot by Yato. A 2-man advantage as they take the plant. AG not finding Yopi just yet. This could be deadly. Yopi, beautiful slide out. And at the same time, I believe it was Luffy that struck. But now with Yopi out of the equation, Luffy and Kalo, can they find the clutch in a 2v3?
Luffy trying to route this one a bit. He scopes in. He got that sound cue though. The guys are at the elevator as he takes down Rage. 2v2 at this point.
Stick it, stick it. Goes in, Kalo right beside him. But Yato finds the finisher. Equalizer. This is the kind of Wolf we wanted for that hard point as well. But you gotta give it up to Lokings, man. hiding away Hacienda till that very point and finding that absolute smasher against Wolf. It was shocking for us and for Wolf.
And one thing that we did not have at that game, and like the entire day so far for Wolf, is Yato stepping up. He has got 9 kills at this point in time with that SMG. Now, Yobabs need to step up a little bit of time here, as he's only got 4 kills, the lowest frag so far for Wolf, but he's done the work at providing that information at the departures and spotting out potential players holding that elevator down at the B side.
Bomb's going to be slowing the pace down once again, and Wolf targeting this B-bomb site. Looking for the opening eliminations first, and they're going to be heavily dependent on Jabin. Susano aiming at Jabin from afar. Jabin chooses to peel away to back up the rest of his team members over at B. Ticketing is going to be the name of the game for Wolf. They're just waiting for the perfect timing.
Just like the same setup that they did at the round number 8. Slow it down. Find some couple of picks, but PJ on a different position this time. This will caught Wolf off guard.
They don't smell him out at all. PJ backs away. He has to go in for the push, though. Beautiful play. PJ on the double. Quick retreat as well. Protects himself as he reloads. Jabin will be able to beam from afar. Yopi finds Yobabs. Yato shuts down Yopi. Back and forth we go, but the numbers disadvantage for the attackers, and the bomb hasn't even been planted just yet. Luffy takes one, and it's all up to Jabin.
Jabin, the captain, forced to clutch this one up. Not give WPM that easy 5th round win, but Susano cuts him off at the rotation. And WPM Low Kings, they will stay alive and get that 5th round, but Susano almost got cut off by the train. I was like, hold on, why is he alive?
I want to see it, man. I want to see the train run over a couple of players. Just give maybe Wolf a huge advantage in one of these rounds. They need an upper hand some way. Or rather, Jabin circling around Susano, finding him. A single shot will not find the connection, though. As Jabin now takes the advantageous spot up on top. Spotting it out. Beautiful shot onto Luffy. Numbers advantage for Wolf.
Yeah, same format that we see for Wolf at this setup. They got 3 players waiting for a push at the B site. Then they had to play through Jabin at the long range, just spot one of the snipers from WPM playing up close. And they did deal with the guy on the train, making this a 5v4. The only guy holding that B site is going to be Yopi, but you're going to have to rely on your gun skill and picking ability here if you're a Yoba Ubs, as you're trying to take that rotation up against PJ, who's got that corner locked up pretty bad. Pretty good, pretty nice.
Great strategy by Wolf, saying hasta la vista to B. Rotating over towards A, but look at the discipline out of West Point Mamba Low Kings. 2 players, one holding on to that waiting area. There's going to be Kalo, a dangerous spot on that sniper, and he's going to be backing away. Great decision made. Within the train, though, it's going to be Susano as well. Switch CBR4. Can Kalo get this off of his opponents? On the approach now towards the bomb site. Backstab, Yopi.
Nice.
Make a play, sir.
There we go. You take down one of the key playmakers, one of the top fraggers for WPM, but they still got to worry about Kalo, Susano, and Yopi, who we know can deal most of this damage anytime. They can step it up and find these kills, turn this tides around. Smokes, though, to cover their tracks to put that bomb down.
Beautiful play so far. A little scrappy, but as long as they get it, Yobabs delivers Kalo on the double, on the triple. Can he get the 4th? Answers no, but Susano's still alive. It's a 1v1, and Susano wins that out. What a play. Match point for the Low Kings.
Like what we say, anyone can step up, and Kalo immediately takes 3 players at the B bomb. And Susano had the high ground on the trains to take that elimination and give WPM Low Kings the match point.
My goodness. Now Wolf still on the attack. Advantage. They're going to stack B up again. Please don't go Acers. It's just not working out.
Attack C. Never mind.
Perhaps that might be the solution. Bomb finding its position. And the stack onto that north walkway here by West Point Mamba Low Kings. Guarded well by AG and the CBR4. Backed up by Yobabs and the Locust. It's a great setup for the attacking team of Wolf.
It's a massive heave that Wolf is trying to set up here. They're aiming for that bomb plant. 45 seconds. WPM, they're one of the best retake players and team. And now they take down Jabin on this 4v5. We go.
Oh my goodness, as Yobabs hits one, traded out by Kalo. Once again, stepping up for the team of West Point Mamba Low Kings. AG all alone. Can you find the clutch in a 1v2? Bomb planted already, finds the first one. It's all up to Susano, who gets the clutch again. And the match winner for Susano.
Oh, another 1v1 that Susano's been able to clutch stop. And with it, they take this map number 2. They had to fight it back and forth scrappy. But at the end, gets that victory 7-4, 2-0 on this series. Another win for WPM Low Kings and another series loss for the side of Wolf.
You see the disappointment on their faces, a bunch of overachievers. These are the kids I used to hate in school, man. They get the top grades, but then they complain because they didn't get 100 out of 100. They got 98 out of 100. No, but you got to respect that, right? Because that's the main reason why they've been able to grow so proficiently, so quickly, and so strong at this point. Because each and every single one of their weaknesses have been patch after patch after patch after patch that has just been able to fix everything on their side. And look at Kalo, man. Just raging on, 15 eliminations, even outdoing the Terminator, PJ.
Kalo, my guy. I mean, one big thing for him was the 1v3 clutch up that he did at before the last round, right? He was able to put Susano in a spot where it can just clutch that 1v1 easy. And that gave them that 6th round, the match point to eventually put this one away. And that's a big play, big moment there for Caleb and Susano. These are your role players that you obviously can trust to make this big plays as well. They are prepared for the big moments. And what I believe is the strongest personality that every WPM Low Kings player can offer to the table.
And you have to give props to Susano for sure because, you know, multiple clutch round situations and he walked away with exactly that, the clutch. And all of the opportunities not wasted by him at all. Wolf did put on a good show for sure, but they just didn't take enough defensive rounds away from West Point Mamba Low Kings. On the attack, they were so much more proficient, but, you know, attacking onto that A side too many times, forcing the issue, giving the advantage over the Low Kings. And that's where Kalo and Susano were most proficient.
Yeah, and again, it is just setting up your teammates' strength for WPM Low Kings here. And you really have to give up the amount of game knowledge and game sense that this team has to offer, the depth that they have when they're backed by one of the best coaches in the world right now in Olea. Obviously, WPM Low Kings are a big threat at the world stage, but they gotta make sure they advance as part of the top 2 for Garena first. This is just the group stage. They haven't met ABC. They haven't met Gagendra yet. Just have to do it step by step for now.
I mean, dude, by the way they're playing, I think they're going to make quick work of everyone at this point. Definitely a great pick for Garena for stage 5. And it's not like we're going to be doing the choosing. They're going to be doing the earning. The boys have earned a lot of respect up to this point, and I believe it is just going to go up higher from here. I mean, first of all, when you personally hand over the welcome ticket, the invitation to Wolf for that 50-point club, yeah, you know you're going places.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team that they struggled going up against every time they go head-to-head, especially at the playoffs. Yeah. They were always being eliminated by the squad ever since the start of Garena Masters Season 1. And fast forward to this year, they have finally done what was unimaginable for them before, and it's taking Wolf down, the former Blacklist International squad, this year to prepare themselves for Stage 5.
I think the biggest loss for a lot of the Garena teams is winning. Every time you see them win big trophies, big championships, they come back a little bit weaker because you know, a little bit of that momentum gets dropped. They get a little complacent. They get a little too comfortable with where they are. West Point Mamba Low Kings, on the other hand, they've been on a streak of losses because, you know, I mean, clearly from the lack of smiles there on their faces, you know, just winning is not enough. They need to go all the way through. They want to be champions. And that only recently happened to them at Garena Masters Season 5. So they have not really broken that trend just yet. I just hope and wish we never see them out. We never see that out of this squad.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is set that they want to play that stage 5. And I think
Yeah.
Olea has voiced that properly with his team. That's why they're just laser focused at just delivering and just putting every game to an end with them with the win. So far here at this map number 3, it's going to be WPM Loki starting on the defensive side. Number 4, this could be Susano holding the tractors down while Yopi and Kalo are teaming up to get that back alley stored up to get this spawn trap initiated once again.
A perfect defense thus far by West Point Mamba Lokings, managing their lives really well as well. Overextension coming through from PJ. Fennec on the play. Can he engage with Rage? He does, and he wins out the gunfight as well. Multiple victories for West Point Mamba Lokings all over the map, and they barely need to play defense on the hill.
Yeah, and more interestingly is that this squad just focused so much on finding kills, especially at the tractor and the back alley. But now that we have seen them lost control and they got forced to play a reset, this is where you see the map control come into a play for Wolf at right the moment. But Luffy and Susano just teams up to get these kills, and once again, it will be a replay of what happened in the first set of plays. It is Wolf forcing themselves to spawn once again and failing to get any sort of control in one of these two sites that we have at standoff.
Oh, Yobab's on a play of his life right now, just personally protecting A all on his own. And if this one break comes on through, it's not going to be enough because on the opposite side, they're already capping B together. Player 1 and 3 in yellow. It's going to be Jabin as well as Rage. So the prevention comes through at A. But are they going to get this B as well? Are they going to end this right here, right now? The clock running down, but they'll get more time.
Nice. Yeah, but it's a 9v3 here. You can't afford to lose any more lives. This 3 players for Wolf has to eliminate a lot of players, but WPM Loki is able to eliminate 2. It all down to Yado. Also only got 2 kills here at this round number 1. Trying to set up a massive heat to try to clutch this 1v7. His information has been spotted already. He is trying to route over towards the gardens, but eventually will get dealt with in WPM Lokings. Starts the bid with a big bang as they win this round number 1.
Sorry, too many lives there for Lokings to really lose that matchup. And at the end of the day, they just had to protect that hotel, just lock down every single angle, and the job's just way too easy. 9v1 is a little bit too much to expect from Wolf here. 30 to 28, 2 initial lives lost here for the defenders, and Lokings are not wasting any bit of time. Instantly, that first segment of A is gonna get capped.
And Kalo is playing so well for WPM, routing at the back, getting this gas station controlled and cutting off that rotation to give WPM Lokings an opportunity to stop the clock and capture A. They've done 1 segment already, but what they want is the B side. They got mid-map control, they got PJ at the L wall, and automatic spawn trap here this time at the attack side.
Oh my goodness. Now this one seems to be a situation that they are not going to be able to recover from easily. Great defense by Yobabs, but the War Machine gets put down. Luffy strikes him down with a beautiful DLQ shot. Rage does find PJ though. 5 life deficit. The defense has been decent thus far from Wolf.
Yeah, and they've been keeping up. And they were able to stop the damages that WPM Lokings were trying to initiate this earlier half of this second round. Wolf now getting a lifeline, reduces that life deficit to 3 lives. And now they're just waiting for a push to happen from WPM Lokings.
Let's see if or not we can find a victory here for Wolf on the defense. They're keeping the lives all equal. The segment on A that was captured is all that West Point Mamba Lokings are going to be left with here. Top floor on Hotel, guarded by Javen.
8 seconds.
The rest of the players spread out.
It's gonna be 8 seconds left, AJ. WPM can't do much here.
Yato's popping off though, brings out the Sparrow. Yobab's dropping it like it's hot. And the timer runs out. And Wolf, beautiful counter to West Point Mamba Lokings. And now the gunfights are working out.
Yeah, and we need to see that replicate here when they go on the attack side. Obviously, positionings are going to be favoring the defensive side. But what's going to have to work here is, again, the continuous play for Yato and Yobabs. They've been able to light it up here right now. 11 for Yato and 14 for Yobabs.
Let's see where these players route themselves around to now, as it's a quick attack onto B. And they're just playing the winning factor here that got them a little bit of advantage earlier on. but they played B way too late. So this is the adjustment being brought through by Wolf, but PJ will be able to double slay and get B right back onto their side. But the first segment has been sneaked away already, so a great start by Wolf this time.
Yeah, but Kalo and Yopi have already activated this spawn trap here. Every time Wolf spawns, there's going to be some guy waiting for Dan to take down. 21 to 20 life count, 59 seconds for Wolf to get some contest. They finally get one player at the A site, but PJ still locking down the back.
See if or not the Preddy can do much of a difference here. B still teased, but a little low on lives here. Just 3 in terms of differential. So Wolf, nothing much lost, but they have to just take a little bit of a slower approach here and win out each and every single one of those gunfights. Don't make this super scrappy because Lokings do excel in those types of fights.
Yeah, you're also trying to give up so much lives here. WPM Lokings has started to pick up their pace once again. They got Grandmas, they got the back alley and the tractor pretty much positioned well. Wolf is currently trapped on a bottle here.
Wow. Yato on the spray transfer, just doing 2 plays in from the side of Lokings, but 3 more lives left from the side of Wolf. PJ finds Yobabs. Yato and Rage keeping the fight on, but it's just a little bit too much to ask for.
Yeah. 8 seconds left here. I mean, this is not a lot of time for Wolves to create a play. And WPM Lokings responding with a better defensive approach here. Gets that match point. And now they get to be on the attack side. And I believe that they're looking to get this over with. They want to get an attack side win.
Let's see if they can execute that, because earlier on, Wolf played a mighty side of defense.
Yeah.
And this could just push it into round number 5, where Lokings will take the advantage. You have seen a very clean defense out of them thus far. So either way, Wolf at a disadvantage. They just need to find a way to wreck Lokings.
Yeah. DJ and crew are, again, as usual, are lighting up that kill board. But AG finally stepping up here a bit. But WPM doing a lot of great time here at this ace, but the contest, as you all know for Wolf, has been pretty efficient. You can see AG already at the spawn trap now.
Yeah, very good play thus far by Wolf. And now the overextension. Flash, though. AG is going to be paused for a little bit, but nobody overextends to punish him. Yato from the back end will be able to bring the Sparrow out, but Kalo trades him out before getting shut down out of the Sparrow shot. 18 to 23. West Point doing worse in terms of life. And as expected, the defense is pretty strong here on the side of Wolf.
And they just have to keep it up. AG finally starting to get himself activated here, but they need Jabin to step up here at this round number 4 to get more firepower and stop WPM Lokings from getting an easier time when it comes to playing this control standoff. You can see Rage as well holding this Grandmas. They got the spawn trap activated in WPM Lokings. This is the first time that we are seeing them actually having trouble predicting where Wolf is currently located at.
Absolutely, unless they're just not trying hard enough, because they know they can secure the defensive win later on. But I think that's a little bit too cheeky, even if you're West Point Mamba Lokings. You have to go for the attack, and they finally start that off. A is going to be capped by the move of things here, because they are winning out quite a number of gunfights. Yopi with the Sparrow as well, going to be stopping the players on the side of Wolf quite a bit. AG is found, and A is going to be pretty much in their safe hands, adding on an extra minute to the clock, and the lives are pretty equal as well. So this is pretty deadly.
Yeah, Wolf are going to be forced to play a reset. Now that the A capture is going to be lost, they're going to have to stand their ground at the B side and play this kind of like a search and destroy at the moment. Have to slow it down a bit while also taking care of the flank, because Susano is here at the L wall.
6 to 6. Susano, Rage. Let's see how this is, because the overextension by PJ might just be the winning play for Lokings. Yobab's finding Yopi. Here comes the claw out of AG as well.
What?
Whoa! Susano beams down 2 players at the same time. Hunter killer drone as well. Punisher! And he will almost get the 4th, but Luffy's there to back him up. And it's all done and dusted. West Point Mamba Lokings 3-0. Wolf easy.
Man, Susano stepping up big time at that B boxes. The guy's got a claw to work with, and he still beams him down, and he held the fort. You think that Hunter Killer Drone stopping that guy from pouncing and getting that elimination. And Luffy there for the backup, and WPM Lokings stays undefeated at the end of day 2 for Group A.
Cool, calm, and composed, even after dominating the series against one of their greatest rivals within SMP. Crazy stuff out of West Point Mamba Lokings, and this is the kind of quality that everybody is looking for in terms of Garena representation at stage 5 later on. And the clean sheet remains absolutely squeaky. Yopi with the 30 bomber, followed by PJ on the 27. A lot of players putting in a lot of effort. But Captain Jabin this time around on the flip side of things just couldn't really fight his way out of a single-digit elimination.
I mean, he got too tired of doing most of the carry load earlier and up against WDC free slot and the earlier half of this best of 3 up against WPM Low Kings. And again, we asked for him to step up because they had like the best chance of winning, especially at the defensive side. But again, failing to have some sort of impact coming from your captain, who obviously plays consistent all throughout. Eventually, it's going to be the downfall of this game.
Yopi picking up his 4th MVP of the group stage. And yet another 3-0 win for West Point Mamba Low Kings makes them the most dominant team within Group A. They only have one more game to play. And I believe that is going to be against the Broke Boys Club. So the Broke Boys better be ready for a Terminator of a squad.
And I guess for WPM Low Kings right now, I think it's Sacred Sky that they're going up against with next time. And then Wolf, Broke Boys Club is the definite team that they have to beat at day 3, AJ. And of course,
that is
for
true.
Wolf, it's not going to be easy for them because we just saw, I guess, like a lot of plays for Scotty for WP. A lot of plays for Scotty, right? But again, WPM Low Kings taking down most of the top dogs here. Should be an easier time for them up against Scotty.
I mean, if Scatty pulls a victory over Low Kings, let's go, baby. I think that will be the game changer because there is a potential that they do pull away the series against Wolf as well. Looking at the condition of Wolf right now, I mean, I have not seen them perform this badly in such a long time.
Yeah. And to think that this is not even like the best maps that WPM Low Kings were able to line up. Again, they banned Summit and Takeoff at Hardpoint, which is their best Hardpoint maps. Ascenda is just their tertiary map in terms of playing this respawn game mode. And then at Control, more interestingly, they were the ones who banned Raid. And that is definitely the epitome of hiding strats here. They are pretty confident that they can take down Wolf in maps that they don't really expect them the most.
Yeah, I mean, good luck to any team that takes on West Point Mamba Low Kings trying to ban out maps that they are bad at, because at this point of time, they seem to be perfect everywhere. Even on maps where you don't see them just rage on, they still win out on a fundamental approach, which is gunfights. 2.17 KD now. Now, you talked about one average out there for the KD that's acceptable. PJ is overdoing it as usual. The Terminator of West Point Mamba Low Kings, he strikes again.
Yeah, and you can count on him to be that playmaker if it's a key game. And that's what we saw from him up against Wolf here today. The 2.17 is such a very tough thing to do, especially we're at the stage where it's all the best teams gathered into one event to fight for the 2 slots that we're going to be having at the Stage 5 at DreamHacks Atlanta, USA for the COD Mobile World Championship 2023. WPM, again, it's not just BJ that can steal that show, right? Everybody popped up. We saw a lot of that here today. Kalo, Susano, Yopi, PJ, even Luffy rising to the occasion.
I mean, every single player from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, at this point of time, they are all kings. Not the low kings, they are the high kings of Call of Duty Mobile SMP, but soon to be Garena as well. Can you imagine from not winning out a single Masters, from going back-to-back Masters and Stage 4 champions? I mean, talk about a brilliant run.
Yeah, at this point, as they started at the Garena Masters 1, it just kind of a flat line, then somehow went up. And the trend continues to stay upward until the very end as we take a look at our overall standings here. Group A, WPM Low Kings, 4-match win. That's 12 maps that they've won, 0 maps lost.
All I can say is, wow. I mean, and you know, I was expecting that matchup against Kagendra as well, but I think Powerhouse has been decently showing us what is that expected result from that sort of a matchup. Because when Powerhouse took on Kagendra, of course, that victory on the side of Kagendra, but Powerhouse did manage to punish them on that hardpoint match and get so close on control. And West Point Mamba Low Kings have found those dominant runs against Powerhouse as well. So this is just going to be that one indicator that might just show us or tell us exactly what the matching is going to be like later on when this king meets that king in the playoffs. ABC Esports, of course, topping the charts over at Group B as they have not found a lot of challenge up till now. But of course, they will find it tomorrow in the form of Kagendra. The last time these two teams met in their own stage 3, ABC got 3-0 and then later 4-0 in the grand final. So you pretty much know what to expect there.
Yeah, and again, it's not just Kagendra and ABC who's fighting for the top 1 spot. We also have Smart Omega trying to get a top 3 placement, and that's not going to be an easy day for them tomorrow. So you guys have to watch their journey up ahead. They take on ABC Esports at game number 3, and Kagendra, the Kings of Indonesia, the Garudas, taking on Smart Omega at game number 5, and that is going to be another topic to talk about tomorrow.
Oh, it's most definitely going to be a hot one for tomorrow. I think Group B is a little bit more challenging than Group A, even though we do have some pretty crazy monsters within Group A, right? But for all of you guys who have been sticking by us on this broadcast all the way up till now, we've got a redemption code for you to claim within the game as well.
Yeah, this is going to be another milestone that we were able to reach, right? And it's going to be a calling card. Philo, again, go to your in-game open app for Call of Duty Mobile and just get that redemption code activated. It's only to be available until today. So guys, better make sure you type it fast and activate it so that you get a limited time edition of this calling card. But yeah, back to what we were saying, right? Group A, it has all been WPM Low Kings, but a lot of depth and a lot of teams could rise up to the occasion tomorrow at Group B.
Absolutely, man. By the way, I wonder if Freelo is short form for freeloader, which is an epic title to give a giveaway. Which
I don't think so.
We'll wait. We'll find out and let you guys know. I am most definitely anticipating tomorrow's matches to be hot, way hotter than today, although we had some pretty epic matches today, Cali.
Yeah. And it's great to be back here casting Call of Duty Mobile. It has been a while, AJ, and it's great to be back here with you. And big shout out to all the viewers that have managed to stay until the very end and watch all of the matches here today. And you get to claim your own redeem card. And that's all going to be for me. Shout out to you guys. You have to stay tuned tomorrow.
Take care, everybody. Good night and goodbye.